A lone snow-white bird perched motionless on the hilt of a sword in the midst of a snow-covered battlefield strewn with corpses, where death itself had come to a standstill. A close-up of its piercing gaze reveals that this feathered creature is not merely a pigeon, but an attentive and wise observer. A gloomy fortress looms over the ravaged valley, while a mysterious figure in a scarlet cloak slowly makes his way among the fallen warriors. A barely perceptible wisp of steam escapes from the weary young man's heavy sigh, revealing his extreme exhaustion after a brutal battle. With his head bowed, the golden-haired youth in armor is lost in deep thought about the price of such a hard-won victory, achieved through sweat and blood. Before the fearless knight looms the enormous shadow of the mighty orc chieftain, whose blazing eyes promise nothing but a new wave of madness. Ominous glints of blood dance on the sharp edge of the blade, reflecting the true face of the monstrous enemy's primal fury. Enduring endless trials and battling colossal dragons, the hero continues on his path against the very will of fate itself. Amid the ceaseless clang of clashing steel and the furious cries of warriors, bloody wars rage, wars in which the skills of great heroes have been honed over the centuries. Under the crushing onslaught of enormous green-skinned monsters with burning eyes, true legends are born, legends capable of single-handedly changing the course of history. Amid the burning ruins of destroyed cities and thick ash, there has always been a single chosen one who was the true heart of every epic battle. In the dazzling glow of magical sparks and ancient mysterious power, the spirit of the great sword, which holds within it the memory of bygone eras, finally awakens. Under the warrior's heavy footsteps, the frozen ground crunches loudly, strewn with the shards of enemy arrows and the bodies of foes fallen in battle. Before the stern gaze of the lone knight lay an endless sea of enraged enemies, thirsting for his immediate and ignominious demise. Against the backdrop of the gloomy battlements of an impregnable winter citadel, an army of ferocious orcs stood frozen, awaiting the decisive command of their unshakable lord. A massive green-skinned monster with bloodshot eyes raises a massive serrated axe, preparing to bring it down on the head of its victim. The heavy blade sinks straight into the poor warrior's skull with a dull crunch, spraying thick, dark blood and shards of helmet all around. Amid the chaos and piles of bodies, the furious leader of the monsters towers above, his savage roar causing the very ground beneath the human's feet to tremble. Gripping the hilt of his trusty blade tightly, the hero clad in armor prepares to repel the advancing darkness, defying all laws of logic and fear. Throwing his head back resolutely, the young knight, his eyes ablaze, declares his right to defend the weak until his last breath in this battle. A magical aura suddenly flares up, enveloping the hero's figure and transforming him into a swift blue whirlwind that crushes enemies in its path. Through eyes narrowed by intense concentration, a cold gleam of supreme power shines through, foreshadowing the swift and inevitable doom of the monsters. Through the shadows and magical sparks, the stern face of the hero emerges, whose icy calm terrifies enemies more than any furious cry. Above the snow-capped peaks and frozen valleys, a black banner flutters majestically, signaling the beginning of a new era of bloody wars. Exhausted by a long battle, the warrior barely maintains his balance on the frozen ground as the blue flame of magic slowly leaves his body. Dropping to one knee in the middle of the wasteland, the wounded knight plunges his sword into the snow, trying to muster his last strength for a decisive charge. The loud blast of a battle horn pierces the pre-dawn silence, summoning the remnants of the loyal troops to a final desperate attack in the name of salvation. Banding together against the onslaught of darkness, the brave warriors draw their blades, ready to face their fate, shoulder to shoulder in this sacred battle. Illuminated by bright flashes of magic, the golden-haired prince strides forward confidently, instilling hope in the hearts of his loyal followers. A powerful pillar of ghostly blue light soars toward the heavens as the hero unleashes all his fury upon the orc army, frozen in terror. As a vast canvas of war unfolds, an icy chill grips everything around to the sounds of the four seasons, while warriors freeze in the blue flames. In the very center of the snow-covered wasteland appears a golden-haired prince in heavy armor, whose lion-like resolve literally cuts through the winter air. Shrouded in the thick shadow of oblivion, ancient heroes rise from oblivion, clutching legendary blades in their hands for the final and most crucial battle. Roaring deafeningly with rage, the green-skinned monsters launch a head-on attack, hoping to tear through the human ranks with their curved swords. With a sharp and precise swing of his sword, The young heir cuts his way through the dense ranks of orcs, leaving only splatters of blood on the snow in his wake. Recalling the faces of his fallen comrades, the hero bitterly realizes that on this cursed battlefield, he has lost absolutely everyone who was dear to him. Pondering the teachings of his wise mentors, the warrior continues his bloody rampage. For now he bears responsibility for his students as well, gathering all his remaining magical energy into a single devastating blow. The young man cleaves the giant demon in half, putting an end to this nightmare. With a lightning-fast sweep of turquoise energy, the warrior cleaves a massive orc in two before he even has a chance to swing his heavy axe. With a menacing grin on his bloodstained face, the blond man declares that all the great myths of the modern age actually trace their origins back to him. With a single powerful swing of his enormous blade, the knight beheads the monster, proving his undeniable superiority in this endless slaughter. Casting a cold glance across the battlefield, the weary hero wipes the blood from his face, realizing that an even greater test awaits him ahead. Focusing all his attention on an invisible target, the young man prepares for his final charge as a magical flame blazes brightly in his eyes. Shrouded in a crimson aura of destruction, the colossal orc chieftain suddenly looms before him, heralding the beginning of the long-awaited era of great calamities. Let out a deafening battle cry, the monster charges forward, ready to trample anyone who dares stand in the way of his unstoppable fury. Gazing into the very heart of the magical storm, the young man, his eyes ablaze, is clearly preparing to unleash all his hidden, ferocious power upon his enemies. Surrounded by a halo of bright blue lightning, the fearless hero charges forward to end this battle with a single, precise strike. Clashing blades in a deadly dance, the two warriors strike up dazzling sparks as the world crumbles around them, and time itself freezes in the heat of the moment. Looming over the tiny figure of a knight, a colossal monster prepares to crush him, but the knight merely grips his sword tighter before making his decisive leap. Smiling slightly after an exhausting battle, this confident blond man looks like a true victor whose journey is just beginning. Standing alone in the middle of an endless field, the legendary sword awaits its moment to once again inscribe the name of its new owner into the annals of myth. Having taken on a completely new and strange form, the mystical creature realizes that from now on, its fate is forever intertwined with the steel of the sword, piercing the very darkness with its magical radiance. This legendary blade patiently awaits the one who proves worthy to touch its hilt. Passing through the hands of the era's greatest warriors, the weapon transformed ordinary mercenaries into true legends, whose names resounded far and wide. Having finally met that one true comrade in arms, the ancient spirit decides to entrust its power to this brave soul for the sake of great shared achievements. In the remote village of Leonberg, an ordinary boy is born, destined to slaughter terrifying werewolves and evil creatures left and right in the future. A young swordsman breaks through crowds of hideous goblins, his precise and deadly strikes causing fountains of enemy blood to flood the surrounding area. Together with his loyal squad, he roams the world, fearlessly challenging the most dangerous and ferocious monsters on his path to glory. This brave warrior achieves incredible feats and heights as his furious battle cry echoes across the battlefield in the heat of yet another clash. Dark clouds gather over the snow-capped mountain peaks, from which branching bolts of magical blue lightning crash down to the ground. An explosion of immense destructive power shakes the very fabric of space as the hero's will clashes with the might of an ancient and merciless curse. Through the dust and soot, the stern face of a battle-hardened knight emerges, his icy gaze promising his enemies nothing but swift and inevitable doom. Enveloped in a magical whirlwind, the swordsman freezes as the ground around him literally cracks from the excess of colossal, hidden power. A gigantic bone dragon towers over a tiny human figure, its scales glinting menacingly in the dim light of a snow-capped peak. A deafening roar bursts from the depths of the monster's gaping maw, accompanied by flashes of pink energy and a thirst for total destruction. Breathing heavily in the midst of the icy desert, the valiant hero leans on his trusty blade in an attempt to regain his strength after an exhausting battle. A blinding pink flash pierces the very heart of the monster, marking the beginning of the knight's final and most desperate attack in this battle. The warrior grips the hilt of his legendary blade tightly as it suddenly begins to radiate a powerful and terrifying blue glow of pure magic. A veritable storm of intertwining sparks and energy erupts among the icy cliffs as the brave warrior prepares to deliver his decisive, crushing blow. With a defiant smirk on his blood-stained face, the knight defies fate itself, calling upon his faithful friend to join him in this final, deadly battle. In the midst of a snow-covered wasteland, the lone silhouette of the hero bursts into a brilliant azure flame, forever etching this moment into the annals of great feats. Gripping the hilt of his trusty sword, the fierce warrior, caught up in the heat of battle, makes a reckless charge through a veil of blinding azure sparks of magic. A massive black dragon, engulfed in a ghostly cold flame, lets out a crushing roar as the hero attacks it right in the jaws. Soaring high above the ground, the swordsman prepares to deliver the final blow to the ancient monster's head. With its crimson eyes gleaming, the terrifying beast from the very depths of the abyss tries in vain to catch the nimble knight amid the chaos of jagged lines of light. After the great battle, a majestic, sun-drenched castle comes into view, the new home of a loyal friend who has become king. Shrouded in a bright, divine glow, the legendary blade of the great dragon slayer lies still, awaiting its new worthy master. Many centuries later, this sacred relic found itself in a gloomy hall of the castle, guarded by the loyal descendants of its ancient comrade in arms. Suddenly, a mysterious consciousness awakens within the ancient weapon, one that is extremely displeased by the loud noise surrounding it. The sword's irritated and defiant spirit begins to rage furiously because some insolent fool dared to shake it so rudely. Loudly proclaiming his claim to the ancient power, the smug prince descends into utter madness and declares himself the new great master. The frightened guards plead in vain with the arrogant young man to immediately put the artifact, which only the king is allowed to touch, back in its place. Watching this disgrace from inside the blade, the Great Spirit is in complete shock at the news that this ridiculous fellow is actually a prince. Shouting defiant orders to be quiet, the spoiled and chubby heir to the throne confidently asserts his right to touch anything in the kingdom. Looking at the new master's sweaty palm, the proud magical weapon shudders with disgust and refuses to believe the madness unfolding before it. Enveloped in a sudden violet aura, the ancient sword decides to immediately wield its true power to test the status of this insolent upstart. A system window pops up before his eyes, dispassionately listing Adrian's shameful traits, among which are only laziness and a complete lack of talent. Feverishly gripping the hilt of his sword, this ridiculous fat man in his ceremonial uniform desperately tries to prove to everyone around him that he is worthy of at least some respect. Drenched in sweat from his superhuman efforts, the prince, gritting his teeth, fiercely swears that no living soul will ever dare to mock him again. Watching these pitiful attempts, a mysterious voice inside the ancient blade merely scoffs sarcastically at the foolish young man's empty ramblings. Raising the gleaming weapon high above his head, the young man prays for support, but receives only a scathing question in return. Why would such a weakling need such power? With his mouth wide open in a furious scream, the frenzied fat man unleashes all his pent-up rage, shouting the name of the ancient spirit of the sword. The surrounding knights, horrified, try to stop the madman who dared to draw his blade right in the middle of the palace, in defiance of all strict laws. Snapping rudely at the guards' attempts to calm him down, the enraged prince vows to kill anyone who dares stand in his way. Blinded by a thirst for mystical power, this arrogant young man naively believes that the sword's magical power will instantly transform him from a nobody into a hero. Shooting forward in a sudden burst of speed, the young man, consumed by righteous anger, charges ahead, ignoring the weight of his own clumsy body. Stumbling over his words, the self-assured fat man suddenly freezes in a ridiculous pose and stares downwards in complete bewilderment. Frozen in silent shock, the knights watch in horror as an unthinkable crime against royal blood itself is committed. Pressing her palms convulsively against her pale face, the unfortunate maid cries out at the horror she has witnessed and barely holds back her tears. The prince, who has collapsed onto the cold floor, is bleeding profusely from the blade protruding from his back, while the guard frantically demands that a doctor be summoned. Lying in a pool of his own blood, the once arrogant prince realizes with horror that it is he who has been pierced by that very legendary weapon. The last drops of his life force rapidly leave his wounded body, while everything before the young man's eyes begins to blur and grow dark. Feeling an overwhelming weakness, the legendary warrior bitterly realizes that, due to his critical wound, he is about to lose consciousness for the first time in his life. Mired in endless greed and incredible arrogance, Prince Adrian cares absolutely nothing for the future of his fading kingdom. Watching this repulsive and lazy glutton devour mountains of food, the courtiers become utterly disillusioned with their heir. After the despicable prince miraculously survived a dangerous attack, strange rumors began to spread rapidly throughout the palace. Discussing his strange behavior behind his back, the astonished maids notice that he has stopped smashing furniture and gathering gangs, sincerely hoping for the return of the former tyrant. The scheming maids laugh sarcastically and consider this lull merely a typical display of cowardice. Completely lost in his thoughts, this outwardly ridiculous young man grips the hilt of his sword as the spirit of the great master awakens within him. Realizing the full irony of his new fate, the great swordsman comes to terms with the fact that he has killed his comrade's descendant and brazenly taken possession of his body. Listening to the frightened maid's warnings about the knights, the reborn hero is genuinely indignant at the guest's sudden visit. Standing in the shadow of the stern warrior, the timid maid pleads with her master in a trembling voice to choose his words carefully. Bursting into the chambers abruptly, the gray-haired knight in a red cloak sarcastically remarks that the prince's temperament hasn't changed one bit. Dismissing the maid and ignoring the king's displeasure, the uninvited guest leaves the hero wondering who this old man really is. Rightly reproaching his student for his coldness, the mysterious master reminds him of the sacred bonds that once tied the two of them together. Looking at the stern knight with undisguised suspicion, the former warrior tries to figure out whether this man could really have trained such a lazy good-for-nothing. Trying to buy some time, the cunning swordsman complains of complete confusion in his head and pretends not to recognize his master at all. Upon hearing a loud cry announcing the arrival of the king himself, the old knight instantly tenses up and shoots the prince a very serious look. Watching the majestic figure approach, the young man quickly realizes that this man is the father of the brazen man who has taken possession of his body. Staring wide-eyed at his opponent, he suddenly realizes that this young man clearly exceeds all his wildest expectations. Standing before them, surrounded by stern knights, the ruler reflects with disappointment on the fading glory of his family. Looking down at the frozen young man, the king suddenly changes his mind and sternly rebukes him for his lack of proper respect. Alarmed by the heir's strange behavior, the courtiers begin to wail loudly and demand an explanation from the physician for such a terrifying lapse of memory. Finding himself in a luxurious bedchamber, the exhausted prince lies motionless under the watchful eye of the physician and concerned maids. After carefully examining the pale patient, the elderly doctor declares, bewildered, that the young man's body is physically perfectly healthy and has no defects. Frowning at the doctor's verdict, the king listens thoughtfully to the explanation that a sudden and extremely severe emotional shock was to blame for everything. Upon hearing the final verdict of memory loss, the young man, curled up in bed, wonders in fear whether his father has seen through his audacious lie. Smiling to himself at a cunning thought, the elderly monarch suddenly realizes just how favorably circumstances have aligned for his future plans. His face darkening sharply under his father's stern gaze, the young man thinks with horror that all his past sins now seem to have been erased forever. Speaking aloud about every person's right to make a fatal mistake, the majestic ruler acknowledges the possibility of redemption, provided one acknowledges one's guilt. Suddenly breaking into a furious shout with a snarl on his face, the enraged father reminds his son that he has managed to forget absolutely all of his misdeeds. Continuing his angry tirade, the enraged monarch accuses his son of complete stagnation and an unwillingness to correct past shameful mistakes. Listening to the harsh curses directed at him, the poor boy is secretly horrified by his father's aggression, while the gray-haired knight tries to calm the king down. Realizing the full gravity of his current situation, the hero falls into despair at the thought that he will no longer be treated as a human being. Gritting his teeth in helpless rage and inner tension, the young man frantically tries to understand what kind of madness his predecessor had been up to in the past. Startled by being suddenly addressed by name, he stares in fear at the hand extended toward him, expecting another blow or severe punishment. Weeping bitterly, the queen presses her chubby son close to her and promises that his lost memory will surely return soon. Clutching the poor prince tightly, the woman emotionally urges him to forget the past forever while he tries to catch his breath. Running her fingers over her child's soft cheeks, the mother laments his supposedly gone face, though the boy himself is clearly shocked by such strange conclusions. Smiling sincerely through her remaining tears, The loving mother admits that she is immensely happy just to see her dear son alive. Standing in a huge empty hall, she warns him about dangerous things, afraid to even imagine that the prince might never have woken up at all. Struggling with all her might to remain calm, the woman tenderly straightens his clothes and quietly sobs, overcome by emotion. Thinking of the cold steel of the blade, the young man realizes with horror the truth about the death of the queen's real son and feels a cold sweat break out on his skin. Lost in deep thought under the glow of the moonlit night, the body's new inhabitant realizes just how heavy a burden of responsibility has fallen on his shoulders. Bidding him a tender farewell until their next meeting, the queen leaves the young man alone with his thoughts and walks away, beaming with happiness after their long-awaited conversation. Sighing heavily at the absurdity of the whole situation, the hero watches his guest leave and tries to get used to his new role in this mad world. Lying in a pool of his own blood under the cold light of a spotlight, the true prince has fallen victim to the very one who was supposed to protect his own kin. Clenching his fists against the unbearable guilt, the unwitting killer acknowledges his fatal mistake, one that can no longer be undone or forgotten. Determined to live a life of dignity for both of them at all costs, he accepts his new fate and vows to atone for his sin before his dead lover. Recalling his past life as a mighty sword, the legendary warrior realizes that he must now restore order to the world once again. Determined to regain his former glory and magical power, the reborn warrior clenches the sheets fiercely, preparing for a long journey. With a cheeky smirk on his chubby face, the aristocrat mentally boasts of his vast experience in raising a whole brood of children. Immediately after his boast, the self-assured chubby fellow decides that the time is perfect for creating a legendary magical heart. Taking a deep breath of the surrounding air, the ambitious little fellow concentrates streams of pure energy directly into his wide-flared nostrils. A bright blue flame that flares up suddenly around the boy envelops his stocky figure, confirming the start of the dangerous process of forging mana. Suddenly, a powerful magical discharge occurs right in the center of his chest, causing everything around him to shudder from the blinding light. Shocked by this unexpected turn of events, the poor fellow clutches his chest in fear and freezes, a silent question in his wide eyes. Realizing the complete failure of his plan, the young man is horrified to realize that his unprepared body has simply rejected all the mana he had gathered. Straining with all his might, the stocky young man tries to unleash a stream of radiant energy from his palms, but the blue flame merely sparks chaotically for now. Gritting his teeth fiercely and rolling his eyes wildly, the young man forces the magical surges to envelop his face, while the sounds of heavy pressure rumble all around him. Through the frantic struggle, a concentrated cluster of power finally begins to form in the hero's hands, though his body is already trembling from exhaustion. Suddenly losing control of the surging currents, the poor fellow collapses to his knees with a muffled groan, while the remnants of the azure glow lazily fade into the air. Gasping from sharp pain and staring at his hands in utter horror, this character realizes just how frail and uncooperative his new body has turned out to be. Burning with rage, the hero curses his current frail body and longs to regain his former power, so he can instantly transform this pitiful vessel with a surge of mana. Suddenly, there is a persistent knock, and a polite voice from behind the door belongs to a maid asking His Highness for permission to enter. Placing a steaming cup in front of the plump prince, the maid insistently explains that the restorative potion from the queen will benefit his health. Bowing her head in a hypocritical curtsy, the girl asks the prince not to upset her majesty and to drink the bitter liquid, though tension is evident in her eyes. Watching her master frozen in indecision, the maid nervously swallows the lump in her throat, clearly fearing his reaction. The enraged prince shouts and flings the tray aside, causing the maid to shut her eyes in terror as splashes of the sticky restorative potion fly through the air. Freezing for a moment, he suddenly senses a strange energy emanating from the bowl and stares into it with great surprise and growing curiosity. Surrounded by a mystical blue flame, the liquid begins to glow brightly, revealing the presence of a powerful concentration of pure mana within the drink. Snatching the cup right off the tray, the prince shocks the maid with his sudden and resolute desire to drain the entire vessel immediately. Greedily gulping down the bitter potion in huge swallows, the young man tries to absorb every drop of magical energy to strengthen his frail body as quickly as possible. The stunned maid freezes in place, her eyes wide, unable to comprehend such a sudden change in her master's behavior. Slamming the empty bowl down on the tray, The prince orders her to leave immediately with cold indifference. Bowing hastily, the maid runs out of the room in fear, while the hero intently examines his hands, awaiting the magical effect. Dazzling flashes of azure flame instantly envelop the young man's body, as the absorbed mana begins to circulate aggressively through his veins. Feeling the long-awaited surge of strength and relief, the prince notes to himself with satisfaction that the magical potion has indeed worked as intended. Calling out sharply to the girl, the young man makes her flinch in surprise and freeze in anticipation of his unpredictable master's next whim. Staring intently at the bewildered servant, the prince imperiously demands that she bring him more of this miraculous potion. After just a few days of magical infusions, the hero's hand begins to glow with a bright azure flame, confirming the successful awakening of his power. With an anticipatory and slightly menacing smirk, the chubby fellow finally prepares to carry out his ambitious and daring plan. Bright blue sparks of mana suddenly flare up around him as he shouts enthusiastically about the long-awaited creation of a magical heart. Utterly confident in his own superiority, he mentally boasts that he has performed this complex trick countless times before. His immense confidence is instantly replaced by wild terror when a sudden sharp pain causes his eyes to literally pop out of their sockets. Clutching his chest convulsively, the young man gasps heavily and realizes that his new body is completely unprepared for such colossal strain. It feels as if everything inside him is engulfed in a raging flame, making the poor boy feel as though his rib cage is about to shatter into pieces. On the verge of losing consciousness from the unbearable agony, he reaches with his last ounce of strength for the sword lying nearby and recalls the true cost of his ritual. Through the excruciating pain, the young man recalls an important detail, that the process of creating a magical heart is always accompanied by hellish torment. Gritting his teeth with all his might and drenched in cold sweat, the hero desperately tries to stay conscious and not sink into deep darkness. A sudden collapse of mana, in the event of fainting, threatens an inevitable energy backlash that would simply tear the frail human body apart from the inside. Despite the veil of despair clouding his eyes, he continues to fight fiercely against his own weakness in order to achieve his cherished goal. Focusing as intently as possible on the streams of blue flame surrounding him, the young man forces himself to control every particle of this unbridled power. With a powerful surge, he seizes the frenzied flow of energy, using sheer willpower to finally subdue the wild and untamed mass of mana. Enveloped in a mystical glow, the young man stands motionless at the center of the magical vortex as sparks of the power awakening within him course through his body. Breathing heavily from the immense strain, he focuses what remains of his composure to complete the ritual that will forever change his destiny. A quiet whisper of triumph escapes through his clenched teeth, for right now the core of a future legendary power is finally taking root in his exhausted body. In his glowing palms, a dazzling heart of pure mana pulses, a heart that from now on belongs to him alone. Right in the middle of the room, the chubby blonde boy is simply beaming with happiness, for he has finally managed to cast that very long-cherished spell. Rejoicing at his long-awaited success, the prince shouts to the entire hall about the creation of his very own mana heart. Stunned by the surprise, the young man freezes with his eyes wide open when a system window suddenly pops up right in front of his face. Watching the golden interface flicker, the hero is in complete shock at the message confirming the successful generation of the heart. Recalling his hazy past as a legendary blade, the young man wonders why he is now seeing these familiar messages himself. Trying to make sense of what is happening, he sees a cascade of new notifications about reconnecting to the source, despite an extremely weak signal. Surrounded by a swarm of magical tablets, the prince gains limited access to the judgment, which allows him to see the hidden potential of his enemies. As the setup process concludes, the system activates the third eye and the third ear, granting the hero supernatural vision and hearing. Puzzled, the young man tries to grasp the meaning of the term powers, which the mysterious magical system has just spat out. Looking out the window at the lush canopy of a tree, he suddenly notices the tiniest details of the foliage that had previously been hidden from the ordinary eye. As he examines the texture of each leaf, the hero catches himself thinking that he now sees the world around him many times clearer and with greater contrast. Spinning around abruptly at a strange noise, the prince freezes in shock as his new hearing begins to pick up even the faintest rustles. Eavesdropping on the maid's gossip behind the door, he learns their true opinions about his foul temper and the constant scandals at the palace. Crouching down from a sudden bout of pain, the young man clutches his head as magical energy begins to literally burn him from the inside out. Watching the interface fade away, the hero sees a critical message about his mana being completely depleted and all his powers being forcibly disabled. After calming his excruciating migraine, the guy realizes the bitter truth of just how short and exhausting his first magical trip was. Recalling his past glory in the form of a sword, he longs for the days when he could control the entire space without a single blind spot. Squeezing the last drops of energy from his frail body, the hero realizes that right now, all he has left is enough to simply keep watch outside the door. Rubbing his fists with an anticipatory smirk on his face, the prince seriously contemplates the changes to come once he expands his magical reserves. Feeling a wild rumbling in his stomach due to a sudden drain of energy, he grimly admits that right now, food is his only concern. Gazing at the majestic towers of the royal castle, the young man realizes the urgent need to get used to controlling this new body as soon as possible. Expressing her delight effusively and beaming with happiness, the queen reaches out to her son, clearly pleased with his behavior. Pinch the heir's cheeks insistently, the emotional woman praises him for finally drinking all of his medicine down to the last drop. Interrupting the cozy family gathering with his sudden appearance, a massive dark figure looms over the sofa in the center of the large hall. Glaring menacingly at those present with a cold stare, the stern man causes the young man to freeze in silent questioning. Pointing to the warrior standing nearby, the queen asks her brother to take care of the prince, who has supposedly lost his memory entirely following the incident. Glancing sideways at his laughing mother, the young man realizes with disbelief that this grim-looking man with a scar is actually his own uncle. Skeptically pondering his nephew's past, the stern swordsman states bluntly that the boy is clearly not thrilled about their sudden encounter in the hall. Listening warily to the adult's conversation, the hero senses something is up and feels a bead of sweat on his face as he awaits his new mentor's verdict. Staring at his round belly, the poor fellow freezes in shock at his uncle's intention to first rid him of excess fat through training. With his arms crossed over his chest, the sullen man coldly urges his sister to abandon her illusions and expect nothing from him but rigorous training. After receiving unexpected advice from his strict mentor to remember this powerful feeling, the chubby prince froze in complete bewilderment. Fixing the royal heir with a stern gaze from beneath his bangs, the experienced warrior instantly made him tremble with fear. Before he could even recover from the powerful and sudden shove in the back, the poor fellow flew onto the cold stone tiles of the courtyard with a loud cry. Setting a strict condition of complete obedience even in basic matters, the formidable man urged him to cast aside any thoughts of privilege. With a cheerful grin and a promise to reveal the great secrets of the family's art, the legendary swordsman decided to cheer up his student. Realizing the sheer absurdity of the situation and the incredible status of his tormentor, the young man finally flew into a rage. Noticing the other man's body trembling violently and his obvious resentment, the experienced master merely teased the young man sarcastically about his excess weight. Barely holding back the surge of anger and resentment, the stubborn young man suddenly decided to take control of the situation and propose a wager to his uncle. Confidently shouting his terms in the face of his stern mentor, the young man promised to make him admit defeat exactly 1 year later. With a sly grin, the insolent fat boy immediately added that he was ready to obediently carry out absolutely any orders in the event of failure. Slightly surprised by such boldness, the formidable and experienced swordsman accepted this unexpected and daring challenge with obvious pleasure. Agreeing to the deal for the sake of amusement, the seasoned warrior decided that this spectacle would be excellent entertainment for him on boring days. Cursing his momentary weakness and excessive audacity, the exhausted wretch was already sighing heavily from sheer exhaustion just a minute later. Bitterly regretting his hasty decision, the unfortunate prince mentally berated his plump body, which was completely unprepared for such exertion. Suddenly enveloping his heavy, weary legs in powerful surges of pure energy, the young man activated his hidden inner strength. Deciding to use ancient magical mana to rapidly burn off excess fat, the daring young man dashed forward with vigor. Noticing his student's sudden and incredible acceleration, the stern mentor's eyes widened in surprise. Swinging rapidly to deliver a crushing blow, the furious warrior tries to forcefully stop the stubborn young man. Completely unprepared for such intense pressure, the fair-haired lad merely cowers in fear and begins to break out in a cold sweat. Sincerely baffled by the miracle before him, the enraged commander shouts at the top of his lungs about the impossibility of creating an artificial source. Completely unfazed by the other man's panic, the cunning young man merely smiles serenely in response to this frenzied barrage of furious accusations, demonstratively igniting a bright azure flame right in the palm of his hand. The defiant newcomer reminds his opponent of their agreement with a clear smirk. Finally losing his temper at such audacity, the man furiously demands an explanation for performing this deadly ritual. Genuinely outraged by such a complete misunderstanding of the situation, the stern mentor tries to uncover the origin of this forbidden knowledge. Slightly taken aback by such a violent and aggressive reaction, the bewildered blonde can only glance puzzledly at the enraged warrior, instantly realizing the shameful truth about his much-praised technique. The shocked young man freezes in place with wild terror in his eyes. This cry, filled with sincere despair and astonishment, echoes deafeningly over the tall towers of the majestic castle. Clutching his head with both hands as despair suddenly overwhelms him, the shocked young man realizes that all his grand plans have come crashing down. With a contemptuous smirk, the stern warrior continues to ruthlessly shatter the novice's foolish illusions. Abruptly cutting him off mid-sentence, the self-assured man offers to demonstrate real magic. Instantly concentrating powerful streams of bright energy around his hand, the seasoned master urges his student to watch more closely. Peering intently at the dazzling glow of the other man's aura, the stunned young man notices, to his surprise, a strange ring-shaped formation. Like a flash of lightning, the man's powerful strike forces the blonde to frantically block this furious attack. Ripping through space, the azure blade collides with the young man's defensive barrier with a deafening crash, causing him to freeze in shock. It turns out that modern mana chains are capable of shattering the energy of the old mana core to smithereens while being far more stable. Even the proud Eli family, which had stubbornly clung to ancient traditions, was completely ruined a century ago, so now these hearts have been forgotten by everyone. Leafing through a worn textbook on the basic theory of new chains, the surprised blonde man sighs as he realizes just how much times have changed. While ordinary mages habitually use special spell circles, the rest of the world has moved far ahead. Now stern knights weave new chains to gather mana, and their coolness depends directly on the number of links they create. Gradually rising through the ranks, warriors undergo a long journey of development, from a single chain all the way to a formidable quartet. Slamming shut an old book at the highest 5th level, the chubby prince thoughtfully admits that this whole theory isn't complete nonsense after all. Tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the cover, the young man tries to remember where he had heard the mysterious surname Altringen before. A sudden flash of insight bursts into the blonde's mind, causing him to open his eyes wide in shock at this realization. Long ago, the legends of this world posed a bold question: who in fact is the true saint of the sword? Having defiantly stepped into the great duel, the pretentious Altringen was eager to prove his absolute superiority over everyone. It's hardly surprising that the name sounded familiar to the young man, since its bearer possessed unique fighting techniques. Seated regally in a luxurious armchair, the smirking prince is now earnestly trying to recall what became of that guy. Brightly illuminating the clouds drifting across the sky, the morning sun marks the beginning of a new chapter in this amazing story. Playfully stretching his unruly arms in front of the locked gate, the chubby guy tries to properly warm up his muscles. Looking seriously at the focused blonde, the man standing nearby sternly asks if he read the book yesterday. Gazing sternly down at his opponent, a grim man in dark armor arrogantly declares that the young man has clearly made the most foolish mistake. With a barely perceptible smirk in response to the other's insolence, the self-assured Adrian merely shrugs defiantly. Without a shred of doubt about his own righteousness, the defiant blonde retorts with a chuckle that he has absolutely no regrets about the choice he made. Clearly beginning to lose patience with such insubordination, the armored warrior frowns irritably and demands that the obvious be acknowledged. Suddenly putting an end to the pointless arguments with a striking display of power, the young rebel concentrates a burst of pure magic in his palm. Literally shattering the familiar laws of this world, the young man envelops himself in a powerful stream of azure flame and arrogantly declares the difference in their classes. Instantly losing all his former arrogance at the sight before him, the shocked man mumbles something bewilderedly about absurd nonsense. Lowering his voice slightly, The fearsome warrior decides to remind the young man of the fools who naively imagine themselves to be the great heroes of the past. Ruthlessly backing up his words with harsh facts, the man recounts the deaths of those madmen in their very first serious battle. Looking the young upstart straight in the eye, the unyielding guardian challenges him and demands that he defeat an elite double-chain knight. With a sardonic smirk, the stern uncle promises to become his nephew's official guardian, fulfilling his mother's long-held wish. Baring his teeth defiantly in response to such a dubious prospect, the blond man strongly doubts the sincerity of these intentions. Having noticeably changed the atmosphere around them, the opponents freeze in the middle of the spacious hall, awaiting the inevitable confrontation. Taking a decisive step forward, the man, insulted to the core, menacingly asks about the doubts regarding his right to be the guardian. Surrounding his body with a menacing aura, the enraged count arrogantly proclaims his status as commander-in-chief of the Northern Army. As he grandly lists his illustrious titles, the mighty warrior calls himself the leader of the Black Spearmen and a loyal servant of the king. Unleashing a colossal surge of destructive energy, the enraged veteran demonstrates to the young man the true power of the highest rank. As if issuing a defiant challenge to the entire world, the mysterious swordsman with burning azure eyes suddenly declares himself an elite knight of the Four Chains. Looming menacingly over his terrified opponent, the stern Count Vale Balarhard declares that he is the very force behind him that cannot be overcome. Surrounded by powerful bursts of magical energy, the defiant prince sharply shouts the question of whether his qualifications are sufficient. The tension instantly reaches its peak as the warrior's fingers, clad in sturdy steel, simultaneously grasp the hilts of their battle blades. Suddenly interrupting the bloody clash that was about to begin, an authoritative voice from the crowd forces the enraged Count Balarhard to retreat immediately. Grinning from ear to ear, this devious fellow has clearly hatched some vicious scheme against the chubby guy and has drawn his sharp blade. With a sly grin, the tough, fair-haired guy is clearly plotting a daring counterattack and anticipating a swift victory over his opponent. Breathing heavily from sheer exhaustion, the chubby guy, worn out by the training, collapsed right onto the ground just as the coach announced the end of this hellish ordeal. Barely able to stay on his feet from utter exhaustion, the poor fellow frantically clung to the edge of the table to keep himself from finally crashing to the floor. Trembling in panic from the horror he had just endured, the exhausted chubby guy realizes just how close he had come to the hairy paw of gaunt death. Looming menacingly over the frightened young man, the furious swordsman harshly berates him for his weak resolve and complete lack of fighting spirit. Barely hobbling across the opulent hall, under the watchful eyes of stern guards, the exhausted hero viciously curses his cruel tormentor. Carefully pushing open the massive door, the exhausted Adrian froze on the threshold at the unexpected and very formal greeting. Bowing his head respectfully and pressing his hand to his chest, the gray-haired physician politely reminded him of his humble status at court. Staring in surprise at the uninvited guest, the chubby man listened to the news that the queen had sent a mage to heal him. Smiling ominously and igniting a bright green flame in his palms, this suspicious doctor thoroughly frightened the poor prince with his magic. Flung back into the corridor with a crash by a powerful kick, the hapless physician clearly hadn't expected such a harsh and violent rebuff. Clutching his fists furiously, the enraged chubby man flatly refused to let some silly treatment undo the results of his hellish training. Silently observing this heated scene, the loyal knight in armor merely froze in surprise and thoughtfully sized up the prince with a scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly flinging open the door to the chambers, the younger brother who had arrived called out loudly to the protagonist and interrupted this protracted confrontation. An arrogant young man in a dandyish doublet appears in the room, grinning defiantly and clearly plotting yet another mischief. At that very moment, the chubby blonde at the table freezes with a spoonful of soup, genuinely not understanding why on earth he's being interrupted during a hearty meal. Lazily chewing his food, the hero, his cheeks full, glances at the guest in bewilderment, for this guy is starting to annoy him terribly. Standing nearby, his loyal knight covers his eyes with his hand in resignation and whispers that this uninvited, insolent intruder is none other than the third prince. Slumped in the middle of the luxurious hall, surrounded by guards, the visiting relative sarcastically laments that the accident didn't finish off the hero. Completely unfazed by the stranger's rudeness, Adrian calmly continues chewing and asks point blank if the prince really has nothing better to do. Enraged by such indifference, The guest narrows his eyes maliciously, calling the hero a fool who managed to stab himself with a sword. Abruptly switching from anger to a mocking smile, the cunning visitor announces that he has received some very intriguing news. With obvious skepticism, the blonde man listens to the stranger's nonsense about some ridiculous dispute with the count over a duel against a double-chained knight. Mysteriously covering his eyes with his hand, this slick character grins ominously, intent on revealing his underhanded proposal to his rival. Moving in close to the stunned hero's face, the brazen relative defiantly offers himself as his opponent. Finally left alone after the insolent guest's departure, the blond man breaks the prolonged silence with a bewildered question. Deeply annoyed by the commotion, the chewing guy tries to figure out why all the descendants of this family are so wild. Immediately afterward, the loyal knight solemnly explains to his protege that this arrogant fellow has been considered a sword-fighting genius since childhood. Recalling the other's incredible achievements, the mentor adds that the cunning relative managed to weave 2 magic rings at the age of 14. Unexpectedly, in the middle of this important conversation, a maid timidly enters the dining hall carrying a huge stack of important documents. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, the maid brings the enormous stack of papers into the spacious room and excitedly announces the arrival of a mountain of letters. Looking at the sudden message in surprise, the prince genuinely doesn't understand why these people had completely ignored him before. With a puzzled frown, the young man begins to quickly sort through the envelopes amid the strange rustling of pages, clearly trying to unravel this sudden mystery. Looking around in confusion, the young man continues to rummage through the mail under the silent stares of the knight and his loyal maid standing nearby. Officially apologizing for the previous incident, the authors of the numerous notes eagerly beg to be given the chance to be the first to duel him. Eager to teach the insolent upstart a lesson, a whole crowd of spiteful rivals sees these duels as a legitimate chance to give him a good beating. Smirking slyly at his own thoughts, Adrian suddenly realizes that he has become an incredibly easy target for everyone. Clutching one of the letters in his fist, the arrogant young man sharply calls out to the flustered maid, who obediently freezes in anticipation of his order. With an ominous glint in his eyes, the defiant heir orders a complete list to be compiled of the names of all those madmen who have sent him challenges. Slamming straight into the stone floor, the wooden training sword leaves deep cracks from the powerful and sharp blow. Slightly taken aback by the surprise, the bewildered blonde stares in fear at the menacing weapon that has landed right at his feet. After imperiously ordering him to pick up the blade lying on the ground, the stern instructor clearly has no intention of going easy on the young man during this training session. Coldly explaining the strict rules, the harsh teacher demands that he learn the basics of fencing so he won't have to make silly excuses later. Quietly grumbling about the commander's unbearable temper, the disgruntled young man reluctantly bends down to pick up the heavy wooden sword. Startled by a sudden, frightening premonition, the prince, now covered in sweat, freezes in fear at the menacing aura. Loudly lamenting the unbearable muscle pain after a grueling training session, the overweight man can barely hold on to the wooden training sword. Calling out in surprise to the exhausted young man, the stern instructor in leather gloves suddenly asks why he hasn't used a healing spell yet. Confidently stating the immutable rules of rigorous training, the strict knight reminds his protege of one very important truth. As he sadly explains how magic works, the young man realizes that spells only heal the body, they don't build muscle at all. With a sly smile beneath his graying beard, the experienced warrior agrees with him and abruptly changes the tone of their conversation. Suddenly turning his back on the surprised young man, the man declares that he had actually intended to talk about completely different things today. Waving his sharp blade menacingly right in front of the frightened fat man's nose, the swordsman advises him to watch very carefully, because he won't repeat himself. Enveloped in an ominous greenish aura, the fighter is about to demonstrate a basic training sword technique from this kingdom. Swiftly slicing through the night air, the deadly steel leaves several bright glowing trails in the darkness from its incredibly fast swings. With a fierce glint from his single visible eye in the darkness, the dangerous master causes the air around him to literally shudder from a powerful lunge. Swiftly slicing through the air with bright turquoise flashes, the warrior makes a spectacular lunge forward. Spinning in a dynamic pirouette, the formidable fighter delivers a lightning-fast, powerful circular strike with his sharp sword. Gripping the massive hilt firmly with both hands, The swordsman concentrates as he prepares to unleash some secret technique. Suddenly, his fearsome weapon flares with a blinding magical light, concentrating incredible destructive power within the blade. Swinging the blade sharply upward, the relentless hero unleashes a devastating wave of pure energy directly in front of him. A powerful shockwave instantly spreads in all directions, leaving deep cracks in the solid stone ground. Shocked by such frenzied power, the young man merely blinks in confusion, completely bewildered. Watching the sword-swinging demonstration, the chubby boy asks whether the knights really teach this style just for the basics. Narrowing his eyes skeptically, the stern instructor glances sideways with displeasure, clearly not expecting such sudden insight from his student. Explaining the basic principles, the swordsman asserts that the training blade lacks sharpness, but there's nothing better for understanding the fundamentals of the style. Hearing a boisterous and frankly mocking laugh from the side, the instructor freezes in bewilderment and begins to frown irritably. Still laughing uncontrollably, the round-faced blonde can barely hold back tears as he realizes just how much time has passed since those days. An epic memory flashes through his mind, transporting him back to the moment when the greatest warrior, bathed in the glow of magic, severed the head of a mad dragon with a single swing. With a sinister grin on his face, the young man can't believe that the legendary skills of the dragon slayers are considered mere routine training here. Arrogantly declaring that this isn't enough to win the bet, the knight suggests hiring another teacher later, but receives a sharp and confident refusal. Fixing the teacher with a defiant and confident gaze, Adrian firmly declares that this style alone will be more than enough for him. Hearing such an unexpected and blunt statement from his student, the stunned knight merely glances at him in silence, completely bewildered. Allowing the young man to do as he pleases, the mentor watches as he grips the wooden hilt resolutely, squeezing it until it creaks. Swinging rapidly to deliver a powerful blow, the blond man makes the training sword slice through the air with a deafening whistle. Unleashing all his strength onto the training ground, the prince generates a powerful shockwave. Genuinely outraged by the local absurd regulations, drenched in sweat from the intense strain, the young man tries to find some logic in the nonsense unfolding before him and dismiss it all as a common natural phenomenon. When a massive dark dragon raises its paw above the warrior, it becomes clear that the legendary sword is utterly devoid of the true will to crush monsters. Bursting into flames, the knight's silhouette serves as a reminder of the fools who discarded the heart of mana and completely forgot the secret of imbuing the blade with power. Whistling through the air, a heavy wooden weapon crashes loudly into an opponent's blade, sending sparks flying from the sudden and powerful clash. Abruptly halting his swing, the frightened boy freezes under the stern gaze of his commander, who is clearly in no mood for jokes. Severely reprimanding his student for foolish mistakes, the stern instructor reminds him that raw strength will never translate into the blade through mere arm tension. Pointing the wooden sword sharply at the abdomen, the knight clearly demonstrates the vulnerable areas, forcing the boy to double over in surprise. Continuing the grueling training without a shred of mercy, the commander delivers a painful blow to the legs, drawing a hoarse groan from the exhausted young man. Breathing heavily and barely staying on his knees, the exhausted young man listens to an important lecture on the need to properly channel energy throughout the body. Trying to process the information he's heard despite his overwhelming fatigue, the silent student mentally agrees with his teacher's undeniable wisdom. Barely keeping his balance on his buckling legs, the chubby boy admits that his current body is still only capable of clumsily imitating the style. Overcoming the excruciating fatigue in his muscles, the young man grips the hilt of his weapon tightly, driven by a single goal: to prove the value of true Dragon Slayer mastery. Springing into action under his mentor's watchful eye, the exhausted apprentice begins an endless marathon that drags on for many days. Drenched in sweat under the scorching sun, the stubborn, overweight young man continues to circle the castle courtyard. After a full week of hellish training without sleep or rest, the visibly exhausted fighter swings his heavy wooden blade powerfully once more. Surrounded by flashes of magic, the portly young man intently gathers his inner strength as a full month of his grueling trials passes. Drenched in sweat from incredible exhaustion, the prince finally sees the long-awaited notification that his weak physique has successfully changed. Stunned by his sudden success, the young man froze in surprise when a system window popped up before his eyes, indicating a decrease in his obesity level. Thanks to regular and grueling workouts, The young man's metabolism had significantly increased in his hardened body, helping him better control his movements. Gripping a heavy battle sword firmly in his hands, the hero shed his former clumsiness and gained a significant bonus to the effectiveness of his physical exercises. After a long period of accumulating magical energy, the young man's exhausted body finally transformed, granting him access to a whole new level of power. Smiling slyly through beads of sweat, the self-assured prince makes a sharp lunge, while powerful streams of the purest mana rage around his blade. Having permanently rid himself of a dangerous magical disorder, he discovers within himself the ability to subtly sense any energy flows surrounding him. Cutting through the air with his heavy blade, the tenacious hero moves with incredible skill, ease, and fluidity, something he certainly couldn't do just a month ago. Breathing heavily from exhaustion but feeling a wild rush of adrenaline, the young man is genuinely delighted that he has become an order of magnitude stronger than he was yesterday. With an eerie smirk on his face, the boy lands a perfect slashing blow, completely ignoring the loud command to stop. Shouting a second demand to cease the fight, the enraged instructor easily shatters the boy's wooden sword into tiny splinters. Standing in the pouring rain, breathing heavily and soaked to the bone, the prince froze before the armed knights, a fragment of his weapon in his hands. Crimson drops slowly trickled down the hilt of the blood-soaked sword, clenched tightly in his fist onto the cold ground. Mixing with the raindrops on the wet asphalt, the fresh blood formed a gruesome little puddle right at the feet of the motionless man. Caught in the pouring rain, the boy, soaked to the bone, stared in surprise at the menacing relative who had suddenly appeared before him. With his frightened eyes wide open, the emaciated teenager frantically swallowed the saliva that had pooled in his mouth and froze with a sense of foreboding. Shattering into splinters from the crushing blows of an invisible blade, the wooden training dummy vividly demonstrated the fighter's former fury. Finally collapsing from a powerful final thrust, the thick wooden post burst into bright sparks right in the middle of the damp courtyard. Feeling a sharp pang of bone-chilling fear, the stunned boy shuddered at the realization of just how dangerous the man standing next to him was. Shouting curses loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear, the enraged man began berating his foolish nephew for training in such lousy weather. Grabbing the boy roughly by the collar, the stern swordsman viciously reminded the fool that a real combat blade would have taken his life long ago. His palm, covered in gruesome dark bruises and scrapes, shook uncontrollably from the incredible strain of the grueling training. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, the exhausted boy suddenly noticed a system notification pop up, informing him that he had awakened a new, awesome ability. Grinning hysterically through the beads of sweat streaming down his face, he stared in disbelief at the notification about the rare skill. Completely exhausted, a drained Adrian thought with a wry grin about the deadly danger of such intense concentration. Suddenly losing consciousness from exhaustion, the pale young man began to collapse right into the arms of the man who had rushed to him in alarm. Frowning grimly with deep concern, the stern relative caught the falling youth and looked anxiously into his face. Tilting his head back helplessly under the unceasing downpour, the pale prince finally lost consciousness and sank into a deep unconsciousness. Waking up to some strange sound, the young man struggled to open his sleepy eyes and stared discontentedly at the ceiling. Barely lifting his head from the pillow, he looked around in confusion at the luxurious bedroom and immediately thought he had fainted. Clutching his hair frantically, the poor fellow tried to figure out why his new body was so weak. Flooding memories transported him to the past, where, in the form of a fearsome sword, he had already become a legendary war hero. Fighting in endless, brutal battles, this immortal blade had once helped the great founder establish an entire kingdom. By constantly winning battles, he not only strengthened his steel-like body, but also elevated his own soul to an entirely new level. The legendary blade named Gruhorn was considered among mortals to be the wisest advisor and simply an incredible, badass mentor. Aware of his past, the young man gazed bitterly at his palms, covered in gruesome calluses, for he had once been nothing more than a bystander. That was precisely why he trained until he was completely exhausted, reveling in the fact that all this hard work now belonged solely to him. Realizing the inevitability of the imminent finale, the determined young man firmly resolved to urgently find a balance between his mind and his fragile body. Sitting upright on the bed, the chubby boy closed his eyes and recalled that a whole month had already passed since the creation of his mana heart. Surrounding himself with a mystical glow, The tenacious newcomer focused on his inner sensations to awaken his magic. A golden system window that popped up before his eyes confirmed that, thanks to his persistence, he had managed to gather the necessary level of energy. Enveloped in powerful streams of bright blue flame, the determined young man confidently controlled the element raging around him. A new notification that appeared shortly afterward delighted him with the news that his current body was now capable of holding more mana. Suddenly, a bright golden system window flashed before the young man's eyes, announcing the long-awaited expansion of his inner mana core. Directly above the young man's open palm, a pure cluster of blue flame blazed fiercely as his body rapidly adapted to the new power. Under the influence of the incredible surging energy of the magical core, the hero's physical constitution begins to undergo a radical and irreversible transformation. Through his strands of hair, one can clearly see the young man's eyes, wide open in shock, as he is stunned by such a sudden and painful surge of power. Surrounded by a powerful, pulsating aura and breathing heavily, the prince realizes with delight that the process has finally been successfully completed. With a sly smile, the young man casts a conspiratorial, mischievous glance directly at the training sword standing in the corner. With a decisive movement, his strong hand instantly grips the weapon's hilt, readying the steel for battle. A bright flash from the magical interface suddenly informs the young man that he has attained the new status of sword apprentice, while blue flames rage all around him. Gripping the hilt firmly with both hands, the prince smugly declares that he has fully mastered the basics, while his blade glows spectacularly with mana. An unexpected question about certain mysterious rumors circulating throughout the kingdom causes the protagonist to look genuinely surprised right there in the courtyard. Deeply annoyed by the mention of a silly wager, the man grimaces in displeasure and clicks his tongue loudly through clenched teeth. A persistent suggestion to quickly find a suitable opponent for a duel causes the blond man to blink in surprise. A cunning plan has already taken shape in the grinning prince's mind, for he has already settled on a candidate for his future victim. A reasonable reluctance to immediately take on strong fighters prompts the young man to suggest that his uncle warm up first against some easier opponents. A sudden appeal to Knight Carl standing nearby prompts the hero to remind him of his recent important request. Bowing respectfully, the loyal servant confirms that the order has been carried out and hands over a scroll listing those who have issued challenges. Carefully studying the paper he has received, Adrian listens to the knight's logical question about his plans for the training duels. A serious warning about resentful enemies capable of maiming the young man under the guise of an ordinary duel sounds extremely ominous. Fully aware of the danger of the situation, the hero merely narrows his eyes slyly and flashes the smug grin of a true genius. The shocking demand to serve as the personal judge for the upcoming duels leaves the stern uncle literally speechless at such audacity. Smiling from ear to ear, the blond guy asks for only one thing, that no one suddenly kicks the bucket during the upcoming duel. A couple of days later, the very morning before the duel arrives, causing the poor guy's breath to catch and his throat to instantly go dry. Right in front of the massive gates of a luxurious palace, a young man stood frozen. He had come here to settle the score with the biggest local scoundrel. Nervously clutching some important document in his fist, this determined young man from an ordinary baronial family was preparing to make his mark. Recalling days gone by, the insolent fat man gleefully mocked others' misfortunes and laughed loudly right in the middle of the elegant hall. Surrounding him on all sides at the royal banquet, the arrogant nobles began to openly mock his provincial appearance. Filled with rage at such memories, the insulted young man still mentally curses his long-ago arrogant tormentor. After loudly shouting the formal greeting, this uninvited guest finally appeared before the menacing gaze of the kingdom's first prince. Unsheathing his gleaming blade, the determined young man proudly declares his status as a novice knight in training. Fixing his opponent with a defiant glare, the chubby rival immediately begins to sarcastically cast doubt on his opponent's combat skills. Gritting his teeth in anger, the young man silently agrees with the rumors that his opponent is a rare brute without a shred of sense. Suddenly intervening in the verbal altercation, the stern knight orders the young man to immediately rein in his ardor. Instantly losing all his former sternness, the surprised young man's eyes widen with delight as he rejoices at meeting his idol. Bowing his head respectfully in a deep bow, the happy newcomer declares that it is a tremendous honor for him to stand before a legend. Watching this melodramatic scene with a smirk, the blond man quips that given such deference, it's easy to mistake his uncle for a prince. Glaring at the fair-haired young man, the stern man reminds him of past mistakes, while the young man merely grumbles irritably in response. Waving his hand against the backdrop of a tall stone tower, the mentor orders both opponents to immediately take their fighting stances. Crossing their training swords directly in front of them, the two young men stare fiercely and defiantly into each other's eyes. Suddenly bursting with a bright turquoise aura, one of the fighters assumes a steady stance and prepares to unleash his full power upon his enemy. Grinning eerily amid streams of radiant magical energy, the defiant young man defiantly addresses his high-ranking opponent. Surging forward at full speed amid an alarming warning cry from the side, the energy-charged swordsman launches his attack. Cutting sharply through the air with a powerful circular strike, the attacker leaves behind only a blurred trail from his sharp blade. Easily and effortlessly dodging the furious attack, the blond man from the side watches each of the enemy's lunges with a critical eye. Smirking arrogantly and flashing his bright blue eyes, the young man criticizes his opponent's unnecessary movements aloud. Meeting the opponent's blade with a hard, crushing block, the self-assured fighter causes the enemy's weapon to spark from the impact. Staring wide-eyed in shock at the unexpected turn of events, the dazed swordsman suddenly recognizes a rare magical core within the opponent's defense. Suddenly losing his balance from the powerful recoil, the surprised young man is forced to fly backward under the pressure of the enemy's energy. Barely managing to stay on his feet after the crushing collision, the attacking fighter tries to catch his breath. Confusedly analyzing his failed lunge, the young man can't for the life of him figure out why his opponent's block was so effective. Smiling slightly amid the raging blue flames, the unflappable blonde merely complains ironically about a slight tingling sensation in his body. Startled by the sudden crash, the young man froze in fear as an ominous atmosphere thickened around him. The astonished knights in heavy armor exchanged bewildered glances, trying to make sense of the strange ringing coming from the weapons. Shocked by what he saw, the stern man with a deep scar on his face immediately realized that the legendary sword resonance had begun. The blade, enveloped in a bright turquoise glow and held in a strong masculine hand, left everyone present literally speechless. In a furious burst, the young warrior lunged forward, clutching a sharp sword blazing with mystical energy. Caught completely off guard, the young man froze in indecision, overcome by a sudden, intense fear. With a gaze flashing with fury, the red-haired swordsman delivers a swift, slashing blow, causing his opponent to gasp heavily. Deftly dodging the deadly blades whizzing right over his head, the blond man desperately tries to maintain his precarious balance in the fight. With a deafening roar that echoes throughout the area, the powerful clash of two sharp blades produces a blinding white-blue flash of light. Jerking sharply backward from the terrifying shockwave, one of the fighters slips on the ground and tumbles headlong down from the fortress wall. Gritting his teeth in tension, the red-haired swordsman furiously attacks the exhausted prince at the walls of the gloomy castle. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, the blond man suddenly recalls the old truth about the incompatibility of the two types of mana, which is deadly dangerous for him. Feeling a searing pain in his chest, the young man clutches his heart with both hands, for the mana in his body is beginning to flow backward, threatening to explode at any moment. Upon hearing his opponent's name, the red-haired swordsman suddenly freezes, his face contorted with incredible rage and surprise. With a smug smirk on his face, the blond man abruptly draws his sword, advising his enraged enemy to cool off and calm down a bit. Closing his eyes to focus as much as possible, Adrian completely withdraws into himself to control his internal energy flows. Slowly sinking to the very bottom of a deep, dark body of water, the young man finds himself surrounded by a myriad of tiny air bubbles. Fixing his glowing, mystical gaze resolutely ahead, the young man mentally commands the power hidden within him to finally awaken. Floating in the boundless depths of the mysterious water, the hero reflects on the legendary blades that people call demonic or holy. Grinning ferociously from the impenetrable blue abyss, a huge ancient dragon embodies the awakened, powerful part of a stranger's soul. As sparkling streams of pure magic flow through his fingers, a mysterious force suddenly comes into contact with a hidden part of his own soul. As if awakening from a long slumber, the colorless heart of mana submissively accepts the colossal will of another and is instantly painted in vivid hues. As if in response to an ancient call, a huge azure eye of an unknown monster with a vertical, beast-like pupil suddenly bursts open in the darkness. Right above the chubby boy's head, a legendary sword, preserving the memory of battles and forged solely for the purpose of slaying dragons, suddenly materializes. With a deafening roar, a furious flame surges through his veins, for the ancient heart of a true dragon slayer has finally been awakened. Blazing with the crimson fire of rage, the boy's gaze becomes frighteningly predatory, while behind him the ominous silhouette of a winged monster looms. Surrounded by a blazing aura and clutching his trusty blade, the young man prepares for a merciless attack under the protection of a massive crimson dragon. Looming as a menacing shadow over his stunned opponents, the monster's terrifying silhouette causes the entire arena to shudder from a frenzied surge of power. Shocked by such a sudden change in his weak opponent, the fair-haired knight freezes in place and mutters incoherent words in fear. Trying to prevent the inevitable catastrophe and save his subordinate from certain doom, the stern mentor loudly orders him to stop. Filled with mad rage and shrouded in crimson sparks, the fighter charges forward at breakneck speed to deliver the decisive blow. Addressing the stern mentor right before the start of the duel, the young man politely asks to be heard regarding one important and unexpected request. With a sly smile, the defiant newcomer openly declares his intention to finish off his opponent ruthlessly if his life is truly in danger. Surging forward from a standing start before the eyes of the stunned spectators, the madman charges ahead with a clear desire to deliver a fatal blow. Reacting instantly to the threat, the experienced uncle unleashes powerful streams of azure magic and personally blocks his nephew's frenzied attack. With a deafening clang, their blades clash in the center of the arena, producing a blinding flash from the collision of two devastating forces. Enveloped in powerful, crackling blue lightning, the fearsome count dramatically spins his magical blade right in the middle of the training ground. Knocking the unfortunate prince off his feet with a powerful shockwave, the grim adversary confidently approaches the terrified young man lying on the ground. Reacting instantly to the obvious threat to the royal person, several loyal guards draw their swords and take aim at the attacker. Surrounding the audacious count with a tight ring of steel blades, the palace guard furiously accuses the shocked man of attempted regicide. Gritting his teeth and leaning on his heavy sword, the exhausted crown prince orders the agitated knights to lower their weapons immediately. Biting his lips slightly from the tension, the prince tries to compose himself and mutters under his breath with annoyance that, although he had asked for help, the result turned out to be far too extreme. The royal knights in heavy armor standing in the middle of the courtyard froze in utter shock, while the hero thought ironically that no one had actually asked him to knock them out. A powerful wave of raging magic burst forth with a roar, filling the entire space around the young man and causing the very atmosphere to shudder with its force. Clutching his hand to his chest convulsively, the exhausted young man tries to cope with the pain and realizes with horror that his own magical heart has nearly shattered into pieces. Recalling his uncle's stern and frightening face, the young man realizes that this powerful man's strength is on an entirely different level and that taking a direct hit was sheer madness. Having fully recovered from the grueling battle, the prince felt an amazing lightness and noticed how the blue mana in his chest had subsided. Smiling joyfully and clenching his fist in triumph, the hero sincerely celebrated his first major success in this grueling training battle. Suddenly startled by a menacing, authoritative shout, the bewildered young man instantly lost all his arrogance and froze in fear right there on the bed. Looming sternly over the frightened young man, the enraged mentor demanded an immediate explanation regarding the duel with obvious irritation. Shouting out accusations indignantly and furiously recalling forbidden techniques, the enraged man was desperate to uncover the source of this dark, sinister magic. With absolute composure on his face, Adrian casually remarks that he simply remained true to the very essence of the sword, and it sounds unnervingly confident. Glancing from under his brow, the swordsman with light stubble smirks sarcastically and points out that it's rather strange to discuss the essence of the blade for someone who has never once been in a real bloodbath. A crimson storm flares up around the ghostly figure with the sword, and the mentor coldly concludes that, in the student's understanding, the essence of the sword is a banal thirst for killing. Lowering his head and averting his gaze, he suddenly admits something unexpected, that this very thirst for blood, however repulsive it may be, is also a kind of truth. With his mouth slightly agape in surprise, the blonde finds himself thinking that he had actually been prepared for anything, but certainly not for such a response from his mentor. With a sly half-smile on his lips, the swordsman quips that he was expecting a boring lecture on the way of the sword and the perfection of the blade, but instead suddenly found himself acknowledging something important. Against a backdrop of gloomy towers and hooded figures, a harsh admission rings out, that before us stands a soldier, not a knight, and he walks the path of victory, not nobility. Shuddering almost imperceptibly at these words, the prince nervously swallows and realizes that the most important part of the conversation seems to be just beginning. Sitting directly across from him on the floor, the mentor states bluntly that the student's sword goes too far, for an excess of bloodlust blurs the line between friend and foe. Lowering his gaze, the boy silently acknowledges the truth of these words, and his uncle adds that it is precisely to correct this problem that he has made such a fuss about the training. Crossing his arms over his chest with the air of someone completely in control of the situation, the mentor promises to personally observe whether the boy will be consumed by his inner demon or not. 3 whole days of training duels have passed, and the clang of blades still echoes through the arena, scattering greenish sparks of magical power all around. Gripping his sword with both hands and breathing heavily, the prince asks for his opponent's name, addressing him as Taylor Tailheim, and tension hangs in the air. Disheveled but pleased with himself, the blond man smiles broadly, holding his blade at an angle, and wholeheartedly praises his opponent for his fair play over these 3 grueling days. Illuminated by crimson flashes and lightning, the young man realizes that the poor fellow had to parry his blade, driven by an uncontrollable thirst for blood, for 3 whole days in a row. Smirking slightly, the prince mocks the bewildered young man, reminding him of his failure in a recent fight. Suddenly interrupting the conversation, Adrian arrogantly orders the maid to immediately bring him an object hidden from prying eyes. Bowing her head submissively, the maid silently hands her master a rather heavy and elegantly decorated dark casket, raising a host of questions. With a somber expression recalling past grievances and his own cruel deeds, the young man holds the casket and clearly plans to atone for his guilt in some way. Holding out this mysterious gift, he explains to the surprised young man that inside there is nothing more than a letter of atonement and a few gold coins. Turning away indifferently, the arrogant prince finally dryly wishes the young man a safe journey and sends him away from the courtyard of the enormous castle. Having sincerely and loudly thanked his benefactor, the departing traveler has no idea of the gentleman's cynical thoughts regarding payment for another's labor. Meanwhile, rumors of a daring duel are spreading throughout the kingdom at the speed of sound, the outcome of which could prove to be a fatal mistake for the braggart. Grinning slyly by a magnificent fountain, a group of cunning conspirators is heatedly discussing the impending disgrace of their sworn enemy and his inevitable brutal retribution. Genuinely puzzled by the prolonged silence, the young man abruptly turns to the crowd and suddenly strikes up a conversation about the mysterious outcome of the duel. Smiling cheerfully from ear to ear, the noble knight in golden armor begins to assure everyone around him that the arrogant prince turned out not to be so bad after all. Playfully winking at the crowd, the former rival humorously excuses the ruler's recent threats and enthusiastically praises him for his unexpectedly sincere display of character. Completely baffled by the nonsense unfolding before them, the shocked onlookers freeze in horror at the absurd and terrifying news coming from the eyewitness's mouth. Instantly flying into a rage at the gossip he's heard, the main culprit of the scandal pounds his fist on the table with all his might and swears loudly in frustration. Screaming frantically with wild rage in front of the terrified crowd, the enraged young man tries to prove that his rival simply lacked the courage to admit defeat. Grumbling discontentedly about the wasted time, the stern mentor in armor is clearly asking for a rude response from the prince, who is seething with anger. As if overcome by a wild thirst for blood, the frightened young man clutching a chest instantly freezes in place under the heavy, bone-chilling gaze. Grabbing the poor fellow by the shoulders and literally spewing furious flames all around him, the hero raves about the need to broadcast the outcome of their duel far and wide. Sincerely hoping for a quick lull, the young man smirks smugly with his arms crossed over his chest, naively thinking that the silly rumors will finally die down. His expression changing abruptly with surprise, the stunned prince freezes with a foolish look on his face, trying in utter bewilderment to process the phrase he has just heard. Stammering with wild fear, the timid maid delivers the shocking news that the young man is widely regarded as a common blackmailer who rigged his victory in the duel. With his head bowed gloomily, the young man sinks into darkness as the grim realization dawns on him of just how absurdly this grand attempt at triumph has turned out. Surrounding himself with a terrifying neon aura of pure rage, the wildly grinning hero decides to simply ignore the gossip and channel all his pent-up anger into grueling training. Swinging his glowing blade furiously, the prince, driven to a white-hot fury, makes a lightning-fast lunge forward, leaving a bright neon trail in the air. Concentrating all his raging power into a single powerful movement, the blonde warrior performs a circular spin, whirling a swift vortex around himself. Shifting sharply to the side right in the middle of a long jump, the determined fighter takes a new turn and envelops his body in bright sparks of magic. Unleashing a crushing blow from top to bottom at full speed, the enraged young man makes the very ground tremble from this incredible power. Flaring up with a blinding azure flame, a powerful stream of energy pierces the stone slabs of the training ground and shatters the silence. Breathing heavily amid the subsiding magical storm, the stubborn prince freezes in place and tries to tame the mystical power surging within him. After grimly asking his loyal knight standing behind him how many opponents remain, the weary prince learns that the final battle is approaching. Tired of tedious training sessions, the blond man sighs, for the greenhorns among the students are completely incapable of offering him any real competition in battle. However, one special swordsman stands out from the crowd, a man who has truly mastered the subtle art of swordsmanship and is clearly ready to show what he's made of. This ambitious fighter didn't want to just sit around and hone his family's techniques. Instead, he proudly joined the ranks of true knights to undergo rigorous training. With a sly grin, the hero anticipates a thrilling showdown, for his future opponent will be an official knight examiner from the legendary Order of the Iron Lion. Striding dramatically into the training hall under the appraising glances of the guards, the enigmatic and deadly warrior Arwen Kurgain finally appears on the battlefield. As he watched the girl's figure recede into the distance, the young man was finally convinced of her identity upon noticing the striking, gleaming emblem on her sturdy armor. Surrounded by dark thorns and crimson roses, a mysterious image emerges of an unapproachable warrior, whom the people have long nicknamed the Flower on the Cliff. This fatal beauty has already earned a reputation as a true terror to the opposite sex, for her icy indifference has effortlessly shattered the hearts of crowds of young men in love. Whispering among themselves, the astonished guards in heavy armor are eagerly discussing her striking appearance and marveling that such a young woman has come here of her own free will. Watching the scene unfold, onlookers begin to acknowledge the prince's authority, since his highness clearly wields enough influence to attract such warriors. Mysteriously looking away, the beautiful stranger is clearly lost in her own thoughts and preparing to take the next step toward the serious challenge that lies ahead. The young man watching this scene is genuinely amused, anticipating what an epic and unbelievable humiliation a possible defeat at the hands of a woman would be for the prince. The shield, blazing with a bright light, serves as a reminder of the great feats of the Order of the Iron Lions, which is rightfully considered one of the most elite and powerful in the kingdom. Possessing incredible talent and officially recognized status, the young warrior Arwen Kurgain has already outshone many veterans during her probationary period. Visibly flustered and covered in cold sweat, the surprised blond man simply cannot fathom why such a recognized genius would even bother to duel with him of all people. Listening to the knight's awkward excuses about some old misunderstanding between them, the young man fully realizes that he himself must have provoked the conflict in the past. Shouting sharply at the frightened maid, the flustered hero tries to quickly get all the details of his past antics from her and asks her to tell him honestly what he had done. Lowering her eyes in embarrassment, the frightened maid stammers hesitantly before the prince and timidly tells him the shocking news of some wild incident. Staring in disbelief at the sudden accusation, the young man listens in panic to the harsh words accusing him of brazenly harassing the noble Arwen. Grabbing his hair in fury, the hero screams wildly at the realization of what kind of body, that of a mad bastard and a monster, he has somehow ended up in. As old dark memories resurface, the story shifts to the luxurious royal palace, where this shameful scene once unfolded. Grinning disgustingly right in the face of the stately knight, the plump and insolent prince brazenly declares her incredible beauty and offers to make her his personal plaything. Snatching the insolent nobleman's fat hand away sharply, the stern warrior causes him to flinch in fear at the unexpected and powerful rebuff. Gritting his teeth in anger at his wounded pride, the spoiled fat man listens to the icy reply that the loyal knights are by no means his personal property. Spitting loudly with wild rage, the enraged royal scion begins to scream hysterically and call the defender standing before him an ugly creature. Mentally replaying the conversation in his head, the bewildered time traveler begins to realize the full extent of the major trouble brewing around him. Gloomily reflecting on the past, the dejected young man realizes that his former host's lewd advances now seem like the most clueless pickup line imaginable. Assessing the situation fairly, the hero acknowledges the obvious fact: no sane, reasonable person would ever call this girl unattractive. Charming with her natural grace, the incredibly beautiful warrior with gorgeous dark hair seems to the prince to be the very embodiment of nobility and elegance. Greeting the royal figure with restraint, the stern warrior bows politely and remarks with a touch of irony that the arrogant heir hasn't changed a bit. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, the flustered young man tries to gently object and hint that a completely different person now resides within him. Narrowing her eyes suspiciously at his strange words, the warrior forces the young man to mentally accept that he will have to pay for someone else's karma. The heavy doors swing open abruptly, and amid the loud echo of the official announcement, the majestic Count Ballergard appears, striding confidently toward the center of the hall. Narrowing his eyes slightly in surprise, the stern man peers intently at the silhouette before him, instantly recognizing the familiar figure in the shadows. Respectfully pressing her fist against the armor on her chest, the warrior Arwen Kurgan clearly enunciates the words of a formal greeting to the distinguished guest. Stepping a little closer, the experienced warrior quietly offers friendly advice to be more cautious, for the young prince's swordsmanship is truly treacherous. Slowly closing his eyes to concentrate, the gray-haired judge takes a deep breath and prepares to break the hanging silence with his final verdict. Exchanging sly smiles, the rivals instantly scatter to their designated spots after a loud command to take up combat positions on the stone courtyard. Raising his arm high against the backdrop of the mighty fortress, the referee loudly announces to the entire castle the long-awaited start of this spectacular and dangerous duel. Shooting forward from her starting position, the determined young woman snatches a sharp weapon mid-air and spins into a graceful lunge for a lightning-fast attack. Smirking defiantly in the face of danger, the prince is eager to quickly assess the vaunted combat skills of this promising newcomer from the famous Order of the Iron Lion. Plunging downward at tremendous speed, the armed opponent attacks her rival, leaving bright neon flashes of magical energy in the air. Stunned by the enemy's incredible speed, the blonde man notices the flawlessly precise and extremely dangerous movement of the opponent's blade. Loudly tearing through the air around them, two powerful swords clash with a deafening clang in a furious confrontation, sending a shower of blinding sparks flying across the courtyard. Suddenly wincing from an unbearable sharp pain, the young man realizes with horror that a reverse flow of mana has begun, instantly paralyzing his entire body from within. Coolly withstanding the heavy onslaught, the stern warrior blocks the enemy's strike and intently scans the attacker's vulnerable spots. Groaning heavily under the unexpected crushing pressure, the disoriented fighter misses a powerful counterattack and completely loses control of the situation. Unleashing a rapid-fire series of strikes, the swordswoman forces the blonde man, time and again, to frantically fend off furious and lightning-fast lunges from all sides. Looming overhead in a powerful leap, the warrior brings a crushing vertical strike down on his opponent, forcing him to block the blade right in front of his face. Finding himself in an extremely disadvantageous position, the prince holds off the onslaught with his last ounce of strength and realizes with horror that he has completely lost the initiative. Surrounded by bright flashes of lightning, the swordswoman freezes in a perfect fighting stance and prepares to deliver her next lightning-fast and decisive strike. Suddenly bursting with a powerful crimson aura, the chubby girl concentrates all her hidden inner energy and abruptly changes the entire course of this fierce duel. Shocked by such an unexpected shift in the balance of power, the girl freezes in fear and stares at the epicenter of the battle with obvious bewilderment. Clash in a furious head-on attack, the opponents cause the air to literally explode from the monstrous force of their mutual strike, sending up a huge cloud of dust all around. Rapidly bouncing backward after the heavy collision, the warrior lands on her feet and warily assesses the new threat emanating from her enemy. Swaying slightly from exhaustion after a long jump, she stands firm in the arena and grips her long weapon tightly. Staring intently at her opponent's jagged blade, the surprised girl gasps for breath and tries to process what she has seen. Grinning through the beads of sweat on his forehead, the blond man acknowledges the incredible superiority of this dangerous opponent over the rest of the gray masses. Suddenly activating a rare system ability, the young man makes his eyes flash brightly and gains access to hidden information about his opponent. As a detailed holographic window appears before the young man's eyes, the magical system instantly reveals all the statistics of the 19-year-old warrior. Spitting the accumulated blood grimly onto the ground, the wounded fighter realizes with some annoyance the harsh limitations of his newly acquired secret ability. Grinning menacingly from ear to ear, the blonde warrior, shrouded in crimson flames, grips the hilt of his sword more tightly and prepares to show his opponent his true potential. Enveloped in surging blue lightning, Arwen lunges forward and prepares to deliver a crushing blow. Racing across the stone arena, the opponents leave behind only sharp swaths of air and battle sparks flying in all directions. Throwing themselves resolutely at each other, the rivals clash in a brutal and uncompromising battle, right in the middle of the brightly lit training field. Breathing heavily and in gasps from sheer exhaustion, the worn-out Adrian tries to catch his breath after this incredibly grueling and intense phase of the duel. Barely able to stay on her feet from exhaustion, his opponent also gasps for air and tries with her last ounce of strength to maintain her fighting stance. Now standing a fair distance apart after a furious exchange of blows, the exhausted fighters freeze facing each other against the backdrop of the setting crimson sun. With a metallic clang, the bare blade of one of the duelists plunges into the cracked stone slabs, signaling the end of this grueling round. Suddenly intervening in the duel, the stern mentor stops the fierce battle with a firm gesture and postpones the continuation of this marathon until tomorrow. Grinning defiantly and wiping the sweat from his face, the prince is clearly dissatisfied with the interruption of the fight, for he was just about to finish off his opponent once and for all. In no way outdone by her opponent in self-confidence, the swordswoman merely grins defiantly in response and declares her complete readiness to do exactly the same. As if fierce electrical discharges were coursing between them, the two stubborn duelists bore into each other with aggressive stares and were eager to continue immediately. Abruptly cutting off all the teenagers' defiant arguments and war cries, the formidable mentor silences them instantly with a single powerful, curt command. Declaring the training session over in no uncertain terms, the stern commander sends both wounded fighters straight to the medics for emergency treatment. Hurrying over to the exhausted prince, the court physician immediately emits a soft green light from his palms and begins to quickly heal the wounds. Carefully examining the young man's body under the influence of magic, the concerned doctor suddenly discovers another dangerous injury and continues the healing process. A magical orb, shimmering mysteriously in the semi-darkness, suddenly illuminated the young man's pensive face, while the old man performed a mysterious ritual over the focused warrior. Sighing heavily as she was overwhelmed by intense emotion, the girl simply turned her tense gaze away in silence, clearly hiding some important thoughts. Abruptly turning their backs on each other after a tense conversation, the young people instantly went their separate ways, leaving behind only a hollow echo. Bursting onto the training ground bathed in the setting sun, the warrior silently vowed to herself that she would do absolutely anything for the long-awaited victory. From the high castle wall, a breathtaking view opened up onto the vast stone arena, where three solitary figures stood frozen in anticipation in the middle of the courtyard, for there was still no clear leader. Slightly weary from the prolonged wait, the guards exchanged surprised glances, for this was already the third day of their continuous and exhausting vigil. Sincerely admiring the skill of his formidable opponent, the young knight standing guard smiled and acknowledged that the first prince's combat skills were no less impressive. Gripping the hilt of his trusty sword tightly in his hand, the warrior, confident in his own abilities, prepared for the decisive battle, sincerely hoping to achieve a result today. With a sly smile just before the start of the next round, the self-assured prince broke the silence. Greatly surprised by her opponent's behavior, the formidable warrior asked irritably if he was actually trying to apologize to her. Abruptly and categorically cutting off any possible excuses, the girl declared in an icy tone that she would never accept an apology. Cheerfully and casually brushing off her menacing words, the young prince admitted with a chuckle that he had no intention of apologizing for his past actions. Narrowing his eyes slyly and clearly plotting some daring prank, the cunning young man unexpectedly suggested adding a cool prize to their protracted standoff. Announcing his new outrageous conditions loudly to the entire arena, the blonde proposed that the loser be forced to unquestioningly fulfill absolutely any wish of the winner. Falling into a tense silence at such a brazen challenge, the shocked warrior merely stared intently at the young man, clearly weighing all the possible risks of this dispute. With eyes wide in surprise, His Highness's loyal knights began begging the wayward prince to take back his audacious and utterly unacceptable words. Turning to the somber young woman, the chubby young man with a sword in his hands calmly asked Arwen for her opinion on the statement he had just heard. Even though she was merely an inexperienced apprentice, she proudly assured those present that the Knights of Leonberg, loyal to the royal family, would never show disrespect. However, if the prince himself graciously allows it, the fierce beauty will demand to claim her rightfully earned winnings from the wager. Suddenly bursting with a powerful crimson aura, the young man merely smiled sarcastically in response and approved of his rival's bold and resolute thinking. Warning that there was definitely no turning back after these words, the impetuous warrior instantly drew her blade, glowing with azure magic, ready for battle. Their swords clashed with a deafening roar as the plump young man confidently blocked the enraged girl's lightning-fast strike right in front of his face. Spinning sharply on the spot, the agile warrior performed an incredible backflip and unleashed a devastating wave of pure blue energy at her enemy. With a predatory glint in his bloodshot eyes, the young man smiled menacingly and prepared to show his opponent his true hidden potential. His blade came down hard and with surprising force, causing the stunned girl to let out a stifled pain cry from the intense pressure. Jerking sharply backward, the warrior, shaken to the core, barely managed to keep up with the incredibly swift movements of this strange, heavyset man. Spewing forth a colossal amount of furious energy, a huge crimson dragon suddenly coalesced behind the young man, terrifying everyone with its menacing aura. Like two bolts of lightning, the opponents flew off in different directions after yet another crushing collision, sending thick clouds of dust billowing into the air. Gritting her teeth in frustration and letting out a quiet groan, Arwen struggled to withstand the furious onslaught of the sword, which was covered in blazing red magic. Now a fair distance apart, the heavily breathing fighters froze in combat stances on the stone plaza and prepared for a new round. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, the warrior's eyes widened in fear as she suddenly realized the inevitability of her defeat. Swinging his sword furiously for the decisive blow, the young man, with a mad crimson gleam in his eyes, charges forward through streams of raging pink energy. Clashing rapidly in a furious duel, the two opponents bring their most powerful magical blades down upon one another, causing the air around them to literally explode with sparks. With a deafening roar, their incredible powers collide, generating a blinding flash and causing the very earth to tremble from the frenzied shockwave. Whistling through the air, the sword knocked from her hands spins against the backdrop of the sunset, marking the sudden and utterly lightning-fast conclusion of this epic battle. Collapsing helplessly to her knees right in the middle of the stone plaza, the defeated swordswoman submissively bows her head before her triumphant opponent, who is walking away into the distance. Frozen in shock at the sight before them, three young knights in armor-bearing lion crests can only silently gape in utter bewilderment and fear. Frowning at the unexpected outcome of the duel, the scarred man in his armor stares intently and in surprise off into the distance. Staring down at the ground in disbelief, the girl, breathing heavily from exhaustion, simply cannot believe the reality of such a crushing and swift defeat. Leaning confidently on his sword, which is stuck in the stone slabs, the victor calmly declares his complete triumph in this contest that was unequal and risky from the start. Standing helplessly on her knees in the middle of the courtyard before the towering prince, the defeated warrior can barely muster the strength to quietly call him by name. Smirking brazenly and narrowing his bright blue eyes, the blond young man openly relishes the moment of absolute superiority over his vanquished opponent. Frozen in tension under his intense gaze, the exhausted swordswoman listens to the sudden and rather bold statement with obvious disbelief and a hint of fear. Having been granted the prestigious position of personal royal guard to the first prince, the young man was worried about his charge's notorious reputation. but the reality turned out to be much simpler. With obvious skepticism in his voice, the spoiled heir to the throne decided to personally ask the newly arrived fighter whether he was indeed his new protector. Surprisingly, contrary to all the frightening rumors about the royal scion's wild tantrums, this plump young man merely nodded condescendingly at the newcomer. Immediately after their introduction, this strange prince dashed off somewhere, leaving the astonished guard to watch in silence as the royal figure fled. Completely baffled, the newly minted bodyguard watched the unpredictable young man disappear, realizing that all his previous notions about service were going to hell. In defiance of the terrible downpour that had begun, the stubborn, chubby fellow launched into a fierce training session right in the castle courtyard, mercilessly hacking at a dummy with a wooden sword. Disturbed by the terrible storm, the other soldiers began whispering anxiously to one another, urging that this madness be stopped before their master got completely soaked. Suddenly sensing mortal danger, the shocked defender screamed in terror at the top of his lungs, trying to warn the carried-away prince of the looming threat. A bright flash suddenly lit up the castle's rain-soaked courtyard as the stubborn fat man smashed the wooden training dummy to literal splinters with incredible force. With a broad, somewhat menacing smile, the young man was clearly overjoyed by the devastating result of his powerful blow. Completely dumbfounded by the spectacle before him, the stunned guard froze in place and stared at the formidable royal heir with eyes wide with shock. Watching this wild training session in the pouring rain, the loyal defender found himself with the strong feeling that this prince would grow up to be a great man. In a sudden change of scene, the unpredictable chubby boy unexpectedly approached the warrior kneeling before him and imperiously declared his desire to claim him for himself. Shocked by such an ambiguous statement, the other guards stared wide-eyed in fear, considering their master's whims to be utterly scandalous. Staring intently at the face of his extraordinary charge, the bewildered bodyguard began to seriously doubt whether he had been so terribly mistaken from the very beginning. Knocked off balance by the sudden shock, Arwen froze, a cry of genuine shock and bewilderment bursting from her chest. Jerking her head up sharply, the enraged warrior, her eyes ablaze, furiously shouted the question of whether the prince truly desired this. The prince, standing directly across from her, snorts, condescendingly, reminding the girl that right now she is nothing more than a helpless and inexperienced apprentice. With a brazen smirk and a sly squint, the mysterious young man suddenly decides to reveal his true hidden intentions, ones that will clearly surprise everyone around him. Suddenly holding her breath, a stunned Arwen freezes in place as the staggering words about her own incredible future potential reach her ears. Straightening his shoulders with confidence, the heir to the throne firmly declares to the sharp-tongued warrior that he desperately needs a loyal defender, one ready to follow him unconditionally. At such a bold statement, the noble knight shudders in fear, clearly not expecting to hear such a desperate speech from a royal figure. Against the backdrop of the courtyard bathed in the rays of the setting sun, the prince grandly sums up the situation, declaring his desire to have a personal bodyguard, for this candidate seems to him the ideal choice. Right before the surprised girl's eyes, a glowing game window pops up, confirming her hidden but incredibly powerful talent for fencing. Narrowing his bright blue eyes slyly, the young man smiles conspiratorially and utters the warrior's name, preparing to make her a wild proposal. Against the backdrop of a sunset ablaze with crimson hues, the heir to the throne loudly issues his command, causing a shocked Arwen to literally freeze in her tracks from the surprise. Recalling her past grueling training sessions, the warrior, lost in thought, mentally returns to those days when she was just honing her combat skills. Through the lens of others' memories, it is clearly visible how those around her whispered admiringly about her striking beauty and noble lineage. Eager to prove her true strength to everyone, the future defender trained twice as hard as the others, as the sparks from her strikes eloquently attest. Having easily defeated yet another opponent on the training ground, the swordswoman looms menacingly over the vanquished fighter, demonstrating her absolute superiority. Deafening applause erupted throughout the arena when the referee loudly declared Arwen Kurgane the undisputed winner of this grueling match. Even after easily defeating absolutely all the other students, the young swordswoman clearly had no intention of resting on her laurels. Moving swiftly across the training ground, the agile warrior repeatedly crushed experienced opponents with her lightning-fast and precise lunges. By demonstrating such incredible and astonishing results, the determined young woman convinced everyone present to sincerely believe in her unique talent. Arrogant rumors immediately began to spread that such a stunning beauty should be used only as a living ornament for true knights. However, behind her mask of outward calm lay a deep resentment toward an unjust environment, which had prevented her from officially obtaining the coveted title. Suddenly, a genuine sense of surprise flashed through her mind as she realized that this strange young man had seriously recognized her true potential as a future knight. Staring intently at the confident face of the young man standing before her, the stunned heroine desperately tried to understand just how sincere his unexpected intentions were. Standing in the middle of the vast training arena, surrounded by a handful of witnesses, the proud warrior suddenly decided to voice one important request to her distinguished guest. Looking the surprised prince straight in the eye, the resolute young woman firmly and without a shred of doubt asked him to treat her exclusively as a knight from now on. In exchange for such respect for her calling, the ambitious swordswoman promised to unquestioningly carry out any orders and sincerely follow His Highness's will. At that tense moment, their gazes met, electrifying the air around them and causing the heroes to mentally gauge the seriousness of each other's intentions. With a slight smirk on his face, the self-assured heir to the throne loudly voiced his consent, sealing this unexpected agreement with a formal promise. Sinking to one knee in the rays of the setting sun, the loyal warrior bowed before her new lord as a sign of the deepest respect. Smiling contentedly, the future ruler listened intently to the sacred words of the solemn oath of allegiance spoken by the eldest daughter of the House of Kirgain. Bowing in deep respect before the royal person, the brave warrior swears aloud to defend his lord with loyalty and faithfulness until his last breath. Silently observing the proceedings, the man merely frowns, hiding his true thoughts behind a mask of complete indifference and mild skepticism. Solemnly raising the heavy blade, the rightful heir to the throne loudly recites the sacred words of the ancient oath and officially knights the warrior. Placing the gleaming blade on the shoulder of the kneeling warrior, the rightful heir to the throne majestically recites the sacred text, officially acknowledging the new vassal's loyalty. As she takes the sacred oath, the young warrior humbly listens to the words of guidance on chivalric honor, valor, courtesy, and unwavering loyalty to her homeland. Witnessing this unexpected oath, the stunned onlookers freeze in place, awestruck by the grandeur of the scene unfolding right in the middle of the inner courtyard. Actively discussing the recent shocking news, the alarmed trio of friends frantically tries to come up with a way to annul the insane oath made because of a ridiculous bet. Spreading a wave of absurd rumors, onlookers whisper about a secret affair and a suspicious relationship with the prince. Clutching his hair in utter shock, the chubby young man screams furiously, genuinely unable to comprehend whether everyone really considers him the main villain. Clenching his fists in helpless rage and resentment, the enraged blonde continues to rage, lamenting that, in the eyes of those around him, he has become the scum of society. Sadly looking away, the noble knight maintains a heavy silence, clearly empathizing with his friend but unsure of what words might comfort him in such a situation. Slightly taken aback by the abrupt change of subject, the agitated young man looks up in surprise when his companion suddenly decides to remind him of an important conversation. Calmly recalling recent events, the warrior tries to make him remember their serious conversation on the day of the final duel. Surfacing in his memory as a vivid flashback, the arrogant words about not wanting an ordinary puppet by his side make the poor fat man swallow nervously at the unexpected realization. Wanting to clarify the situation once and for all, the swordsman bluntly states that a simple royal decree could at any moment deprive him of his loyal defender and ruin all his plans. Smiling broadly and clearly amused by the situation, the golden-haired prince condescendingly suggests that Karl take the sacred oath of allegiance some other time. Slightly flustered, the knight asks sheepishly whether the prince would accept his oath if he decided to take it right now. Instantly turning serious and turning away sharply, the arrogant royal scion delivers the harshest and most categorical refusal possible. Literally stunning the knight with his icy gaze, the young man cynically adds that there is absolutely no joy in training such a subordinate. Laughing loudly in response to such a bold statement, the seasoned warrior tries to turn it into a joke and diffuse the sudden tension. Burning the other man with a completely cold, calculating gaze from under his brows, the young man frowns in displeasure and firmly declares that he is in no mood for jokes right now. Carefully poring over the text of the official royal decree, the frightened hero suddenly discovers the news of his early release. Nervously scratching the back of his head, and in a state of complete shock, the bewildered prince frantically tries to figure out why his strict probation period was lifted, a full month and a half early. Recalling the king's past threats to lock him away forever in a remote palace and never see him again, the frightened young man angrily ponders the king's true motives. Sincerely unable to understand such a strange decision, the surprised maid asks directly whether her master isn't at all happy about his sudden freedom. Sighing resignedly and showing complete indifference to what is happening, the young man quietly mutters that no one is waiting for him out there anyway, and he has nowhere to go. Having accidentally stumbled upon some important document among the official papers, the pretty young woman instantly turns pale with fear and gasps in surprise. Politely apologizing for her carelessness, the flustered maid hurriedly informs the young man of a mysterious message that has arrived specifically for him. Instantly on guard at such unexpected words, the young man asks her to repeat herself skeptically, trying to grasp the hidden meaning of this news. Holding out a beautiful sealed envelope with trembling hands, the maid confirms her words and reveals a lavish royal invitation. Puzzled, the prince examines the luxurious personalized card in his hands, and with obvious bewilderment, reads aloud the strange name of the mysterious organization for the highest nobility. Slightly taken aback by the maid's unexpected words, the young man's eyes widen sharply, and he is genuinely surprised by the fact of his personal membership in this dubious social gathering. Noticing the obvious confusion on the young man's face, the girl begins to get very anxious, frantically clutching the hem of her dress and stammering hesitantly in response to his direct question. Mentally delving into recent memories, the maid imagines the typical drunken parties of the spoiled aristocracy, whose absurd tastes seem utterly wild to her. Irritated, he brushes off the silly invitation and decides to devote himself entirely to grueling training and not waste precious time on pointless debauchery. Suddenly realizing some very important detail, the young man freezes in place from the sudden shock, and his gaze instantly turns icy. On the back of the invitation card is a flowery personal signature from his eternal and devoted friend Bernardo, a member of the ancient noble Eli family. As he carefully studied the sender's name, the surprised young man's expression changed instantly, and he asked the maid in confusion about that surname. From the depths of his memory, a grim story suddenly surfaces about an influential clan that once fought desperately for the heart of Mana and was completely ruined a century ago. Abruptly changing his initial decision because of this new lead, the young man confidently declares his intention to go to the meeting, while the obedient maid goes to pack his things. Frowning deeply and clenching the mysterious message tightly in his fist, the determined prince silently hopes that this ancient lineage has not yet completely died out. After 4 long months of rigorous training to shed the excess weight from the former rogue prince's body, an enthusiastic tailor presents the hero with his finished outfit. Meticulously following the king's precise instructions, the master crafted a simple suit in pure black with a minimal amount of ornate embellishments. Despite the extreme simplicity and minimalism of the new outfit's design, the young man looks incredibly majestic, stately, and truly luxurious in it. As he examines his new reflection in the huge mirror, the pleasantly surprised young man listens to the tailor's exclamations that his previous measurements have been cut in half. Having received yet another prestigious commission to tailor a formal suit for the upcoming palace banquet, the man, beaming with happiness, promises to begin work immediately. With a sly smile, the young prince declares that by the appointed time, his physical measurements and clothing sizes will definitely change for the better. Immediately after his probationary period is officially lifted, the hero sets off in a luxurious carriage to a gathering at that insufferable high society club for the nobility. Accompanying the royal carriage is a stern and silent knight in heavy armor, bearing the image of a golden lion, sitting confidently atop a chestnut horse. Slumped in the soft seat, the young man remarks with exasperation and a laugh just how tiresome and exhausting his current royal title is. Sighing irritably, the young man complains about the stifling atmosphere around him, for he is wildly annoyed by these pretentious clothes, the carriage, and the constant surveillance of his personal guard. Suddenly taking a closer look at the female passenger sitting across from him, the weary aristocrat raises his eyebrows in surprise and abruptly fixes his gaze on her. Visibly unnerved by this sudden piercing gaze, the frightened girl timidly clutched the fabric over her chest and froze in place. Without a hint of shyness, The straightforward young man unceremoniously points to her neck and suddenly asks a rather blunt question about the origin of the strange scar. Lowering her head guiltily, the frightened maid quietly explains herself to the prince, attributing it to a past mistake and her own foolish behavior. Recalling the wild antics of this body's former owner, the time traveler realizes in shock just how many terrifying stories and scandals are hidden in this brazen woman's biography. Suddenly realizing the scale of the problem, the young man catches himself thinking that he sees this poor girl every single day, yet still has no idea what her name is. Folding his arms across his chest, the pretentious aristocrat decides to break the awkward silence in the carriage, and rather sharply demands that the woman sitting across from him state her name. Stuttering slightly out of fear, the modest fellow traveler timidly introduces herself as Adelia Byron, which greatly surprises her high-ranking opponent. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the young man tries to recall at least something about this impoverished family, which barely makes the official list of the nobility. Transporting himself mentally to ancient times, the hero recalls the legendary era when there were no cities on the continent yet and other races existed. Plunging into those wild and primitive times long ago, the weak human race suffered utterly helplessly from constant, brutal raids by monsters and the chaos that reigned. Finally, in the midst of this endless nightmare, brave heroes emerged who were able to put an end, once and for all, to the tragic history of the race's extermination in the Great War. Thanks to their incredible feat, humans were given the chance to become the dominant species on the continent, and the grateful people respectfully dubbed their saviors the Five Chosen Ones. Standing out vividly among this legendary quintet of brave warriors, one special and highly charismatic hero strode confidently toward his new grand destiny. Grinning defiantly in the face of mortal danger, this mysterious fighter was clearly plotting some kind of incredibly cool but insanely risky adventure. Raising his gleaming sword menacingly before the decisive battle, the brave leader suddenly addressed his mighty enemies with a rather unexpected question. Standing proudly before a massive horde of ferocious monsters, the fearless warrior suddenly suggested they consider their future plans once this confrontation was over. Staring piercingly and intently at his opponents, the mysterious figure prepared to deliver a lightning-fast strike. Thundering deafeningly and suddenly throughout the entire area, a massive explosion of primordial energy marked the beginning of the most ferocious and uncompromising clash. Leaping high into the air with speed and fearlessness, the brave knight attacked the giant leader of the enemy army directly from midair. By defeating the mighty king of the giants with lightning speed and devastating force, this man finally brought an end to a long and dark era of brutal exploitation of humanity. With an incredibly skillful and graceful swing of her flaming blade, the magnificent swordsman struck a dramatic pose against the backdrop of her defeated and stunned enemy. Standing tall and majestic after her great victory, this fearless warrior made history. With a sigh of relief and slight exhaustion, the warrior, wounded in fierce battles, stood motionless with obvious satisfaction in the midst of the quieting field of the recent epic battle. Towering alone and majestically over the mountains of slain monsters, the brave warrior forced the remnants of the once formidable enemy army to retreat in panic. Glowing with a bright golden fire, the fierce eyes of the brave warrior suddenly flare up in the darkness, heralding the start of an uncompromising battle. Launching a powerful attack against a massive foe, the enraged girl unleashes all her fury with a scream upon the monsters who dared to return to her homeland in search of easy plunder. Swiftly slicing through the air with her gleaming blade, the heroine continues to hurl loud curses at the vile creatures that have lost all semblance of humanity. Screaming loudly in frenzied righteous fury, the brave warrior pours her last ounce of strength into a mad cry, demanding an end to the cowardly bastards around her. Gripping the hilt of a magnificent sword set with a magical blue stone tightly between her fingers, she resolutely prepares to deliver the final crushing blow. Painfully covering his ears with his hands against this unbearable screech, Adrian grimaces in irritation, for such filthy brawls inspire nothing but revulsion in him. Watching this strange spectacle from the sidelines in surprise, he suddenly begins to realize who this descendant of a legendary lineage truly is. Pressing her slender hand to her chest in agitation, the girl genuinely doesn't understand what caused such a reaction from the prince. Startled by an unexpected knock, the blond man, lost in his thoughts, is abruptly drawn to the voice outside the door announcing the carriage's arrival at the appointed place. Peering respectfully into the luxurious carriage, the stately knight politely addresses his high-ranking master. Hurrying out into the open air, the disgruntled prince finally leaves the stuffy carriage, glad that the moment is perfect for ending the exhausting journey. Coming to a sudden stop right in front of the entrance, he stands confidently on the cobblestone pavement, ready to immediately deal with all the important matters that have piled up. The sullen young man tosses a brief remark to the maid about postponing their conversation as he walks by, clearly unwilling to waste precious time right now. Completely bewildered by the chaos unfolding around her, the frightened poor girl can only silently watch her master walk away. Smiling joyfully from ear to ear at the sight of the long-awaited guest, the young man standing in the doorway cheerfully shouts out a formal greeting to the young prince. Bowing respectfully in an elegant curtsy, the young man from the noble Eli family politely greeted Prince Adrian Leonberg after a long separation. Smiling cheerfully, the sycophantic fellow continued to shower him with compliments, while the prince himself merely eyed him skeptically, mentally calling him a brazen punk. Feigning concern for the other man's suffering, the guest pointedly remarked on his extreme thinness, causing him to tense up for a moment at such an obvious dig. Smirking defiantly to himself, the hero's expression suddenly changed, and he narrowed his eyes slyly, clearly plotting some cunning counterplay against the hypocrite. Fidgeting nervously, the young man immediately tried to smooth over the awkwardness and asked with concern whether his silence was due to feeling unwell. With an ominous smirk, the prince gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder and meaningfully promised that thanks to his visit, the day would turn out to be incredibly fun. Completely bewildered by the royal lady's sudden change of mood, the stunned aristocrat froze in place with a silent question and a dumbfounded expression on his face. Laughing loudly with their friends, the guys were telling racy stories about a certain prude who had shamelessly hiked up her skirt right in public. Gently patting his companion on the shoulder, the boastful nobleman reveled in the female attention and continued to crack jokes, lazily sipping expensive alcohol. This entire arrogant group of rich kids sprawled out on luxurious sofas in the middle of the lavishly decorated hall. Suddenly sensing something was amiss, the cunning schemer caught a glimpse of something strange out of the corner of his eye and instantly lost all his ostentatious swagger. Sitting mysteriously silent at the head of the table, the transformed prince elegantly swirled a glass of crimson wine, radiating a completely different, frighteningly powerful aura. Jumping abruptly from his seat, one of the tipsy guests unceremoniously broke the silence and strode confidently straight toward the royal figure. Grinning drunkenly and breaking into a feigned, deferential smile, the heated young man spoke in a familiar, chummy tone about the latest rumors that had reached him. Winking slyly, this insolent fellow shamelessly mentioned aloud the gossip about how a high-born heir had allegedly plucked a flower from the formidable iron lion. Silently and clearly holding back his rising rage, the prince listens to the drunken nobleman's ravings. Slumped on the sofa with a glass of red wine, the tipsy guest laments aloud that he didn't bind that very warrior in armor with a vow of loyalty in time. Grinning lewdly and completely unable to control his tongue due to the alcohol he's consumed, the insolent man begins to fantasize aloud about the lady's hidden charms. Suddenly interrupting this vile monologue with an icy tone, the blond man asks the scoundrel if he has any sisters, leaving him genuinely bewildered by the question. Upon learning with a chuckle from his surprised tablemate that the chatty fool has only a younger brother, the hero breathes a sigh of relief. Springing to his feet swiftly and without a word, the enraged young man puts all his strength into a powerful right hook that flies straight into the offender's face. With a deafening crack as it collides with the blond man's fist, the insolent nobleman's jaw snaps, sending the gossipmonger into a deep and painful knockout. The sudden and crushing blow literally knocks him off his feet, causing him to choke on his own arrogance from the surprise. Crashing to the floor strewn with shards of an expensive goblet, the defeated, insolent man looks up in fear at his stately and menacing assailant. Completely dumbfounded by the audacious physical assault they've witnessed, the shocked crowd of aristocrats freezes in horror, afraid to let out even a single awkward sigh. With obvious bewilderment and growing unease, a young man watches the madness unfolding, clearly not expecting such a sudden turn of events. With a sinister and mocking smirk on his face, Adrian utters venomous words about what a relief it is that another noble lineage will now certainly not be cut short. With unprecedented cruelty, the ruthless fighter spins around for a new attack and forcefully stomps his heavy boot right on the genitals of the enemy, moaning on the floor. A desperate, piercing scream of pain echoes through the lavish hall, while the terrified guests continue to watch, spellbound, as the nobleman is brutally punished. With blood-chilling fury burning in his eyes, the hero declares his will to those present, stripping the defeated enemy of his status as heir in favor of his younger brother. Raising his fist against a backdrop of crimson rays of rage, Adrian, with a soul-chilling gaze, prepares to teach the insolent fat man a lesson. With a sweeping motion, he lands a powerful right hook squarely on his opponent's jaw, causing his teeth to rattle amid the deafening sound of the blow. Shocked by the sudden outburst of violence, the onlookers standing behind him freeze in place, struck dumb with horror. The bystanders can only exchange bewildered glances as the hollow, cracking echo of this incredibly audacious royal slap reverberates through the hall. Grasping his defeated enemy roughly by the collar of his expensive satin suit, the enraged prince cuts short his pathetic attempt to escape with a swift movement of his hand. Sincerely bewildered by the madness unfolding before him, the battered nobleman, with traces of blood on his swollen cheek, screams in fear and begs for his life. Her eyes widening in fear at the realization of her own helplessness, the young aristocrat submissively falls silent when ordered to listen carefully to every word. His mad blue eyes flashing, the young gentleman declares in an icy tone that he is willing to endure slanderous rumors about himself, but will never allow anyone to wipe their feet on him. With a wild scream of rage, the young man, in a fit of madness, lands a powerful right hook straight to the insolent man's jaw, demanding more for this wretch. Like a true fighter in the middle of a luxurious hall, the blond man freezes in a fighting stance over his defeated opponent, who was knocked to the floor by the previous blow. Visibly shocked and with fear rising in their throats, the elite crowd gathered in the room watches the young man, who simply lowered his head in silence after his audacious outburst. Deeply knocked out and with a bloodied face, the defeated bully now lies sprawled on the carpet, completely unconscious from the unexpected slap that landed on him. Falling to his knees right in front of the victor, the pale young man stammers in fear and meekly acknowledges the prince's unquestionable greatness. With a sinister and terrifying smirk on his face, the crazed blonde ominously reminds everyone present of his earlier words that the day promises to be a lot of fun. Completely bewildered by the nightmare unfolding before him, the poor fellow, trembling with fear, tries to figure out what on earth could have caused this deranged psychopath to suddenly fly into such a rage. Towering arrogantly over the young man on his knees, the prince imperiously orders him to go and immediately summon the royal knights. Jumping abruptly to his feet from the floor, the young man, terrified out of his wits, shouts at the top of his lungs that he is ready to unquestioningly carry out any order from his leader. Under the watchful gaze of a crowd of stunned guests, the poor fellow flees in terror at top speed from this huge, luxurious hall. Turning abruptly and unexpectedly toward the people frozen in place, Adrian, his face bloodied, causes the entire crowd to flinch convulsively. Casting an indifferent glance at the gathered aristocrats, the heir orders all the women present to leave in no uncertain terms. Swallowing hard as panic sets in, one of the young men remaining in the hall glances sideways in complete silence, trying to assess the level of danger. Cautiously and slowly backing away on wobbly legs, the frightened young man tries to slip away quietly along with the girls leaving the room. In a blood-chilling whisper, the blond man sharply rebukes the coward, menacingly reminding him that his order to leave the room applied exclusively to females. With an ominous smirk, Adrian issues a harsh ultimatum and threatens his terrified opponent with an extremely shameful and humiliating fate should he attempt to flee. Those around him freeze in panic as the hero is enveloped in a menacing dark aura, completely controlling the situation and making his enemies tremble with fear. Striding slowly and confidently through the luxurious hall, the young man begins to methodically list all the accumulated sins of the arrogant group, which has clearly crossed the line. A recent memory surfaces of these arrogant aristocrats brazenly guzzling alcohol, completely disregarding any rules of decorum and royal etiquette. A drunk and smug nobleman openly mocked another status at the time, not even suspecting what catastrophic consequences his loose tongue would bring. Struggling to contain his rage at the memory of the insult to his loyal knight, the prince casts a chilling glance at the culprits, one that promises nothing good. Turning his back on his stunned offenders, the majestic young man coolly asks his subordinates which articles of the law can be applied to these wretches. The doors to the hall swing open with a loud crash, signaling the arrival of armed guards ready to punish the insolent men for their utterly unforgivable disrespect toward the ruling dynasty. Pale with terror, the now sober friends begin to realize what a terrible predicament they've gotten themselves into because of their foolish arrogance. With his armor gleaming menacingly, the arriving knight announces for all to hear that such insults to the royal family are officially considered treason. Standing confidently at the head of his loyal guards, the charismatic blonde is determined to teach the arrogant nobles a lesson by force and make them face the full severity of the law. Smiling smugly and menacingly, the mad genius is clearly relishing his moment of triumph, for his cunning plan for revenge has worked perfectly without a single hitch. Shocked witnesses from among the nobility watch the events unfold in fear, realizing that absolutely everyone present in the room could now be caught up in the fallout. A short time later, the prince is standing in the middle of the vast throne room, where he is immediately accused of causing a massive scandal. Shouting furiously from his throne, the enraged ruler berates the young man for the arrest of 14 noble children on the most sensational and absurd charges, including treason. Frowning menacingly, the stern king calls his defiant son to account for his extremely reckless and dangerous act. Sighing heavily in despair, the ruler laments the inevitable brutal pressure and serious rebellion from the 14 clans. Smirking slyly in response to his father's fears, the self-assured young prince displays absolute calm and a complete denial of the reality of this threat. Mocking the captives derisively, the young man assures the bewildered monarch that the arrested fools are nothing but a worthless rabble bringing shame upon the family. Smiling broadly at his own cleverness, the resourceful young man suddenly proposes to solve this problem with a single, simple, yet very cunning official letter. Asking in surprise about the mysterious recipient, the intrigued monarch tries to unravel his son's secret plan, which hints at internal family feuds. With a sly, malicious grin, the brilliant strategist finally lays his cards on the table and proposes setting these scoundrels against their own ambitious brothers and envious sisters. Falling silent for a moment in puzzlement, the majestic monarch can find no compelling arguments against the cunning and flawless plan that has been laid out. Briefly ordering him to leave immediately, the weary ruler dismisses the satisfied young man, who cheerfully and jokingly agrees to leave the throne room. Smiling cheerfully and broadly, the prince, having returned to the palace, gently asks the frightened maid not to worry at all. Trembling violently with sheer terror, the girl, with tears in her eyes, tries to find out the reason for her master's sudden anger. Silently and very intently studying the maid, the quick-witted young man realizes that the arrested scoundrel had managed to torment the poor girl quite a bit. Clutching her dress in fear, the modest commoner recalls her humble family, which had managed with great difficulty to make it onto the coveted list of the nobility. By completely erasing their glorious past from memory, this cruel history has forever deprived their direct descendants of any mention of their once glorious lineage. By ruthlessly destroying their ancient heritage, treacherous enemies have permanently cut off the transmission of the clan's unique and unrivaled martial art. With an arrogant smirk, the young man mentally mocks the other's great prestige and wounded pride, clearly plotting something. Trembling pitifully with fear of him, the young 17-year-old maid Adelia has no idea what terrifying combat talents he possesses. Suddenly realizing the full danger of the situation, the prince turns pale with fear and mentally begs time to stop so he can better think through this insane turn of events. Transforming into a bloodthirsty butcher and a deranged maniac right on the battlefield, this sweet young woman in armor instantly loses her mind at the mere sight of blood. While remaining a gentle, caring, and passive maid in her everyday life, she combines absolute submissiveness with the potential of a ruthless monster. Nervously clutching his head in shock, the hero panics at the girl's incredible talent, for she lacks even the slightest ability to control her madness. Looking puzzled at the bewildered maid, the young prince seriously wonders whether it's even worth unleashing such an uncontrollable weapon into this fragile world. Sighing heavily in the middle of the luxurious room, the young man frantically searches for even the slightest clue that might help him rein in the young maid's hidden and uncontrollable rage. Narrowing his eyes grimly, Adrian nevertheless decides to take a risk and use a cunning trick, since he simply has no other way to deal with this problem. Capitalizing on her servile mindset, he realizes that the girl's sincere joy in faithfully serving her master will be the perfect key to controlling her. Suddenly breaking the silence, the young prince addresses Adelia, who is frozen in astonishment, and in an icy tone demands that she swear an oath to him immediately. Flustered by such intensity, the frightened maid blinks her huge eyes in confusion and timidly tries to clarify the true meaning of these strange words. Looming menacingly over her, the self-assured blonde man directly orders the girl to become his personal knight and swear her loyalty right here and now. Instantly collapsing to her knees in utter shock, the maid begins to stammer desperately that such a great honor is certainly beyond the reach of an ordinary modest girl. Staring wide-eyed in shock at the unexpected declaration, she freezes in place while the prince promises to personally take full responsibility for her family. In the dim light of the luxurious hall, the prince gazes coldly at the girl kneeling before him, issuing her a harsh, ultimatum-like demand for eternal submission. Her amber eyes widening in astonishment and sudden fear, the frightened poor girl freezes as the gentleman promises to personally rein in the madness raging within her soul. A ringing silence hangs in the vast room as the maid asks hopefully whether her noble savior is truly prepared to take her family under his wing. Illuminating the gloomy room with a sudden smile of relief, the revived poor girl rejoices wildly at her patron's promise to transport her family to the capital. Folding her trembling hands before her in a humble gesture of prayer, the eldest daughter of an ancient lineage solemnly swears unwavering loyalty to the crown prince. Fixing the kneeling subject with an icy and utterly impenetrable gaze, Adrian silently accepts this oath of absolute devotion for the rest of her life. Slowly extending his hand forward, the prince condescendingly places his hand on the head of his new subordinate, compelling her to obey his orders unquestioningly. Bowing her head under the weight of his hand, the maid promises to carry out any and all of her master's orders, even the most outrageous ones. Blushing bright red, the shy girl trembles with awe beneath her master's warm hand and smiles happily at her new future. Turning his gloomy face away, the young man, suddenly doubting his own actions, ponders the rightness of this choice with anxiety and hidden fear. Against a backdrop of gloomy, thorny thickets, the warrior in heavy armor looks like a slave to sordid rumors about how a treacherous prince forcibly wrested a vow from her. Shrouded in an ominous blue twilight, the aristocrat nervously bites his nails before the crowd, recalling the brutal beatings and sudden arrests of noble children. Bowing her head in a prayerful gesture, the fragile maid becomes the subject of sordid rumors about the creation of a secret harem in the palace. Resting his chin on his hands and staring sullenly straight ahead, the disgruntled young man ponders with irritation the reasons for such abrupt and intrusive attention. Seated on a luxurious throne under the protection of a loyal knight, the ruler, lost in his thoughts, genuinely fails to understand the public outcry over what was, to him, a routine decision. The enraged king furiously reprimands those responsible for the chaos, genuinely bewildered as to how anyone could shamelessly amuse themselves with women at such a critical moment. The stern man is clearly disappointed that an important wager was completely lost because of this ridiculous obsession. The guy, grinning slyly, openly mocks him, declaring that appointing an ordinary maid to the prestigious position of knight is entirely in keeping with his foolish style. Sitting in his chair, Adrian genuinely doesn't understand how malicious gossip manages to spread throughout the kingdom at such a breakneck speed. The sudden arrival of the stern queen causes the young man to jump in his seat in fright at the surprise and cry out, as the visit clearly ruins his plans for a peaceful rest of the day. The majestic ruler sternly declares to the now silent prince that his recent questionable antics clearly prove he has reverted to his old ways. Suddenly, a sly half-smile appears on the woman's face as she decides that this scandalous situation is actually working out incredibly well for her. The shocked blonde man freezes in his tracks when his mother flatly declares that a quick marriage and the choice of a wife will finally force him to stop his wandering ways. The enraged woman shouts loudly, categorically demanding that he trust his mother and promising to personally find him the perfect match for marriage. Spinning around abruptly, the enraged queen proudly storms out of the room, leaving the utterly bewildered young man completely alone and in a state of deep shock. The flustered maid blinks in fear, timidly asking if she can now by some miracle use magical mana. The prince, smiling slightly, confirms her suspicions, stating that this is a very specific, rare, and incredibly powerful type of magical power. With a dramatic gesture, the focused prince extends his hand forward, concentrating powerful clusters of bright blue energy at his fingertips. In his mind, the young man reflects on the great Marquis of the Sword, whose glorious name the rest of the world has somehow managed to completely forget, while mysterious magic envelops the astonished girl. Enveloped in a bright, mystical flame, the figure of the legendary warrior comes to life in his memories, reminding him of the blade's incredible dancing movements. Suddenly enveloping the girl in a powerful golden glow, the majestic silhouette of the knight behind her froze menacingly and gripped her fragile shoulders tightly with his hands. Through flashes of blinding energy, the mysterious face of a spirit emerged, fixing its gaze directly on the frightened heroine, whose eyes were wide open. At that very moment, right in the stunned maid's chest, the frenzied, incredibly fierce beating of her very life began, generating a bright cluster of pure magic within her. Helplessly frozen in the deep armchair, poor Adelia felt, for the first time in her life, an incredible surge of ancient, otherworldly mana coursing through her entire body. Watching the process somberly, the prince received confirmation from a pop-up system interface that the energy had been successfully anchored within his ward. As if from a severe shock, the startled girl's pupils narrowed sharply the very second the magical system announced to the world the complete formation of the mana core. Pressing her trembling hands to her chest in utter shock, the astonished heroine stared blankly into space, still unable to fully believe the reality of the power she had gained. Revealing the secrets of supreme mastery, the mentor explained the essence of forging a magical heart and instructed her to diligently practice this skill whenever she had a free moment. Suddenly staggered by overwhelming fatigue, the young man nearly collapsed right in front of the maid, who was paralyzed by surprise, causing her to scream wildly. Breathing heavily and clenching his fists convulsively in frustration, the exhausted prince marveled inwardly at just how exhausting it had been to create a single core. Shaking off the unnecessary panic, the weary mentor muttered quietly in response to his young protege's timid question, which was full of genuine bewilderment. Coldly and indifferently tossing out a short phrase as a final remark, the gentleman hurried to usher the bewildered girl out the door of this spacious room. Turning around right at the exit, the surprised young man suddenly noticed a strange, intense gaze fixed on him, and with genuine bewilderment asked what it meant. Bowing sharply in a deep and devoted bow, the heroine, shaken to the core and with tears in her eyes, vowed aloud to serve him faithfully until the end of her days. With a barely noticeable and very pleased smirk, the prince condescendingly accepted this oath and imperiously reminded his devoted servant who her master now was. Nodding joyfully in response to what she had heard, the girl was practically glowing with the happiness that had washed over her. Walking away with a mysterious smirk on his face, Adrian was clearly plotting something grand and a little frightening. Suddenly coming to a halt right behind him, with a wild gleam in her eyes, the girl made the young man quite nervous. A few days later, a stately knight entered the luxurious room to personally report important news to the prince. In a serious tone, the guard reported the arrest of Bernardo Eli, whom the royal guard had imprisoned pending the start of his formal trial. Slightly flustered by what he'd heard, the young prince nervously asked if he too would have to drag himself to that ridiculous hearing. Listening to her master grumble about making a mountain out of a molehill, the devoted maid Adelia quietly wiped down an expensive vase nearby. Startled by the prince's unexpected question about her well-being, the poor girl stared at him in fear and complete bewilderment. After listening carefully to Adelia's reply, the prince lazily asked her if her heart, wounded by mana, had fully healed. Satisfied with the maid's brief nod, the young man abruptly rose from his chair and sternly ordered her to begin training starting that very day. With a cheeky wink at the bewildered girl, the self-assured heir to the throne ordered her to change her clothes as quickly as possible and rush to the training grounds immediately. After demanding that she toss the dirty rag right onto the floor, the stern young man reminded the frightened maid that from now on she bore the proud title of knight. Finding himself on the spacious open-air training ground, the young man began to diligently stretch his stiff muscles before the start of practice. Hearing someone's displeased and menacing exclamation behind him, the young prince turned around in surprise and froze in a rather comical fighting stance. After grumbling irritably in response to the stern man's remark, the young man immediately realized that the complaint wasn't directed at him. Shuffling her feet eagerly across the stone pavement, the breathless girl in light armor runs forward with all her might while people are actively discussing her. Yawning indifferently and slightly closing his eyes, the young man suddenly declares his firm intention to make this girl a true knight. Furrowing his brows fiercely, the stern man begins to protest loudly, genuinely unable to understand whether this honorable title has truly become a trifle. Waving his arms angrily and pulling a disgruntled face, the young prince becomes wildly irritated at having to stick his nose into other people's business. Turning his back on his opponent, the defiant blonde fires off a cutting remark on the fly, genuinely puzzled as to why the other guy keeps showing up at this training session. Breathing heavily and on the verge of collapsing from sheer exhaustion, the exhausted heroine drops to her knees, inwardly rejoicing that she has finally managed to complete the 10th lap. Exchanging sullen glances, the two guys fall silent for a moment while the warrior, exhausted to the point of death, tries to catch her breath right at their feet. Stammering nervously and timidly clenching her fists in shame, the servant meekly apologizes for the mess she's made, but is immediately handed a wooden training sword. With a sly smile and a firmer grip on the weapon's hilt, the instructor tells his student that today they will focus solely on the basic stance. Making a swift, sharp lunge forward, the experienced swordsman clearly demonstrates the correct movements. Her eyes widening in surprise at the spectacle before her, the flustered girl grips her training sword tightly, obediently preparing to repeat this lightning-fast move. With her feet awkwardly positioned and trembling comically from the intense strain, the embarrassed warrior tries to assume the correct stance under the prince's watchful gaze. Suddenly fixing her gaze on the target, the heroine concentrates all her inner strength, causing her right eye to begin glowing with a bright flame. Sharply slicing through the air with her heavy blade, the focused girl executes a powerful swing, creating a veritable storm of wind energy around herself. Planting her foot firmly on the stone slabs of the training ground, the determined student stabilizes her stance to maintain her balance after the lunge. Visibly tense at the sight before him, the instructor's expression changes abruptly due to an unexpected and deeply troubling revelation. Completely stunned by the girl's lightning-fast success, the prince frantically tries to figure out how she managed to replicate such a complex movement on her very first try. Shifting uncertainly from foot to foot under the young man's intense gaze, the young warrior with a wooden sword quietly asks if she's assuming the correct stance. Suddenly realizing the scale of the potential threat to his authority, the frightened young man panics inwardly, for his talented rival could outdo him at any moment. Recalling the former tyrannical prince's horrific abuse of the unfortunate maid, the hero begins to seriously fear for his own life in the event of her decisive triumph. Suddenly casting aside all her former fears to demonstrate her strength, the girl makes a swift lunge and instantly presses a sharp blade to the prince's throat. Listening warily for strange sounds, the pensive blonde man abruptly turns his head to the side and tries to figure out the cause of the sudden noise. Smiling slyly into his fist with obvious pleasure, the experienced commander mentally marvels at his new student's incredible combat potential and natural talent. Abruptly interrupting the dangerous duel and unceremoniously grabbing the blonde man by the shoulder, the knight sternly inquires about the motives behind his insolent behavior. Grinning maliciously and clenching his fists in the rage overwhelming him, the young prince openly demands that the commander not even think about taking the talented girl for himself. Smirking brazenly in response to such an aggressive outburst from his student, the seasoned mentor asks ironically what exactly the young man has to offer her. Reminding him pointedly of his complete lack of real combat experience, the man bluntly calls the young man nothing more than a green novice with a sword in his hands. Literally overwhelming his opponent with his powerful and intimidating aura, the self-assured knight bluntly states that the girl is clearly too much for the young man to handle. Gritting his teeth painfully under the fierce pressure of the stranger's energy, the exhausted young man struggles to hold back his surging emotions and tries not to fall. Completely overcoming his weakness and standing tall in defiance of his enemies, the stubborn blonde resolves to prove that the former cowardly prince is a thing of the past. Resolutely declaring that he is nothing like his weak predecessor, the young man prepares himself inwardly to back up this sudden audacity with action. The fierce blue flame that flares up around him instantly fills the entire space, vividly demonstrating the awakening of an incredibly terrifying power. Finally enraged, the blonde man grandly proclaims his indisputable right to the girl and begins to summon the power of ancient, merciless monsters. Boasting wildly about past victories, the spirit of the warrior who once drank the blood of the king of giants and the mad dragon begins to gradually take control of his body. A system notification that suddenly appears dryly reports that a part of the legendary ancestor's soul has finally materialized in response to the powerful summons. Transformed right before their eyes, the hero's eyes, now bloodshot, glint menacingly, and he is enveloped in an ominous crimson aura of colossal destructive power. Noticing such a drastic transformation, the man breaks out in a cold sweat at the realization of just how dangerous the opponent standing before him has become. Boldly closing the distance, the young man, engulfed in a menacing flame, takes a confident step forward and imperiously begins his bombastic speech about his rights. Shouting the final word loudly right in the face of his stunned opponent, the newly emerged leader definitively asserts his claim to this girl. Gritting his teeth as he menacingly mutters words of his intense hatred for thieves, the aggressive blonde man completely intimidates his opponent. Silently stepping back, the man decides not to tempt fate any further and wisely ends the argument. With a frenzied final flash in his eyes, the protagonist suddenly begins to plunge rapidly into some strange mental space. Resignedly acknowledging his complete powerlessness in the face of the overwhelming spell, the young man suddenly realizes that his usual perception of reality is beginning to fade rapidly. Slowly sinking into a mysterious dark abyss, the young man finally loses all connection with his body and ceases to feel even the slightest signs of life. As he sinks into a chilling and hopeless abyss, the prince realizes the utter hopelessness of his situation and perceives what is happening around him as a bad omen. A gigantic enchanted blade hovers menacingly before him, shrouded in violet flashes of pure dark energy and a terrifying crimson glow. Losing control completely, the hero clutches his clothes frantically as eerie otherworldly hands reach for him from the darkness. Suddenly, this nightmarish process is interrupted by a commanding, booming voice that literally orders the unknown forces to stop. Instantly awakening, the young man, shrouded in powerful streams of magic, realizes with obvious relief that the dangerous ritual of absorption has finally come to an end. Shrouded in a frightening blue aura of mysterious energy, the young man reaches for his sword and prepares to reveal his true hidden power to the world. Finding himself on the training grounds of a majestic castle, he freezes before the enormous figure of a knight who suddenly approaches him. Suddenly speaking of the harsh realities of military life, the man notes that even the most ordinary warrior is capable of saving a dozen ordinary soldiers. Continuing his impassioned speech loudly and emotionally, the experienced commander asserts that an outstanding fighter can save the lives of as many as 100. Gazing at the young female knight with hope and a slight tremor of excitement, the seasoned tactician speculates that this gifted individual is capable of saving thousands of people. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin and looking on with a skeptical smirk, the prince tries to understand whether she is driven by true conviction. Pondering grandly against the backdrop of a majestic snow-covered fortress, the stern commander of the Northern Front wonders about her great mission. Abruptly cutting off all this high-flown rhetoric and turning with a bored expression toward the stunned man, the insolent young man declares that he couldn't care less. Sincerely outraged by such insolent behavior, the noble count tries to bring the young man to his senses and reminds him that this warrior is capable of saving countless lives. With her hand pressed devotedly to her chest and her gaze fixed resolutely ahead, the brave young woman declares that her body and heart already belong to the prince forever. Simply speechless at such an unexpected and bold declaration from his young subordinate, the stunned military commander nervously swallows and grimaces in annoyance. Smiling slyly at his own thoughts, the arrogant blonde mentally praises himself for his past efforts, for a servile mentality always yields to force. After ironically inquiring about the plan for future training sessions, the relaxed young man reminds him that he originally just wanted to lose weight. Setting a strict condition for their future interactions right in the middle of the empty castle courtyard, Adrian forbids his uncle from interfering in his affairs. Struggling to contain his rage and reluctantly submitting to the will of his domineering nephew, the man, with a look of displeasure on his face, is forced to quietly accept the terms. Watching young Adelia's every move, the formidable uncle clearly intended to maintain complete control over the situation on the training grounds. Smiling slyly from the sidelines, the satisfied prince genuinely relished the helplessness of his arrogant relative, whom the rules forbade from interfering in any way. Suddenly, the ordinary wooden sword in the girl's hands began to behave strangely, emitting a bright magical glow and causing those around her to hold their breath in surprise. Enveloped in a powerful golden aura, The focused warrior confidently gripped her weapon, which now glowed with genuine, incredibly destructive energy. Shocked by the spectacle before him, the stern mentor simply froze in place, instantly losing all his former authority and composure. Stunned by such a breakneck pace of progress, the prince wondered to himself whether this talented girl had really mastered the complex resonance so easily. Clapping his hands joyfully, and admiring Adrian began to lavish praise on her achievements, though deep down he was quite shaken by the prospect of being outpaced. Blushing sweetly at such sudden praise, the happy heroine merely smiled shyly. Turning sharply toward his smirking nephew, the angry uncle menacingly demanded an answer. Did the boy really dare to teach the girl the secret technique of the mana heart as well? With a barely perceptible shrug, the young man calmly confirmed the obvious fact and asked ironically why his uncle was getting so worked up over it. Letting out a loud, furious shout, the relative began berating the young man for his recklessness, while the frightened heroine watched the sudden quarrel in bewilderment. His face suddenly darkening, the prince fixed his opponent with a chilling gaze, which instantly filled the entire area with a sinister and dangerous aura. In an icy tone, the insulted heir to the throne issued a curt order to leave, silencing his arrogant mentor with his angry words. Gritting his teeth in resentment, the stubborn warrior fiercely declared as a final remark that the young man had single-handedly ruined his incredible potential, which he was not even capable of realizing. Coolly ordering his loyal knight to escort the troublemaker out of the gates at once, the young man chose not even to turn around as the man walked away. Proudly refusing any help, the mentor declares that he will leave this fortress on his own 2 feet. Against the backdrop of the massive castle walls, the entire squad silently watches the stern man depart. Shocked, the girl asks her companion fearfully whether all the grueling training she's gone through was just a cheap trick. Abruptly and without the slightest hesitation, the young man completely dismisses her dire suspicions, gazing sternly off into the distance with absolute confidence in his own righteousness. Confused and at a loss, the assistant immediately tries to figure out why the arrogant count speaks so dismissively of her power. Gazing gloomily after the departing nobleman, the hero notes with a touch of sadness that the people of this era have completely forgotten what a true mana heart looks like. With a mysterious smirk, the young man quietly adds that if they remembered the ancient secrets, they would never have thrown away such a treasure as if it were a pair of old shoes. Watching the count's silhouette fade into the rays of the setting sun, he promises his frightened companion that very soon the whole world will tremble at the true power of this art. With a deafening roar, a powerful electrical discharge accompanies the sword's movements, marking the beginning of a very intense duel. With his arms crossed over his chest, Adrian stands motionless in the center of the training ground, closely watching his opponent's every move. Sarcastically recalling the prince's previous bold words, the mentor loudly demands that he prove all that pompous talk about not wanting to return. With obvious disdain, the experienced warrior declares that he will use only 1 mana ring in battle, and will acknowledge the young man's strength if he can move him even half a step. Gripping the hilt of his heavy wooden sword tightly, the hero, with a defiant smirk, decides to clarify the original terms of their wager with the count. With a light yet devilishly dramatic movement, the young man swings his weapon sharply, confidently reminding his opponent of the promise to grant any wish. Enveloped in a powerful azure aura, the nobleman confirms his willingness to give up even his family's secret technique if the young man can win this duel. Gritting his teeth in frustration at his failed attempt, the young man wraps his body in a blue aura and reluctantly agrees to a temporary concession in battle. Lurching sharply forward with a battle cry, the blonde youth fearlessly charges with his wooden sword in a head-on attack against the experienced and unflappable warrior. With a slight smirk on his face, the man instantly calculates the trajectory of his opponent's lunge, noting his dangerous intent to strike directly at the neck right off the bat. Having blocked the furious onslaught with surprising ease, the swordsman expertly goads his opponent, acknowledging the incredible ferocity of his fighting style. Spinning his entire body, lightning fast to gain momentum for a more powerful swing, the stubborn young man performs yet another swift and unpredictable spin around his axis. Gathering what remains of his will into his fist, the cornered prince fiercely grips the hilt of his training weapon, preparing for one last desperate lunge. Gaining speed rapidly, he throws his entire body into a crushing swing, but his experienced opponent effortlessly blocks the lunge without even moving from his spot. Cutting sharply through the air, The enemy's sword soars upward, leaving a bright blue trail in its wake, signaling the start of his lightning-fast counterattack. With a deafening crash, the heavy blades clash once more, and splinters fly toward the blond man from the powerful blow, forcing him to hold his ground with all his might. Smirking contemptuously through the sparks of the fierce clash, the warrior, confident in his own superiority, asks sarcastically if this is all the young man has to offer. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, the exhausted prince grits his teeth and with his last ounce of strength, tries to hold his block against the merciless pressure of the iron blade. Unable to withstand such a powerful onslaught, the poor fellow is sent flying backward, kicking up clouds of dust, and lands painfully on the ground far from his opponent. Calmingly lowering his weapon, the stern knight looks down on his defeated opponent and asks mockingly if he has already surrendered. Slowly getting to his feet, the defeated but unbroken prince mentally acknowledges the undeniable power of his intolerable and despotic uncle. Shrouded in a terrifying halo of azure lightning, the formidable opponent is clearly waiting for the young man to display his magic so he can inflict an even more humiliating defeat upon him. Pulsing with primal energy, the cluster of blue flame in the young man's chest suggests that, with his current low mana level, he is guaranteed to lose the fight. With a sly, wide grin, the prince suddenly decides to change tactics and strikes up a very strange and unexpected conversation with his self-assured opponent. Raising an eyebrow in puzzlement, the surprised adult warrior tries to understand the reason for such a sudden change in the mood of his battered and weakened nephew. Transporting his thoughts back 4 centuries, the boy recalls the legendary era when the brave knights of the Heart of Mana waged great wars against monsters, slaying terrifying beasts and giant dragons. Those ancient warriors performed incredible feats that have remained forever etched in the memory of surviving generations. Boasting of a newfangled technique, the prince dismissively declares that the once great techniques of the knights of the past have now become nothing more than ordinary rubbish. Blindly trusting public opinion, most people naively believe that the so-called mana chain is a far more powerful and advanced method of energy control than the heart. Standing in the middle of the training ground with a weapon in his hands, the opponent asks his overly talkative nephew, with obvious irritation, what exactly he is getting at. It wasn't the mana heart that proved weak at all. Rather, its immediate masters let it down, for having the same source of power does not make all fighters equal. Grinning defiantly right in his opponent's face, Adrian, with a fiery gaze, addresses him confidently, preparing for a serious duel. Abruptly cutting off the young man's reasoning, the irritated man declares that they came here to cross swords, not to engage in empty talk on such boring topics. Narrowing his eyes slyly at the response he hears, the young duelist mentally notes that he already knew and expected such a reaction from his strict relative. Continuing to bombard his opponent with facts before the attack, the young man reminds him of how he once called the Heart of Mana a primitive technique for ordinary wandering mercenaries. Genuinely curious about his opponent's condition before the main clash begins, the young man smirks and suggests that his opponent take a short break to catch his breath. Taking a swift, confident step forward, the fighter activates a special system in which absolutely every path the knight has traveled becomes an achievement. Unsheathing his trusty blade, the ambitious swordsman grandly proclaims that his 100 past victories are his true pride and his greatest strength. Deeply surprised by what he heard, the relative is perplexed, for the young man is singing of victories over ordinary recruits who dream of military service. The energy that suddenly flares up in his very heart transforms his past achievements into an incredible battle song, which instantly envelops the young man in a powerful flame. Vividly demonstrating the power of memories of past sparring matches, the mystical hymn of fighting spirit is finally formed and activates the body's hidden reserves. Right inside the knight's blade, ancient magic awakens, giving birth to a unique sparring hymn of ordinary rank, capable of turning the tide of any battle. Smiling wildly and with eyes sparkling, the blond youth celebrates his success, for his modest half-year achievement has finally succeeded in activating the effect. Gripping the hilt of his gleaming weapon tightly, the hero prepares to show his astonished opponent what the true power of the heart really looks like. Surrounded by violent flashes of azure magic, the young prince desperately tries to hold his ground against a powerful enemy who merely mocks his efforts. Grinning defiantly right in his opponent's face, the seasoned warrior confidently declares that the bearer of the magical heart will never in his life overcome this spell. Surging forward through the sparks of raging energy, the young man with fury in his eyes prepares to deliver a powerful blow. With a loud clang as their swords clash in the middle of the training ground, the mentor easily blocks the young man's lunge and continues to press him with all his might. Suddenly bursting into a bright electric light, the enemy's energy begins to rapidly penetrate the hero's body, causing a terrifying backlash. Gritting his teeth in pain from the terrible internal blow, the prince tries to stay on his feet under his opponent's smug and arrogant gaze. Mockingly taunting the other's pain, the man praises the young man's endurance with a sarcastic smile, but continues to mercilessly press his advantage. Despite the excruciating pain, the stubborn hero merely smiles defiantly in response and gathers the remnants of his magic for the decisive battle. Recalling hundreds of grueling training sessions from the past, the tenacious fighter mentally returns to those days when he endured crushing blows time and time again. By tempering his body in endless, merciless duels against the strongest knights, the brave young man doggedly forged a strength capable of shattering any spell. Rapidly concentrating the raging energy around his blade, the determined hero forces a brilliant beam of light to burst forth in a powerful column. Risking his own life recklessly for the sake of victory, the young warrior unleashes his hidden reserves and allows ancient magic to completely envelop his consciousness. Having finally harnessed his incredibly dangerous inner power, the young man prepares to unleash a true nightmare upon his enemy. Cutting through the air at breakneck speed toward his opponent, the sharp blade, shrouded in azure flame, races forward to deliver the final blow. Assuming a fighting stance once more before his astonished opponent, the prince boldly declares that this duel now truly has meaning. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave ripples out in all directions, raising clouds of thick dust from the frenzied clash of the opponents in the arena. Confidently blocking yet another lunge, the stern swordsman merely grips his weapon tighter and coolly studies his enemy's movements. Closing the distance in a single epic leap, the prince swings his massive blade to strike, while his opponent calmly waits for him below. Smirking slyly right in the middle of the dangerous duel, the defiant blonde is clearly enjoying every second of the confrontation and preparing another wild surprise. Breathing heavily from the constant strain, the experienced warrior is genuinely amazed by the incredible stamina of this insolent young man, who is still holding his own. Instantly parrying the attack, the heavy sword crashes into the stone floor with a thunderous roar, causing sparks of pure energy to flare up all around. Cutting sharply through the air with a linear beam of light, the opponents clash once more in close combat, sending a deafening clang of steel echoing across the entire parade ground. Enveloped in a mysterious blue aura, the young fighter grips his weapon firmly with both hands and resolutely prepares to deliver his final blow. Swaying slightly from exhaustion, the wounded Adrian stubbornly grips the hilt of his blade and prepares to defend himself with his last ounce of strength. Frozen in tense standoff in the middle of the vast courtyard, the rivals wait for the perfect moment to launch the decisive strike in this brutal battle. Gazing haughtily at the stubborn young man, the fearsome warrior envelops himself in powerful emerald energy and harshly rebukes him for his audacity. Pushing off the ground fiercely with his massive boot, the powerful fighter instantly bursts forward, leaving a deep mark on the parade ground behind him. With a swift swing of his enormous glowing sword, the experienced swordsman unleashes a devastating blow of incredible magical power upon his enemy. With a deafening roar, a massive explosion shakes the stone walls of the ancient castle, causing the young man to cry out in pain. Coolly declaring the end of this battle, the fearsome swordsman, bathed in a radiant turquoise aura, steps forward to deliver the final blow. Gasping for breath, the young man despondently admits his utter helplessness, for the usual rallying cry of fighting spirit is clearly not enough for victory. Leaning on his trusty blade right at the feet of his mysterious opponent, the defeated fighter's mind is transported to the distant past, 4 centuries ago. Bitterly regretting what has happened, the exhausted warrior suddenly realizes the scale of the catastrophe and blames the ancient knights who committed that fateful blunder back then. Towering proudly over a mountain of slain monsters, the legendary ancestor once completely cleansed these lands, leaving no enemies for future generations. With flawless mastery of the sword, the great heroes of a bygone era combined unique techniques, a pure heart, and a majestic, radiant hymn of fighting spirit. Mercilessly erasing past feats, the relentless passage of time gradually caused new generations to completely forget the incredible achievements of their brave ancestors. A grim reminder of times of terror, ancient chronicles preserve frightening legends of terrifying giant kings and unseen dragons that ravage the world, gradually turning into children's fairy tales. Those terrifying and majestic legends about ancient monsters eventually came to seem utterly absurd to people. Of course, new generations of warriors created their own battle hymns, but their pitiful achievements were limited to victories over 100 ordinary soldiers. With such low ranks which didn't even come close to the mythical or heroic ones, these new techniques simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of a harsh era. Smirking arrogantly, the young man dismissively tells his opponent that with such pitiful mana skills, he will never achieve transcendence. Looking at his opponent as if he were insane, the man is genuinely baffled by the delusional ramblings and asks mockingly if the man is drunk in broad daylight. Mentally labeling the prince a foolish and arrogant knight, the fearsome swordsman seethes with rage and prepares to teach the insolent fool a lesson for his audacity. Taking a sharp step forward, the enraged fighter is about to vividly demonstrate exactly what great power they have irretrievably lost. Blazing with an ominous crimson flame, the young man unleashes a crushing dark aura, preparing to teach an unforgettable lesson to anyone who dared to doubt him. Clutching an ordinary wooden weapon tightly in his hands, the prince suddenly hears an otherworldly voice promising to teach him true, devastating power. Shrouded in a blood-black aura, a mysterious entity appears behind the young man, whispering of a power capable of cleaving through the toughest dragon scales. Gazing straight ahead with a fiery stare, the hero prepares to shed hot blood as dark magic completely engulfs the space around him. Finding himself at the epicenter of a powerful burst of energy, the teenager invokes the legendary hymn of true dragon slaying. Gritting his teeth against the unbearable pain, the young warrior faces a harsh reality. His frail body is not yet capable of withstanding such power. Due to a critical lack of stamina, his magical system instantly blocks most of the spell, forcing him to skip entire verses of the fearsome song. Focusing his remaining energy into a single strike, the young man activates only a tiny quarter of his full power, but still resolutely swings his sword to attack. With a fierce red fire blazing in his eyes, Adrian makes a lightning-fast lunge forward to finish the strike at all costs. Rushing headlong to intercept the formidable opponent, the young man delivers a crushing counterattack with his last ounce of strength. Suddenly coming face to face with an unknown power, the shocked opponent barely manages to raise a block against the frenzied burst of magic. Sensing a deadly threat, the enemy panics inwardly at the risk of being instantly consumed. Heating the atmosphere to its limit, the released energy swirls into a blinding turquoise vortex and prepares to blow everything around it to smithereens. With a deafening boom that echoes throughout the area, a massive explosion unleashes a colossal shockwave and completely engulfs the battlefield in thick smoke. Thrown backward by the terrifying force, the exhausted prince crashes to the ground with a thud. Slowly dissipating over the stone plaza in front of the castle, the thick curtain of dust finally begins to reveal the climax of this frenzied duel. Having crashed heavily onto the muddy ground from the powerful blow, the exhausted prince frantically tries to catch his breath, which had been knocked off in the fierce battle. Looking up at his formidable opponent, the stunned young man reminded him of their own agreement to use only one ring in this duel. Drenched in beads of sweat from burning shame, the mentor silently admitted to himself that he had broken the rules and secretly activated all 4 artifacts. Clutching a shard of his opponent's blade in his hand, the swordmaster ruthlessly declared the young man's defense a complete failure and his utter inability to save his weapon. Finding himself on his knees in the middle of the dusty arena after a crushing defeat, the young fighter could only glare viciously after his enemy. The haughty count blurted out the harsh truth that mana drawn from the heart would always be weaker than the energy drawn from the ring. Straightening abruptly and raising his head proudly, the brave heir to the throne confidently and loudly shouted his rival's name, causing the latter to freeze in his tracks. Hearing the defiant challenge directed at him, the count, stunned by such audacity, widened his glowing eyes in fury at the realization of his shameful defeat. Letting out a terrifying, menacing roar, the bloodthirsty dragon prepared to tear apart its next victim. Mercilessly plunging into the yielding flesh, the mystical sword bathed everything around it in crimson hues and made the monster howl in agony. Suddenly flaring with a bright bluish light amid the pitch-black darkness, the magical hilt seemed to beg for the brutal slaughter to stop. Jolting awake from a nightmare in a cold sweat, the frightened prince opened his eyes wide and frantically tried to figure out exactly where he was. Clutching desperately at his nightshirt across his chest, the blond youth tried to calm his wildly pounding heart and recover from the horror. Collapsing heavily onto the bed right in the middle of the lavishly furnished bedroom, the exhausted young man continued to suffer from the after effects of the nightmare he had just experienced. Furiously clenching the blanket in his fist out of helplessness and anger, the prince, who had just endured a terrifying vision, tried to control the trembling that had overcome his hands. Breathing heavily from the unbearable tension, the exhausted hero cursed the battle hymn, which was literally tearing his weary body to pieces. This was the colossal price he had to pay for attempting to awaken his inner fury and unleash the hidden power of the ancient sacred song. Since the legendary tale of the true dragon slayer is considered mythical, any misstep in technique threatens instant and agonizing death. Although his physical form had turned into a veritable nightmare, the insane risk paid off when the first sparks of pure azure magic began to dance around his body. The battle hymn he wove with his own hands fills every cell of the young man's body with the primal power of 100 victories, transforming him into an indestructible living weapon. Through hundreds of brutal duels and thousands of raging storms, he vows to himself to withstand any hardships that lie ahead. Smiling slyly at the realization of his triumph, the satisfied blonde notices a system notification before his eyes announcing the long-awaited rank-up of his skill. The power he has gained will now certainly be enough for the upcoming training battle against that arrogant third prince. Crying out in surprise and clapping her hands, the maid, with tears in her eyes, rejoices at her master's long-awaited return to consciousness. Complete chaos and panic broke out in the castle immediately after the prince's sudden fainting spell, causing even the stern queen to fly into an unprecedented rage. Grinning slyly from his bed, the smug young man gloats over others' misfortunes, while the agitated young woman delivers an urgent message to him from Count Balerhard. According to the instructions left behind, the influential aristocrat demands an immediate report on the young man's health as soon as he deigns to open his eyes. Lazing back on the soft sheets, the weary prince strictly forbids the maid from sending the report, deciding to get some proper rest first. If his wounded soul is not fully healed after the dangerous use of the battle hymn, the hero will have to pay a truly monstrous price. Harsh reality and hazy memories from the past risk blending into a mad cocktail capable of permanently shattering the fragile boundaries of the mind. Trapped inside a ruined and isolated space, the once great warrior gradually lost his mind and endlessly replayed combat techniques. Sighing heavily, the young man realized with irritation that, after taking on a human body, his consciousness had once again been drawn into someone else's memories. Before his eyes appeared the majestic image of Agnes, who in the distant past had been a truly legendary warrior. Sitting at a set table, the young gentleman confidently declared that, thanks to their blood relation, she was capable of inheriting the ancient sacred hymn. Upon hearing about her ancestors' great legacy, a stunned Adelia could only gaze spellbound at the prince, unable to believe such unexpected good fortune. The stern young man immediately added that to wield such powerful strength, she would have to work hard and surpass her current capabilities. Gazing intently at his bewildered ally, the blonde man suddenly asked her a very serious and direct question about why she had even taken up a sword in the first place. Faced with such a sudden interrogation, the poor girl instantly became nervous, her eyes widened in fear, and she began to stammer in confusion, not knowing the right answer. Lowering her head and shyly looking away, the flustered maid quietly murmured about her cherished dream of becoming a real knight. Noticing his ward's deep confusion, the prince gently suggested that she postpone this difficult conversation and take some more time to think it over. Jerking her head up at her master's unexpected words, the stunned girl blinked in surprise and stared at him in utter amazement. Gathering her courage and suddenly filled with incredible determination, the heroine loudly swore to become his most loyal personal blade. Such a passionate and grandiose declaration left the young mentor utterly dumbfounded. His eyes widened, and he even froze slightly in place from the surprise. Suddenly, ancient legends of the great feats of the past, once performed by warriors right on the field of a brutal battle, flooded his mind. The deafening sounds of war horns usually signaled the start of a furious attack when vast armies surged forward to defend their kingdom. It turns out that incredible adventures and great achievements always begin with that very first, even if it's a timid step across the boundless plain. Suddenly enveloping herself in a powerful golden aura, The devoted girl swears a sincere oath to serve her master forever and give her all to him. The shocked young man freezes in surprise when a system notification about the awakening of a special subjugation hymn appears right before his eyes. It is known that a unique, warlike song of the soul is capable not only of bestowing colossal power upon its owner, but also of magically influencing those around them. Flaring brightly in the middle of the luxurious dining hall, a gigantic golden tree signifies the creation of a completely new and incredibly rare magical anthem. Staring in astonishment at the glowing particles of energy floating around him, the surprised prince receives a new notification. In essence, this rarest of mental magic is not merely a combat skill, but an unbreakable and eternal contract that binds the souls of master and slave together. Looking at her master with confusion and a touch of fear, the girl doesn't even realize what a powerful oath she has sworn. Suddenly enveloped in a glow of golden sparks, the prince abruptly realizes that an unknown mystical force has just come to his aid. Grinning brazenly, the young man rejoices. For as long as this strange hymn of submission remains in effect, all the cards remain firmly in his hands. Smiling sweetly, Adelia has no idea that her rapid development has already been thoroughly calculated by the hero for his own benefit. Jumping abruptly up from the table with his cutlery still in hand, the young man emotionally thanks the girl, causing her to flinch in surprise. Shyly looking away and blushing slightly, she quietly mutters words of gratitude, clearly embarrassed by such a passionate display of emotion from the young man. Settling comfortably on the edge of the bed, the cunning young man watches his guest leave, continuing to ponder the hidden advantages of her talent. Towering majestically against the backdrop of a clear, sunny sky, the white stone castle with its tall spires greets a new day. With a grim frown and sitting tensely in his luxurious armchair, the prince braced himself for something clearly unpleasant. Exchanging silent glances with the maid, the knight froze in tense anticipation of a difficult conversation. Cowering in confusion in his enormous chair under the guest's stern gaze, the blond man tries to appear calm and forces out an uncertain excuse. Lazily narrowing his eyes in mild irritation, he cynically reflects that dealing with his body's worst enemies is far easier than dealing with his own family. Sadly lowering her eyes and wringing her hands as memories flood back, the queen is genuinely worried about the young man. Carefully choosing her words for this difficult conversation, the distraught woman suddenly asks if he still harbors a grudge against his uncle, insistently pleading with the young man to let go of all old grudges for the sake of family harmony. The caring mother receives only cold indifference in response. Sobbing loudly from an overwhelming surge of emotion, the shocked woman refuses to believe in such a sudden forgiveness on the young man's part. Settling comfortably into a luxurious armchair, the young man thoughtfully scratches his cheek while his inner voice delivers a tense and very serious monologue. Since the former pride and familiar truth of the stern warrior had been completely shattered to smithereens, he now finds it very difficult to endure this pain. The seed of doubt sown on that fateful day quickly took root deep within his opponent's soul, transforming into a real and dangerous inner demon. If this fighter manages to rise above himself, he will soar even higher. But if he breaks, he will forever lose his unique and outstanding fighting talent. Smiling warmly during small talk, the queen calmly notes that her uncle, who is obsessed with training, simply doesn't know how to get along with people. For the sake of his beloved nephew's bright future, the formidable swordsman even went to the ruler in person, persistently and earnestly trying to convince His Majesty. It was precisely thanks to such unexpected and influential intercession from a relative that the young man's probationary period came to an end early. With a grim frown and his fingers tightly clasped in front of his face, the hero is now frantically trying to figure out why his uncle went to such great lengths in the first place. Polite in his greeting to the young heir to the throne, the gray-haired old man introduces himself as a court scholar named Niccolo. Frowning in displeasure at such an unexpected visit, the prince immediately, and in the harshest terms, expresses his categorical refusal. Watching their master's stormy reaction, the loyal knight and the maid merely glance silently and with obvious concern toward the young man. Throwing a wild tantrum right in the middle of the luxurious hall, the stubborn young man vehemently protests the need to study. Brashly interrupting his tutor, the enraged prince shouts furiously in indignation, while the wise old man subtly teases his young student with a smile. Angrily waving his arms from a seated position, The young man tries to prove that he already knows absolutely everything he needs to know perfectly well. With a good-natured and sly smile playing on his gray beard, the experienced scholar calmly proposes a compromise to resolve this difficult situation. The gray-haired elder calmly suggests that the young man discuss several important topics and promises never to bother His Highness again. With a sly smile and an air of bold confidence, the prince accepts this unexpected challenge with obvious pleasure. Slamming his fist sharply and loudly down on the table in a burst of emotion, Adrian passionately agrees with what he has heard and shouts his approval. Gesturing wildly and nearly bouncing in his throne, the young man assures the sage that people who are too soft are always mercilessly used as doormats. Holding out a thick book on the theory of the Iron Monarch, the old teacher advises his pupil to carefully reread this useful treatise. Carefully flipping through the pages, the surprised young man learns about the essence of the unspoken agreement between any ruler and his people for the sake of common stability and protection. Nodding thoughtfully as he reads, the prince fully agrees with the logical idea that absolutely any relationship is built on mutual benefit. Gradually delving into a detailed analysis of state affairs, they imperceptibly spend time engaged in this crucial conversation until sunset. After neatly gathering all the scattered books from the table, the wise mentor politely addresses the young man and prepares to conclude the meeting. Smiling good-naturedly as they part ways, the teacher suggests postponing the rest of the discussion until tomorrow, to which the young man readily agrees. Waving cheerfully and carefree, the young man is genuinely delighted with such a simple and surprisingly peaceful conclusion to the conversation. Suddenly realizing the absurdity of the situation, the surprised young man freezes in place, completely bewildered by the fact that he has just sat through a regular class. Smirking sardonically at his own thoughts, the prince sighs quietly and mentally acknowledges the astonishing cunning of the old man who has just left. Pensively lowering his gaze as he strolls leisurely down the corridor, the man considers the young heir to the throne an extremely cunning and dangerous rival. Walking slowly past the guards, the old man notes to himself that the boy bears no resemblance whatsoever to those foolish rumors circulating among the people. Lying bored and sprawled upside down on the bed, the prince lazily stares at the ceiling of his luxurious bedroom and sighs softly as a wave of melancholy washes over him. Due to the complete lack of his usual training, the young man is completely withering away from boredom and literally melting into the bed. Tossing and turning in the middle of the enormous room, the young man gloomily reflects on the fact that, due to his forced physical recovery, he has absolutely nothing to do. Suddenly gaping in surprise, the hero abruptly interrupts his lazy moans upon hearing the unexpected news of an important guest's arrival. Politely opening the massive door a crack, the frightened maid timidly peeks into her master's chambers and hurriedly asks for further instructions. Instantly jumping to his feet and proudly straightening his back, the blond man joyfully notes to himself that his old rival's visit has come at just the right time. His expression turning suddenly serious, the intrigued young man suddenly notices something strange in the guest's behavior and instantly tenses up in anticipation of the upcoming conversation. Gazing down at the young prince with a frown, the man mentally notes that his mental barrier is still in place. Bowing his head and averting his heavy gaze, the knight suddenly falls silent and sinks into an oppressive silence due to a sense of guilt. His eyes widening at the unexpected statement, the prince freezes in shock at the abrupt apology from the formidable warrior. Standing with his back to his companion, the visitor gloomily admits his own weakness for breaking his oath and inflicting serious injuries. Mentally returning to the moment of the brutal battle, the young man frantically recalls the true cause of his injuries and the overload of dangerous magic. Recalling the recent incident at the palace, the young man feels a sharp pang of guilt for having set his uncle up in front of the crown. Lowering his eyes guiltily, the nobleman sincerely offers to atone for his guilt and asks the prince to voice any cherished wish. Suddenly bursting into a shout at the absurdity of the situation, the enraged prince emotionally rejects the knight's loyalty and harshly mocks his sacrifice. Slightly annoyed that the once great master of the sword had so easily succumbed to his own inner demons, the young man grumbles discontentedly to himself. Exhaling his pent-up tension loudly and dramatically, the young man abruptly changes his tone and decides to show unexpected generosity. With a very confident expression on his face, The young man immediately takes the initiative and declares his intention to be the first to voice a personal request. Addressing the man directly, the hero confidently and without further ado asks his relative to let him go on a short journey. Genuinely puzzled by such a request, the man reminds his nephew that his house arrest has ended, allowing him to move about completely freely. With a sly smile, the young man explains that he is planning not just a regular daytime walk, but a full-fledged trip far beyond the capital. Plunged into deep silence, the guardian carefully assesses the situation and weighs all the possible consequences of such a long trip. After asking for a little time to review his schedule, the man agrees to the trip, but because of the banquet, he forbids them from going too far. Promising to get in touch as soon as all the details of the trip are finalized, the patron turns and leaves, receiving a curt yes in his wake. Left in the middle of the luxurious hall after the heavy doors slam shut, the two young men sink into an awkward silence. Turning sharply toward his companion, the prince asks, with a hint of displeasure, about the true reason for such a strange and intense gaze. Smiling slightly in embarrassment, the loyal knight admits his mistake and notes the unexpected modesty of the royal request. Suddenly turning serious, the prince recognizes an excellent opportunity to exploit the count's broken promise for his own gain. Slightly taken aback by what he has heard, the guard freezes in surprise and looks intently at his master, who has shown unexpected compassion toward the stubborn man. Startled into a loud cry by the knight's sudden laughter, the enraged young man accuses Karl of being too lax while on duty. Slightly surprised by the sudden address, the prince freezes in anticipation of news and raises an eyebrow questioningly, interrupting his thoughts. Smiling broadly, the maid hands him the long-awaited message and announces the arrival of the letter her master has been so eagerly awaiting. Carefully holding the thick paper between his fingers, the young man prepares to break the round wax seal. Unfolding the document, the young man mentally immerses himself in reading the first lines, where the sender boasts of her recent modest achievement. In the text of the letter, the young warrior promises to pay a long-awaited visit to the capital. The dark-haired beauty Arwen Kurgane sends the prince warm wishes for good health until the day of their imminent personal meeting. Smiling contentedly at the news he has received, the young man joyfully notes that the information he needed has come to him at the most perfect moment. A few days later, with a loud creak, the fortress gates swing open and a luxurious carriage, accompanied by the loyal royal guard, finally enters the courtyard. Leaning eagerly out of the carriage window, the prince asks his companion to confirm the exact name of the lands where they are planning to stop. Sighing a bit grumpily at his nephew's excessive hyperactivity, the man reproaches the boy with displeasure for his inability to sit still. As the chief and most powerful manufacturing center for the production of first-class weaponry, the wealthy county of Ellen is renowned for its unique weapons guild. Filled with the hard labor of local craftsmen, the underground mines supply high-quality iron ore around the clock for skillful smelting. Upon hearing from his uncle the impressive fact that more than half of the royal weapons are forged right here, the prince enthusiastically acknowledges the perfection of this place. Smiling slyly to himself, the ambitious young man decides to make the most of this opportunity, for the time has come to find his own blade. Recalling his former plans, the hero had originally intended to simply take a worthy weapon from the royal arsenal, but the king's strict decree threw a wrench in his plans. Fully acknowledging the logic behind the royal ban due to the previous owner's bad reputation, the young man decides to look for a decent sword outside the palace. Gazing thoughtfully ahead, the aristocrat prepares for the thrilling adventures that lie ahead. Watching his nephew's reaction with surprise, the man notes to himself that the boy is surprisingly level-headed for his age. Categorically refusing to close the carriage window during the journey, the prince learns that a long journey of 20 days lies ahead of them. An ancient map shows a winding route from the kingdom of Leonberg through Ellen County straight to Iron Lion Castle, where the royal procession is headed. Moving slowly across the picturesque plain, the carriage, escorted by knights on horseback in heavy armor, carries high-ranking dignitaries. With his arms crossed listlessly across his chest, the prince suffers from unbearable boredom, forced to sit completely still in the closed carriage for 3 whole days. Gazing longingly at the girl sitting across from him, the young man mentally laments the complete lack of any fun on the trip. Sighing heavily at the monotony of the journey, the young man closes his eyes against the wave of fatigue and tries to take his mind off the incredibly long trip. Suddenly perking up midway through the journey, the blond man decides to make the most of the protracted trip and test the magical heart. Sadly acknowledging the unpleasant reality, the young man recalls the complete depletion of his inner strength, which had arisen as a side effect. Having made his decision, the warrior, lost in meditation, envelops himself in an azure aura to quickly replenish his reserves of powerful mana. Feeling the constant jostling of the road and the breeze coming through the window, the young man tries with all his might to concentrate on his inner source of strength. Listening to the cheerful voices of the knights escorting the carriage coming from outside, the determined blond boy stubbornly gathers the tiniest specks of energy around him. Completely immersed in deep meditation, the prince hopes to fill his emptied magical heart to the brim as soon as possible. Opening his eyes wide in shock at the unexpected turn of events, the young man suddenly discovers colossal changes in the very structure of his spiritual source. Staring in bewilderment at the raging torrent of azure energy, the young man genuinely does not understand at exactly what moment his reserve became so immense. A system notification that pops up before his eyes dryly informs the frightened warrior that he has accidentally touched an incredible cosmic will. Shuddering from the powerful internal recoil, the stunned prince realizes the side effect of forcibly using the hymn of the true dragon slayer. Feeling his magical heart expand within him, the hero undergoes a physical transformation that allows him to withstand colossal amounts of mana. Surrounded by glowing chains and golden interface screens, the young man freezes in shock as the system confirms his new rank as a swordmaster. A huge lock on massive chains shatters with a loud crash, signaling a deepening connection to the source and the lifting of restrictions on his former powers. Opening his eyes wide in surprise, the stunned prince sees system notifications announcing a major upgrade to his third eye and third ear abilities. Sitting on the sofa amid swirls of blue aura, the young man meditates deeply while a frightened maid timidly tries to get his attention. Grinning triumphantly and clenching his fist in delight, the ambitious blonde sincerely rejoices in his success, for he has taken yet another bold step toward the pinnacle of power. Bright rays of sunlight dramatically illuminate the snow-white palace in Ellen County, where the guests have finally arrived. Calmly listening to the lavish greetings of dignitaries, the young man maintains his composure and regal dignity. Bowing their heads respectfully in a deep bow, the noble representatives of the influential Ellen family welcome the distinguished royal guest. After politely thanking the hosts for their hospitality, the weary prince agrees to go straight to his quarters so he can finally catch his breath. Looking around attentively in the luxurious hallway, the young man examines the unfamiliar surroundings of the mansion with obvious curiosity. As he surveys the blades hanging on the walls, he realizes with disappointment that all these local weapons are nothing more than useless, flashy junk. Following their hospitable hosts through the mansion's spacious halls, the delegation slowly makes its way deeper into the residential wing. Frowning intently as sudden thoughts cross his mind, the perplexed blond man begins to seriously doubt that he'll ever manage to find what he's looking for. Deciding to clarify an extremely important matter on the spot, the young man suddenly strikes up a conversation about the location of the Blacksmiths Guild, receiving a rather vague answer. Expressing a clear desire to personally inspect his surroundings, the prince resolutely heads straight for the exit of the richly decorated hall. Striding confidently and firmly across the stone slabs of the luxurious palace corridor, the young man rapidly approaches the cherished goal of his journey. Smiling good-naturedly, his experienced companion tries to warn the young man in advance about the difficult temperament of the local blacksmiths. Frowning slightly and folding his arms skeptically across his chest, the noble heir listens intently to the warning about the rough manners of the local laborers. His eyes widening in surprise, the young man freezes in his tracks as a sudden wave of unbearable, literally scorching heat washes over him. Thoughtfully urging him to speak up immediately about any difficulties, the escort leads the prince into a huge room blazing with bright lights. Literally spellbound by the incredible atmosphere of this place, the hero stands frozen in shock, in the middle of the roaring workshop under a fiery shower of sparks. Visibly flustered by the important guest's sudden halt, the alarmed man calls out to the young man with obvious apprehension and great surprise. Blazing furiously and erupting in showers of sparks, the raging fire inside the enormous furnace roars in unison with the whistling blacksmith's bellows. Striding resolutely forward through a solid wall of fire, the blond man finds himself right at the epicenter of the hot and arduous work. Raising a heavy hammer high above the red-hot anvil, the blacksmith prepares to deliver another crushing blow. Genuinely amazed by the spectacle before him, the startled young man suddenly freezes in place as the atmosphere around him shifts abruptly. With a deafening crash, the powerful blow strikes the piece of red-hot metal, sending a blinding burst of sparks flying. Mesmerized as he watches the coordinated work at the blazing forge from behind, the hero is completely absorbed in the mesmerizing rhythm of the forging. Staring sternly and intently straight ahead, the sweat-drenched blacksmith displays incredible strength and a steely resolve. Amid the deafening roar, the prince suddenly freezes, his gaze fixed on something painfully familiar that makes his heart race wildly. Enveloped in a bright flame, the legendary golden sword with its gleaming azure gem awakens in his mind his very first long-lost memory. Gently wiping the shocked young man's face with a soft handkerchief, the maid tries to bring him to his senses after his sudden stupor. Staring anxiously at her master's pale face, the girl is genuinely puzzled as to why he has become so flustered. With a bewildered sigh, the young heir to the throne returns from the world of his own thoughts to the harsh reality of the blacksmith's workshop. Glancing sideways, the alarmed young man tries to pull himself together as quickly as possible and hide the emotional turmoil that has overwhelmed him from those around him. While the old gray-haired master hammers away at the red-hot metal with all his might, the royal entourage silently watches the work. Bowing low before the distinguished guest, the chief craftsman speaks words of deep respect on behalf of all the workers present. The man walking beside him offers a brief introduction of the old blacksmith Zaxxon, who officially heads the entire guild. Brazenly ignoring the arrival of the high-ranking guests, the master brings the heavy hammer crashing down right in front of the prince's face. Furious at the old man's unheard-of audacity, the manager demands that he immediately bow his head before the heir. Roughly shutting the loudmouth up, the young man orders him to be quiet, since his screams are disrupting his train of thought. Glancing with cold contempt at the frightened workers, the young nobleman instantly senses their intense emotional tension. Smoldering quietly on the steel anvil under the heavy gazes of those present, the red-hot sword blank gradually begins to cool. Noticing clear signs of coercion, the perceptive young man realizes that these unfortunate people were forced to work without his personal orders. Watching the blacksmiths, frozen in shock, the prince urges them to work faster, for the cooling metal and the dying forge will not wait. As if awakened by a sharp shout, the frightened apprentices spring to their feet and begin frantically grabbing the scattered tools. The people standing frozen around him hold their breath as the hero silently watches the renewed commotion around him. Surrounded by blazing flames and sparks flying in all directions, the master, with incredible determination and a focused expression, pulls a blade white-hot from the forge. With a deafening roar, the heavy hammer comes down crushingly on the glowing metal, blow after blow. Watching the furious blows of the blacksmith's hammer through a wall of sparks, the prince suddenly senses a strange and oppressive aura emanating from the master. With his eyes wide open in surprise, the stunned young man stares spellbound at the raging flames, sensing something incredible. Finding himself at the very epicenter of an invisible mental storm, the hero freezes in place amid the blazing heat and red-hot coals flying into the air. Seeing before him, through the fiery haze, the ghostly silhouette of a blacksmith striking an anvil, the young man begins to realize the master's true power. Covered in beads of sweat from a frenzied rush of adrenaline, the shocked prince tries to control his emotions and understand the nature of this overwhelming feeling. As he strolls along, the prince listens intently to the story of a strange blacksmith who, for some reason, has been melting down his own blades for the past 6 months. Frowning slightly in surprise, Adrian asks the man about possible defects in the weapons, but the man merely shakes his head in confusion. Considered an unrivaled genius in his craft and a true god of the anvil, this enigmatic old man creates nothing but masterpieces. Surrounded by an aura of mystery, the flawless swords seemed absolutely perfect, which is why the master's decision to destroy them seems even more insane. Adding another disturbing detail to his account, the man notes that over the past month, the blacksmith has practically given up on sleep and has become completely absorbed in his work. Since this man is no longer young, those around him immediately have a host of entirely justified and rather serious concerns about him. Walking through the well-kept courtyard, the dignitaries make their way toward the building's exit in the glow of the setting sun. A few days after these events, the young prince gets into the habit of visiting the local blacksmith shop early in the morning and staying there until late at night. Throughout all this time, the blacksmith simply continues to carry out his usual hard work day after day without a word. With his arms crossed over his chest, the high-ranking guest watches spellbound for hours on end in absolute silence as the hammer strikes the red-hot metal with precise precision. Despite the widespread tension caused by rumors of the formidable crown prince's imminent arrival, not a single incident has occurred here during all this time. Deep night fell quietly and unnoticed, and a bright crescent moon shone in the sky. Finally, the moment arrives when it is officially time for the distinguished guest to set off while the old man forges his final piece. The young man gazes intently and very seriously at the blacksmith's weary face, as the blacksmith stubbornly continues to strike the metal, completely ignoring his guest. With a slightly disappointed sigh, the noble young man quietly admits his strong desire to see the piece fully finished before his departure. Turning abruptly toward the exit, the upset young man silently walks away. Lost in deep thought, the young man now feels an incredibly bitter and profound regret over his thwarted plans. Shouting orders for his subordinates to move out, he reminds everyone of the farewell evening party and the need to set out at the crack of dawn. With a look of concern and obvious inner trepidation, the man watches the departing prince. Suddenly, from the direction of the luxurious palace, bathed in bright sunlight, someone lets out a loud and agitated cry. Noticing a strange movement out of the corner of his eye right behind the threshold, Adrian whips around and freezes warily by the door. Out of breath from running, an agitated messenger bursts in and, still on the move, joyfully shouts to the protagonist about the long-awaited completion of the great master's work. Stunned, the young man stands frozen in place, deeply moved by what he has seen. At last, the blacksmith majestically holds the mighty weapon he has just forged. Carefully wiping the flawless steel with a cloth, the master meticulously polishes the gleaming surface of his masterpiece to perfection. Glittering dazzlingly in the rays of the setting sun, the magnificent blade soars triumphantly upward in the strong hand of its creator, the armorer. Kneeling respectfully before the transfixed prince, the blacksmith solemnly presents him with the legendary creation. Exhausted, the master sincerely and proudly dedicates the blade he has forged to his lord. Gazing at the magnificent gift with sincere awe and wonder, the young heir gently touches the hilt of the brand-new gleaming blade. Watching this unexpected scene from the sidelines with genuine shock, the courtiers freeze in place at such a sudden turn of events, resembling the majestic rise of the bright morning sun over the distant horizon. This moment marks the beginning of a completely new and great era. Passing the formidable weapon from hand to hand, the old man completes the ancient ritual and entrusts the blade's fate entirely to the young prince. Confidently and proudly raising the gleaming sword toward the very heavens, the young prince asserts his right to the future royal throne. Carefully examining the reflection on the flawless steel surface, the intrigued young man calmly asks the master what the weapon is called. With a barely perceptible smile and a respectful bow of his graying head, the weary blacksmith quietly suggests naming this masterpiece Twilight. Examining the blade, the old man muses that for him, this moment is the twilight of life, whereas for the prince it is merely the very beginning of dawn. Laughing cheerfully in response, the blond man sincerely remarks that for an ordinary metalworker, the name is far too eloquent and refined. Silenced by the unexpected compliment, the blacksmith merely sighs softly, clearly trying to find the right words. Collapsing right onto the stone slabs from sheer exhaustion, the weary blacksmith exhales after the air catches him by the arm just in time. Leaning anxiously over the fallen master, the young man asks that his uncle be told he will be delayed. Deep into the night, two vigilant guards stood at attention at the entrance to a spacious camping tent. Inside, right next to the blacksmith's bed, a young prince sat alone, lost in his complex thoughts. In a faint voice, the old man whispered that it was precisely at that fateful moment, when His Highness was by his side, that the birth of the legendary blade was predestined. Sincerely believing in a mystical connection, the master added that the unique weapon itself had chosen the perfect day, to which the young man merely gave a mysterious smirk. A barely noticeable but highly intriguing smile suddenly flitted across the face of the young heir to the throne as he decided to reveal his secret to the hero. Leaning close to the stunned master's ear, the blond youth quietly whispered the shocking truth to him. In utter horror, the blacksmith's eyes widened, and cold sweat rolled down his wrinkled face as he realized who his guest truly was. Struggling to believe what was happening, the old man let out a gasp of shock. to which the young man confidently confirmed his suspicion, fully understanding the blacksmith's feelings. Catching his breath after hearing the shocking revelation, the stunned blacksmith could only let out a hoarse exhalation. Gradually coming to terms with the full gravity of the situation, he humbly remarked that now, at last, all the oddities made sense to him. Almost at the end of his strength, the master pleaded in a trembling voice for the noble guest to hand him the blade he had just forged. Without a word and with absolute composure, the young heir to the throne immediately handed him the magnificent final creation. Clutching the elegant hilt tightly with his calloused fingers, the man gripped the unique weapon with all his might, feeling its incredible power. Summoning his last ounce of strength to overcome his severe weakness, the craftsman sincerely prayed that this legendary creation would serve a great purpose. With deep reverence in his voice, he fervently wished that the newly forged sword would become as great as its true owner. Gripping the hilt of the blade tightly, the young prince, visibly agitated, senses the imminent and inevitable storm. Sitting alone on a chair by the sick man's bed, the young man slumped dejectedly in the dim light of the tent, completely lost in heavy thoughts. Lying motionless on his pillows, the exhausted old man seems to be immersed in a deep and peaceful sleep, while twilight deepens all around him. Guarded by two faithful sentries, the camp stood forlornly still beneath a boundless night sky, where a young crescent moon shone brightly, evoking a sense of longing. Glistening spectacularly in the sun within a luxurious scabbard, the magnificent sword beckons with its graceful power. With a sly smile, the man politely offers the noble young man a luxurious gift in place of a weapon, forged with a pure soul. Confidently taking the offered magical artifact in a more comfortable grip, the young man carefully examines his new weapon right in the middle of the forest clearing. Smiling contentedly, the young man is genuinely delighted by the generous gift and admits that for a mid-tier weapon, this blade is damn good. Smiling cheerfully, the prince sincerely thanks him for the valuable blade, considering such a generous gift a tremendous honor. Smiling broadly and stiffly out of sudden relief, the shrewd man tries to hide his intense nervousness in the presence of the royal figure. Bowing in reply with a touch of bewilderment, this clearly agitated and frightened nobleman submissively assures the young prince of his absolute loyalty. Moving swiftly along the forest road, the heavily equipped cavalry unit gallops forward at full speed, trying to make up for lost time. Calmly leading his warhorse by the reins, the unflappable young man strides confidently along the trail. Narrowing his eyes ironically, the knight strikes up a casual conversation with the young man walking ahead of him. Turning calmly toward an old acquaintance, the mentor honestly admits that he was carrying out a secret royal mission. Pondering the sudden changes, the prince gloomily acknowledges that he will now have to pay the price for his amusing stroll outside his home palace. Severely interrupting the young man's thoughts, the knight orders him to get ready to leave immediately and saddle his horse so they can reach Iron Lion Castle by nightfall. Completely unflappable and with a perfectly serious expression, the blond man shocks everyone with a sudden confession that he has absolutely no idea how to stay in the saddle. Faced with such a ridiculous statement, the high-ranking warrior is momentarily speechless, breaking out in a cold sweat at the absurdity of what he has heard. Mentally fuming over the awkward situation, the hero reasonably points out that in his past life, he was merely a sword, someone who had no use for horses. Due to the prince's complete lack of horsemanship skills, the entire journey turned into a non-stop nightmare of constant falls from the saddle. Barely making it to the staging post, the exhausted young man feels so battered and worn out that he literally has no strength left even to speak. Despite the delay caused by endless mishaps along the way, the party reaches the massive gates of the impregnable citadel within a day. Mixed feelings wash over the weary blond man as he sees the enormous walls of Iron Lion Castle, the final destination of the journey, with his own eyes for the first time. Immediately after the arrival of the distinguished guests, guards clad in heavy armor stride confidently across the stone pavement in front of the entrance, ready to greet the party. Lining up in front of the gates, elite warriors from the Volodin family loudly and solemnly welcome the first prince of the Kingdom of Leonberg. Noticing the overly pompous reception, the smirking blond man mentally notes that the welcoming party's fighting spirit clearly goes beyond all bounds. Casting a haughty glance at the guests, one of the knights standing guard clearly shows his displeasure, hiding the true cause of his anger behind his stern expression. Calm and composed, the beautiful warrior steps forward. Noticing the palpable tension in the air, the prince decides to rattle the nerves of the pompous local guards a little. Bowing her head respectfully in a deep curtsy, Arwen greeted the prince. Dropping to one knee right in the middle of the stone pavement, the loyal warrior declared that she had been counting down the days until their meeting. Noticing such a strange scene, the guards instantly flew into a rage, which greatly amused the prince, who appreciated their violent reaction. As if sensing the danger the guests posed to her master, the woman standing behind Adelia suddenly began to radiate a sinister, frightening aura. Trying to prevent the inevitable fight, the frightened young man hastily grabbed the girl by the shoulder to calm her down somehow. Blinking in alarm at the sudden touch, the combative maid instantly lost all her fighting spirit. Immediately subdued, the loyal girl made the blonde man silently glad that he had instilled a slave-like obedience in her just in time. Smirking slyly after successfully taming his dangerous ward, the satisfied prince prepared for further negotiations. Deciding to break the prolonged silence, Adrian ordered Arwen to follow him, ignoring the disapproving glances of her sullen subordinates. Smiling slyly, the blonde man directly invited the other warriors to join them as well, since these old acquaintances clearly had plenty of topics in common. Slinging a wooden training sword over his shoulder, the young man strode cheerfully toward the exit, his demeanor radiating absolute composure and enthusiasm. Addressing the formation of elite knights standing ahead of him in a loud voice, the young man openly expressed his desire to personally test the much-praised skill of the Iron Lions. Exchanging bewildered glances at such audacity, the soldiers were momentarily rendered speechless and fell into an awkward silence. Noticing the confusion on the fighters' faces, the shrewd young man immediately added that he was willing to back down if his lofty title weighed too heavily on them. With a cheeky wink and a vow not to punish anyone for the outcome of the duel, the restless troublemaker asked with a smile if there really weren't any brave souls among them. Hearing the mockery directed at the renowned Iron Lions, the red-haired swordsman literally boiled with rage at the insult to their martial honor. Taking a decisive step forward, the young man announced to everyone that his name was Dale and that he represented the noble Denant family. Polite yet with a clear challenge in his voice, the young knight addressed the prince, humbly asking for his official permission to cross swords with him on the field. Shouting a battle cry at the top of his lungs, Dale, consumed by fervor, charges into the attack, ready to defend the order's reputation against his opponent at all costs. With a slight smirk, the arrogant blonde confidently declares that no permission is needed, since he was the one who initiated this sudden duel in the first place. Surging forward from his position, the enraged fighter lunges toward his opponent. Standing coolly still, the prince merely narrows his eyes slyly and waits for the perfect moment to deliver his devastating strike. With a burst of bright sparks of energy, the furious battle ends instantly with a hard and precise counterattack from the blonde man. Poor Dale lets out a pained groan from a sudden surge of pain and realizes, in shock, the complete superiority of his arrogant opponent. Collapsing heavily onto his back, right onto the trampled grass of the training ground, he lies sprawled on the ground under the watchful eyes of his fellow knights. Enveloped in sparkling flashes of magical energy, the prince haughtily challenges the next fool to step into the fray. Shocked by their comrades' lightning-fast defeat, the knights of the Iron Lions exchange frightened glances, unable to believe the colossal difference in their skills. Stepping forward resolutely to salvage their trampled honor, Paul Rothheim announces his status for all to hear, hoping to avenge his friend. Literally a second later, this cocky upperclassman is sent flying face first into the ground by another lightning-fast lunge from the prince. What follows is sheer madness, as one experienced student after another is sent flying in all directions by Adrian's attacks, screaming as they go. With a sharp and devastating move, the prince scatters his opponents in all directions, causing the air to literally explode with a powerful shockwave. Sending clouds of dust and debris billowing into the sky, an unprecedented force unleashes itself right in the middle of the courtyard, shocking everyone with the scale of these battles. Finding himself at the very center of the devastated arena, the satisfied young man calmly surveys the crowd of defeated fighters, sprawled helplessly on the grass. With a barely perceptible sigh of obvious disappointment, the hero straightens his shirt and wearily mutters under his breath about what a silly spectacle it all is. Glaring defiantly at the frozen guards, the young man declares his desire to finally test his strength against real knights, not these slowpokes. Hearing her name spoken by a member of the royal family, Arwen flinches in surprise and her eyes widen. Smiling broadly and slyly, the prince orders the girl to pack her things, for now she is obliged to follow him everywhere as his personal bodyguard. Watching him go with a silent gaze, the lady merely stares quietly after her master, suddenly lost in deep and complex thoughts. Humbly bowing her head as a sign of absolute submission, the bodyguard agrees to obey her master's will unquestioningly in all things. Smirking sarcastically to himself, the prince mentally celebrates his triumph and considers the current situation a ridiculously easy walk in the park. Brazenly breaking the silence, a high-ranking rival who has just appeared suggests making a small wager to liven up the dull atmosphere at least a little, abruptly and categorically cutting short the audacious attempt to set conditions in the event of victory. The prince instantly responds with a harsh refusal to the insolent fellow. Raising his voice angrily, the noble young man sternly declares to his opponent that his loyal companion will under no circumstances become a prize in someone's ridiculous tournament. Casually tossing an old wooden training sword aside, the young man orders a servant to immediately bring him a proper weapon. Accepting the magnificent steel blade with a sly smile, the prince promises to give this valuable trophy to his rival in the event of a fair victory. Dramatically drawing the gleaming magical blade from its luxurious scabbard, the young man leaves everyone present, literally speechless. Staring in disbelief at the legendary weapon in the prince's hands, the shocked witnesses to this scene freeze in their tracks. As she tries to object, the warrior hears in response incredibly passionate words declaring that he values her life 1,000 times more than any elite blade. Holding her breath in amazement, the girl simply stares silently at the prince as he confidently asserts the superiority of a swordsman's skill over a mere piece of iron. Clearly anticipating an easy victory, the rival accepts the challenge, agreeing to all the proposed terms of the duel. Boasting pompously about his noble lineage and prestigious rank in the order, this fellow ostentatiously begins to list his personal honors. Suddenly drawing a gleaming weapon, the braggart declares that he holds in his hands a unique, rare artifact from the most legendary blacksmith. Smiling slyly in response to such a generous promise to hand over a valuable trophy in the event of defeat, the prince secretly rejoices at such a perfect and extremely fortunate coincidence. Swiftly drawing his own blade, the hero prepared to teach this arrogant knight a lesson in a duel. Clashing spectacularly in a furious battle under the open sky, the opponents soar into the air and simultaneously swing their sharp swords. With an ironic smirk directed straight at his opponent's face, the hero suddenly mentions the master's 100th work, causing the arrogant knight to grow extremely nervous. With a vicious glint in his eyes, the stubborn rival grudgingly agrees to continue the fight, for this rare blade was forged just a couple of days ago. The arrogant fellow envelops himself in powerful mana and condescendingly acknowledges the prince's persistent efforts on the path of the sword. Listening to the foolish lectures about a supposedly false path, the young man merely smiles defiantly in response and prepares to show the upstart his true greatness. Deeply immersed in his own thoughts, the prince realizes the insignificance of others' opinions and bursts into a bright flame of colossal hidden energy. Coolly casting aside his false royal title, he finally understands that a high social standing has never mattered to him. Peering intently into the faces of the loyal people around him, the prince finds in their eyes that very sincere and long-awaited support. Fiercely ablaze with the thrill of battle and magical fire, the young man decides that the recognition of his own people alone is enough for absolute victory. Pulling himself together, the young man orders Adelia to watch the events closely, causing her to freeze in fear and confusion. Raising his blade resolutely, the young warrior instantly unleashes a magical aura that engulfs everything around him in a powerful whirlwind. Gazing at the silhouette of his legendary ancestor hovering in the air, the prince confidently declares just how arduous the path ahead will be for his companion. Humbly lowering her gaze, the heroine quietly agrees to accept her destined fate for the sake of their shared greater goal. Swirling rapidly in a fiery spiral, powerful streams of golden magic bind the two allies together. Having finally accepted the challenge, Adelia, shrouded in bright flashes of pure energy, mentally vows to follow her master unquestioningly. The fragrant steam rising gently from the elegant cup seems to hint at a very difficult and rather tense conversation. Seated in a luxurious armchair, the noble gentleman lazily inquires about the number of previous joint visits to the castle. After a moment's thought, propping his chin on his hand, the Count reluctantly confirms that this is their fourth visit here. As he runs through all the other arrogant brothers in his mind, he notes that even those princes who do not lay claim to the crown still visited this place. Slamming his cup loudly on the table, the angry man passionately reminds everyone of the first prince's rightful claim to the royal throne. Suddenly bursting into a furious outcry, he openly accuses him of all the kingdom's current troubles and misfortunes. Bitterly rebuking the commander of the Third Legion, the enraged nobleman declares that it is precisely because of others' indifference that the prince has been left completely alone. Sighing heavily under the weight of the accusations hurled at him, the Count quietly admits his guilt in having indeed abandoned his nephew long ago. In the past, this spoiled royal heir behaved like a true arrogant tyrant, completely indifferent to the future of his country. Once his stern uncle had to severely reprimand the young man for consuming some dubious potion that had completely robbed him of what little sanity he had left. Instead of offering a proper apology, the young man, driven mad with rage, merely shot his relative a wild, hate-filled glare. Brashly drawing a sharp blade from its sheath, the madman, having completely lost control of himself, lunged at his own mentor. Calmly observing the pathetic tantrum, the experienced warrior became fully convinced of the utter hopelessness and incorrigibility of the wayward young man. Immediately after the general's disgraceful departure for the north, a treacherous relative sent him a bottle of poisoned wine under the guise of a generous gift. Clutching the poisoned vessel tightly in his hand, the enraged man made a firm resolution never again to forgive such brazen betrayal. After resolutely draining the bottle of cheap poison, the swordsman channeled his powerful mana and instantly burned the dangerous toxin out of his body. Along with the deadly poison, the last drops of his former familial affection were irrevocably consumed by the flames within his body. To everyone's surprise, the former scoundrel had completely changed. Now he steadfastly endured grueling training and was rapidly growing stronger with each passing day. Snapping at the shout, the nobleman recalled the long-standing edict that under no circumstances whatsoever should the first prince be allowed to ascend the throne. Clenching his fist tightly against the surge of emotion, the troubled man realized that the boy from his memories had become a completely different person. Sincerely hoping for understanding, the loyal supporter begged that the boy be given a chance, so that he might finally stand on equal footing with the other princes. Having finally set aside his pride for the sake of a noble cause, the Count literally begged for leniency toward his protege. Puzzled and furrowing his brow at such a sudden outburst, the opponent merely muttered in response that he refused to understand the motives behind such strange behavior. Lowering his eyes, the battle-hardened warrior quietly admitted to being completely bewildered, for he still hadn't figured out which of the two had changed. Flinging open the massive doors, the guard who had rushed in addressed the gentleman present with great agitation. Interrupting an important conversation at the most interesting part, the breathless guest prepared to report something incredible about the first prince. Strolling through the courtyard, the man calmly assured his companion that there was absolutely no need to worry about the duel. Grinning slyly as he walked, the guy added that even in a real, brutal sword fight, no one would dare to beat up a member of the royal family. Turning to his friend walking beside him, the swordsman let slip that right now, the only person they needed to worry about was their own knight. Deeply taken aback by this statement, the bewildered young man stared doubtfully at his companion and bluntly declared that he was spouting utter nonsense. With a deafening crash, the opponent is sent flying backward, falling helplessly to the ground under the shocked gazes of the onlookers. Flipping upside down in midair with his sword in hand, this long-haired, cocky fighter lands, screaming in pain. Enveloped in a brilliant aura, the invincible prince stands in the middle of the battlefield amid the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, who simply cannot believe that the mighty Dunham has been defeated. Completely taken aback by such an unexpected ending, the aristocrat freezes in place while his companion smirks and reminds him of his prediction. With his head bowed gloomily, the wounded hero breathes heavily and prepares to demonstrate his hidden power to everyone present. Wiping blood from his lips and grinning wildly, the blond man suddenly bursts with magical energy, proving that it was not him they should have been worried about at all. Recalling his uncle's wise words about true knights and the power of the two rings, he watched as the warrior unleashed furious bolts of lightning around his blade. Breathing heavily and unevenly from the strain, the prince stares fiercely ahead as powerful tongues of azure flame burst from his clenched fist. Rapidly exchanging furious blows right in midair, the two opponents create powerful bursts of magic around themselves. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Adrian realizes the weakness of his current technique, but still refuses to play his trump card. Abruptly activating a unique hyper-focus mode for a devastating attack, the fighter instantly concentrates all his power into his trusty blade. A complete, ominous silence suddenly descends on the surroundings as the blond man gathers a powerful cluster of pure energy right in the palm of his hand. Shouting loudly and furiously as rage overwhelms him, the opponent swings his sword with all his might to deliver another devastating blow. Gripping the hilt of his weapon tightly with both hands, the exhausted duelist suddenly finds himself overcome by a strange sensation, as if his body no longer obeys him. Flaring ominously and mysteriously with a bright neon flame, the prince's eyes instantly betray the awakening of some terrifying inner power. Feeling that very same fierce spark from the distant past, the hero freezes amid flashes of lightning as a powerful wave of adrenaline courses through his body. Suddenly leaping from their positions, the rivals fly toward each other at full speed, shrouded in a frenzied aura of power and pure energy. In the next instant, the air literally explodes from the monstrous clash of their blades, generating a blinding shockwave and a devastating whirlwind all around. Knocked backward by the blow, one of the fighters struggles to maintain his balance on the grass, while the astonished witnesses of the duel stand frozen in utter shock. Wiping the blood from his lips, the self-assured prince merely grins defiantly, anticipating the continuation of this truly heated battle. Shouting a challenge to his next opponent, the young man sends the crowd into a roar of excitement as a new swordsman steps onto the battlefield. Like a bolt of lightning out of the blue, another opponent attacks from above, but the hero instantly blocks the strike with his trusty, sturdy blade. Surrounded by the blazing blue flames of battle magic, the defiant young man looks down at his enemy with a promising smile. Shrouded in blue flashes of pure magic, the brave blond man lunges sharply at the knight, who stands frozen in utter astonishment and confusion. With a deafening clang, steel clashes against steel once more as the opponent tries to hold off the onslaught and frantically blocks this furious lunge. Swung rapidly for his next move, the fighter spins in an incredible pirouette, focusing entirely on his enemy's vulnerable spots. With a single powerful and precise kick, the fighter knocks the poor fellow off his feet, forcing him to fall to the ground in disgrace and drop his weapon from his weakened hands. Mercilessly pressing the tip of his sword directly against the defeated opponent's neck, the victor forces him to freeze in fear and fully admit defeat. Narrowing his bright blue eyes predatory, the prince fixes his opponent with a chilling gaze that radiates absolute triumph. Slowly lowering his blood-stained blade to the very grass, the weary warrior stands frozen amid the silence that has fallen over the field. Surrounded by defeated fighters and shrouded in a fierce blue flame, the young man breathes heavily after an exhausting battle. Breathing heavily from exhaustion and gripping the hilt of his trusty sword tightly, the prince struggles to maintain his balance on the battlefield. The warriors around him are celebrating their stunning success with great enthusiasm, for this brilliant victory marks the 5th in a row for their brave lord. Suddenly, the entire space around him fills with raging azure energy, signaling the warrior's readiness to face absolutely any challenge fate may throw his way. Right in the midst of this mystical blue flame, the young man unexpectedly feels his combat skill transform into something far more powerful. The magical anthem of sparring is finally transformed into the legendary anthem of the duel. Realizing his incredible triumph, the heir to the throne, exhausted to the limit, quietly whispers the cherished words that he has finally succeeded. Having suddenly lost his last reserves of strength from the colossal strain, the young man begins to collapse to the ground under the weight of his own exhausted body. Concerned for his condition, his comrade immediately drops to his knees beside him and sympathetically helps the fallen prince to his feet. Smiling sincerely and gently supporting Adrian by the shoulder, the knight expresses his deepest respect for this truly great victory. Loud cheers of approval instantly echo across the entire training ground, while the other soldiers sincerely salute the young man's unyielding will. Completely baffled by such a sudden shift in the crowd's mood, the prince tries to understand why his recent enemies are suddenly so jubilant. Watching the madness unfold from the sidelines, the noble gentlemen calmly discuss the simple-hearted nature of these stern and straightforward warriors. Smiling sincerely and clapping softly, The man remarks that a good battle and an honest victory excite these young men more than anything else. Noticing the bewildered look on the weary prince's face, he adds ironically that the prince must have expected nothing but malice and pent-up resentment from the crowd. Someone in the crowd remarks that an honorable loss is far more valuable than a dirty victory, and when both sides give it their all, the result itself no longer matters. Chatting cheerfully among themselves, the guys notice that Danhem is clearly upset right now, since he'll now have to hand over his sword to His Highness. Exhausted, the prince thinks sadly that all his former knowledge and skills have been lost forever and cast aside along with the destroyed magical heart. Suddenly, the young man realizes that even after all the misfortunes he has endured, at least one important thing remains completely unchanged. Seeing the loyalty of his warriors, the hero understands that the ability to lose with dignity and respect another's strength is the true, unbroken spirit of chivalry. In the middle of the sun-drenched courtyard, preparations for departure are underway, while the servants bustle around the carriage and the noble gentlemen leisurely wrap up their important business. Squinting slightly, the prince casually remarks that, in that case, they'll definitely have to cross paths again sometime. Bowing his head respectfully, the nobleman sincerely wishes him good health until their next meeting, to which the young man responds by advising him to take care of himself as well. Just as he is about to finally head back to the carriage, the young man abruptly calls out to Count Volodin, having clearly remembered some overlooked matter at the very last moment. After asking the Count to keep everything that had happened a strict secret, the prince is met with genuine bewilderment from the man, who considers publicity to be advantageous. With a mysterious smirk, the cunning blonde is clearly plotting yet another ingenious or simply very amusing prank. Mentally picturing his rival with a sword in hand, the young man notes to himself that there is a person in the world with whom he desperately wants to have some fun. Having set up camp in a forest clearing just before sunset, the weary knights begin unloading their heavy carts in preparation for their long-awaited night's rest. Deciding to personally check the forest thicket for hidden threats, the swordsman informs the prince of his reconnaissance mission and immediately receives approval. Silently and intently watching the young lord's actions from behind the spreading trees, Arwen is clearly deeply troubled by something. Realizing that it takes time to get used to the harsh conditions of a campaign, the prince watches the girl with sympathy, knowing she clearly needs time to adjust. After a hard day, the young man yawns contentedly and decides to finally go into the tent for some long-awaited rest, but suddenly freezes in his tracks. With a truly devoted smile, a maid greets him right in the middle of the room, welcoming her master home. Genuinely puzzled, the hero mentally protests the fact that a woman of such a rare rank is wasting her brilliant potential on such menial tasks. Noticing the obvious displeasure on the prince's face, the frightened girl immediately asks timidly if she might have accidentally done something to offend him. Tired of explaining himself, the young man simply brushes off her questions, allows her to leave, and with a sigh of relief, collapses onto the bed to be alone. The weary young man sinks into thoughts about how the much-vaunted Order of the Iron Lion Knights turned out to be nothing like he had imagined. Analyzing what he had seen, the ambitious prince notes to himself that most of the ordinary warriors in this unit have poor sword-fighting skills. Recalling days gone by, he thinks of the ancient warriors who spent many years training just to reach even an average level of mastery. Surprised by modern realities, the hero acknowledges the fact that today's fighters manage to reach the same level of swordsmanship by the time they're in their 20s or 30s. Comparing the eras, the young man concludes that the potential of superhumans has fallen sharply, while the ceiling of what ordinary people can achieve has soared. Sitting up in bed, struck by a sudden insight, the prince realizes that this strange imbalance of power stems exclusively from the influence of a mysterious mana chain. Reflecting on the past, the young man recalls his uncle, who could have reached the legendary stage of transcendence, but for some reason gave up on it. With sadness, the young man realizes that in this current bleak era, even great warriors don't have the slightest chance of rising above the extraordinary rank. Clutching his fist tightly, Adrian concludes that absolutely any global changes in the world depend solely on the inexorable passage of time. Finding himself in a completely unfamiliar era, the young man humbly acknowledges his own ignorance and resolutely decides to start his training from scratch. The young man's unexpected and mature willingness to start from scratch instantly earns him sincere approval from those around him. Smiling broadly, the man enthusiastically encourages the young man, assuring him that with enough dedication, he will surely be able to fulfill any cherished dream. Gently reminding him of an important achievement, the warrior points out to his nephew that he has already managed to win the loyal hearts of the fierce Iron Lions. Beaming with pride, the man enthusiastically praises Adrian, calling his decision an incredibly wise act worthy of a true leader. Utterly shocked by such a passionate outburst, the poor boy freezes in utter horror, genuinely unable to understand his uncle's strange behavior. Barely holding back his panic, the young man asks anxiously whether his uncle has finally lost his mind and forgotten about their recent wager. Trying to remedy the awkward situation, the prince begins to discuss the wager regarding victory over his third brother, but is immediately cut off by a harsh refusal. Recalling the true nature of their agreement, the young man confidently declares that victory over the knight, with the double chain, practically guarantees him the win. Striding firmly across the carpet, the stern man suddenly announces his intention to fully honor his old promise. Looking at his uncle in bewilderment, the surprised young man tries to grasp the hidden meaning behind the grand mention of Vale Balahard. Solemnly pressing his hand to his chest, the count and commander of the 3rd Legion suddenly begins to speak in an incredibly formal tone. Before the eyes of his shocked nephew, the military commander loudly announces his official support for First Prince Adrian Leonberg. Realizing the full scale of the impending disaster, the poor young man falls into a state of utter shock and in horror begs his uncle not to voice this insane and terrifying idea. Genuinely bewildered and shouting furiously throughout the tent, the young man tries to figure out when on earth he ever expressed the crazy desire to become the next king. Like a bomb going off, the unexpected and loud announcement caused everyone around him to cheer and offer the hero enthusiastic congratulations. Sincerely rejoicing for the entire kingdom, the servants and knights showered the stunned young man with their enthusiastic congratulations. Amid incredible noise and commotion, orderly ranks of newly appointed royal guards converged on the prince's chambers. Fussily running all over the hall, the maids and footmen who had been sent began to put the young man's private quarters in order. Finding himself suddenly at the very epicenter of this mad chaos, the prince froze in place as a wave of wild irritation and anger washed over him. Waving his arms furiously and pointing his finger at the door, the enraged young man loudly ordered that this entire uninvited crowd of onlookers be driven away immediately. Calmly explaining the situation, the knight objected that the servants who had arrived by royal decree would certainly not be going anywhere now. Exhausted by the incessant noise, the young man angrily demanded that these shouting people be removed at least out of sight so they wouldn't drive him crazy. Leaning back in his chair with obvious relief, the weary prince sincerely rejoiced in the long-awaited and much-desired silence in his chambers. With a wild crash, the front doors flew open and an uninvited guest suddenly burst into the room, shouting loudly as he tried to find his older brother. Giving the newcomer a highly displeased look, the blonde prince dryly asked him the reason for such a late and unannounced visit. Grinning brazenly, the 3rd prince, Gillian Leonberg, began to sarcastically berate his brother for his hidden ambitions and secret fencing lessons. Watching his relative's impassioned and bombastic speech, the hero merely propped his head up lazily with his hand and, with amusing irony, thanked him for his concern, which moved him to tears. Waving his arms furiously and spitting with rage, an enraged Gillian promised to make his insolent brother pay dearly for such a brazen deception. Clutching his head in utter despair, the young man mentally cursed everyone around him and seethed that no one was listening to his reluctance to rule. Squinting slightly, his experienced uncle listened indulgently to his nephew's words, clearly plotting some cunning political maneuver of his own. Folding his arms resolutely across his chest, the hot-tempered prince openly declares that he has absolutely no claim to the throne and is only playing along with him temporarily. Smiling slightly, the man suddenly shifts the topic of conversation to the harsh northern lands and asks the young man directly whether he is concerned about the fate of distant Balahard. Gloomily reminding him of the looming threat, the warrior points out that this very snow-covered frontier serves as the only shield against the terrifying monsters from the northern mountains. With a sly smile, he assures the young man that as long as the royal family remembers the winter's chill, the mighty clan of defenders faces no danger. Visibly relaxed, the prince exhales with obvious relief, for the inevitable conversation about the balance of power in the kingdom was bound to happen anyway. Turning abruptly, his uncle sternly reminds the young man of the tragic and inevitable fate of any firstborn who suddenly forfeits his rightful throne. Slowly making his way toward the door, the man promises to give his nephew time to think it all over, but orders him to remember this warning well. Staring intently into the void, the young man mulls over his relative's words that the firstborn's rightful claim will vanish only with his death. Left completely alone in his gloomy room, he exhales irritably and mentally brushes aside all outside advice and cunning tricks. Driven by entirely different ambitions, the time traveler dreams only of regaining true, boundless power that will crush any obstacles in his path. Indifferently casting aside the imposed rules of the game, the young heir becomes fully convinced that his claim to the throne is nothing but a foolish and empty vanity. The enormous ballroom, lavishly adorned with gold, gradually fills with pompous nobility who have gathered for some incredibly important event. The loud voice of an invisible herald silences the crowd, announcing the imminent arrival of the eldest son of the ruling Leonberg royal dynasty. Amid a wave of surprise and whispered murmurs from the assembled aristocrats, the first prince finally makes his majestic entrance into the packed hall. As they survey the crowd of distinguished guests gathered at the lavish reception, the stern and smirking conspirators are hatching a plot. Hiding her face beneath a dark hood, a mysterious stranger gazes at the royal heir. Finally, the prince himself appears, ready to make a dramatic entrance at the celebration and show all his envious rivals who's boss. Striding confidently down the luxurious staircase to the loud click of his heels, the handsome young man causes everyone present to turn toward him. Slowly making his way down to the guests, the suddenly slimmer heartthrob draws the shocked stares of the astonished crowd, who clearly weren't expecting this. Brazenly feigning admiration and hypocritically gushing over his stunning appearance, the ladies are charmed by the changes, while the guy himself can only think irritably about their foolishness. Looking with contempt at the aristocrats gathered around him, the blonde man is genuinely bewildered. Could it really be that these insincere people rule the kingdom? Mentally labeling this entire pretentious rabble a den of vipers, the young man, weary of their pretense, sees through their vile nature. Clearly seeing the dark aura of others' evil karma, the hero stands coolly in the middle of the hall, shrouded in vice. Immediately singling out just one sincere and decent person from among this crowd of hypocrites, the young man decides to approach him. Calling out cheerfully and far too loudly to the young man, who is startled by the unexpected greeting, the prince causes the poor fellow to freeze in place from the shock, embarrassedly scratching the back of his head and smiling sweetly in response. The young man, surprised by such attention, politely thanks the crown prince for the personal invitation. Smirking slyly to himself, the prince plans to use these naive young men as reliable pawns for his future grand schemes. Shouting at the top of his lungs across the entire hall, the guard urges the assembled guests to immediately turn their attention to the balcony. Throwing the doors wide open, two sentries solemnly announce the arrival of a high-ranking marquis, causing the crowd to murmur excitedly. Spinning abruptly at the irritating shout, the surprised prince reacts with obvious displeasure to the sudden appearance of an uninvited guest. In the midst of the royal ball, the eyes of those present suddenly turn to a man standing frozen on the grand staircase. Right before the audience, an arrogant, overweight man appears, officially introduced as the ambassador of the formidable Burgundian Empire, named Kuyon. With a sardonic smirk on his face, this unpleasant guest struts over to the young prince and greets him as if nothing had happened after their long separation. At the sound of that hated voice, the hero's vision instantly darkens, and a powerful wave of genuine rage and hidden menace courses through his body. Images of a brutal war from 400 years ago immediately flood his mind, a war in which he and an old friend had fought fiercely against a common enemy. It was precisely this ominous name that had once left countless indelible scars on the body of his homeland, causing the young man to boil with fierce anger. Seriously frightened by the young man's gaze, one of the nobles drops his glass in a panic and accidentally spills expensive wine right onto the prince's immaculate doublet. The drops running down his face and the huge crimson stain on the light-colored lapel leave the young man frozen in shock. Stammering with sheer terror, the culprit begins to frantically make excuses, blaming his clumsiness on the mad rush to greet the prince. With a voice trembling with nervousness, the man hastily apologizes for ruining the outfit, trying to atone for his guilt in any way he can. Fixing the offender with an icy glare, the heir to the throne continues to maintain a sullen silence that makes everyone feel uneasy. With obvious bewilderment on his face, the Burgundian ambassador watches this silent scene from afar. At that moment, an atmosphere so thick and chilling descends upon the very center of the luxurious ballroom that the frightened guests are afraid to even take a breath. With a quiet sigh, the young man mutters something about the urgent need to change clothes, while the culprit continues to bow earnestly. Immediately, a knight approaches the distraught young man, ready to lead him away from the crowd, while the question of the ambassador's identity swirls in the hero's mind. Glancing at the nobleman who has respectfully bowed his head, the knight formally announces him as the Marquis of Bielefeld. Smiling slightly, Adrian reflects that there are still some normal people among the nobility, people who aren't completely corrupt. Deep in solitude, the distraught young man lowers his head as heavy, cold beads of sweat slowly trickle down his face. Throwing open the massive doors into the dim light of the luxurious room, the knight quietly reports the recent incident to the prince. With a faint smirk on his face, the man strides forward confidently, his imposing presence radiating incredible strength and experience. Approaching the blond man frozen in his chair, he states bluntly that the Marquis of Bielefeld had warned of his intention to cause major trouble. His eyes flashing maliciously from the pitch-black darkness, the young man grimly agrees that the old man was telling the absolute truth about his rebellion. Glaring indignantly at the dejected young man, his uncle asks him directly about the motives behind his actions, to which he receives the reply that he has complete control over the situation. Possessing immense influence and power, the House of Burgundy brazenly demonstrates its superiority, forcing the entire local nobility to grovel before it. Under strict and arrogant supervision, defenseless people are forced to put up with an extremely tense world and a completely one-sided alliance. Gritting his teeth furiously in helpless rage, the young prince genuinely does not understand exactly how his native kingdom managed to descend into such ruin. Plunging into dark memories, the warrior begins his unhurried account of how the kingdom's decline was preceded by a perfectly ordinary story. Bravely raising their battle standard high above their heads, the fearless knights selflessly threw themselves into battle, successfully repelling enemy raids time and time again. Gradually expanding its borders and building up its power, the treacherous enemy empire transformed into a vast metropolis, widening the colossal gap. The once solid royal shield shatters into pieces, forcing the weakened country to finally fall to its knees. Shocked by a sudden realization, the young prince freezes, as the solution to some ancient mystery spontaneously surfaces in his mind. Situated on the outskirts of the continent, the tiny kingdom of Leonberg had managed for centuries to stand alone against the mighty Burgundian Empire. From the very founding of the state, its brave inhabitants carefully gathered achievements bit by bit, turning ordinary daily life into true heroic ballads. Over time, these great feats of their ancestors grew into breathtaking legends and epic myths, forging the invincible spirit of this small but proud country for centuries. Known as the battle hymns, this legendary mystical power has safeguarded the nation's peace for centuries, endowing chosen warriors with incredible might. With a sad expression on his face, the young man clenches his fist, shrouded in blue flames, for in the end, they managed to completely squander this great legacy. With determination, the hero suddenly breaks the heavy silence and firmly declares to his uncle that he has completely changed his mind. Hearing such an unexpected statement from his nephew, the man raises his eyebrows in surprise. Placing his hand on his heart as a sign of unwavering resolve, the hero confidently declares his firm intention to claim the royal throne. Staring silently, the battle-hardened warrior tries to grasp the full gravity of these intentions. Fully aware of the potential risks and future difficulties, the young man is nonetheless ready to risk everything to save the once prosperous kingdom. Meanwhile, a bright morning dawns over the magnificent palace, marking the beginning of the second decisive day of the grand royal banquet. As he adjusts his ceremonial uniform just before stepping out to greet the guests, Adrian mentally prepares himself for the upcoming clash with the treacherous aristocracy. Amid the loud shouts of the herald announcing the arrival of Lord Valorhard of the northern county, two men stride majestically into the bustling hall. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the young man casts an appraising and very cold glance at the crowd of courtiers gathered around him. Once in the very center of the hall, the arrogant and pompous nobility merely turn up their noses in disdain, whispering fervently behind the newcomer's back. Openly ignoring the crowd's sidelong glances, the prince declares with a chuckle that the manners here don't even measure up to those of down-and-out foreigners. Fixing his piercing gaze ahead, the young man is lost in memories of a close friend whose great future no one once believed in. Seen by those around him as just an ordinary country boy from the backwoods, The future ruler once seemed utterly worthless to the crowd. Even while at rock bottom among the outcasts, the simple young man still stubbornly stood out for his incredible fortitude and inner nobility. Clutching his trusty sword tightly in his hand, the young man, defying others' doubts, took a decisive step toward his destiny. The proud prince suddenly realizes that, at this very moment, he is exactly retracing the heroic and legendary path of his faithful companion. Noticing the complete indifference of those around him, the young man silently calls the arrogant aristocrats blind, incapable of seeing true strength. With his head held high before a stunned flock of terrified sheep, the prince prepares to reveal to the world something truly grand and terrifying. Activating an ancient and powerful spell, he begins to sing the legendary hymn of kings at the top of his lungs, even though his current body can barely keep up. Overcoming excruciating pain, the brave young man holds on steadfastly, sustained only by the thought that this magic is merely on par with that of ordinary heroes. Suddenly opening his eyes, which blaze with azure fire, the young man abruptly switches to a far more powerful spell. Summoning a majestic crown directly above his head, the young man literally makes the entire ballroom shudder. Rushing past the frozen guests in a bright flash, a powerful wave of magic causes everyone present to turn in panic toward the source of the noise. Spinning around abruptly, the pompous nobles watch this colossal display of foreign power with genuine horror and utter bewilderment etched on their faces. Enveloped in a majestic glow, the prince accepts the oath of allegiance from his subjects, arrogantly declaring that this spectacle is quite enough for him. Smirking smugly, the blond man condescendingly allows the crowd to rise, when suddenly an ominous dark flash cuts through the air. Suddenly sensing a blood-chilling threat, the young man freezes in shock as a mysterious aura begins to rapidly thicken right in the middle of the throne room. Stunned by the abrupt change in atmosphere, the prince looks around in fear, trying to figure out where this energy is coming from. Noticing a pointed-eared silhouette, the hero is genuinely surprised by the appearance of an elf who slyly remarks that someone still remembers the ancient sacred hymns. Instantly realizing the full scale of the impending catastrophe, the young man realizes with horror that the figure standing before him is far from an ordinary member of the forest folk. Making a dramatic entrance before the prince, the mysterious guest flaunts her power with a defiant smile. The blond man, pale with rage, screams inwardly in utter despair, unable to fathom what on earth this mad woman is even doing here. Among humans, these beautiful forest dwellers are always described as noble, long-lived beings who would never dare to harm even a bug. It is precisely this innocent image of a beautiful maiden with a butterfly that immediately springs to mind for every ordinary person the moment they hear the mysterious word elf. However, the harsh reality turns out to be much darker, for this cruel race mercilessly uses its otherworldly beauty merely as bait. The true high elves pose a tremendous danger among them, possessing the incredible status of a true hero from the moment of their birth. To make matters worse, the stunned prince suddenly realizes that the uninvited guest who has burst into the castle has absolutely nothing in common with her usual kind. Having lived for nearly a millennium, the powerful elder Sigrun rightfully bears the fearsome title of the dancing sorceress swordswoman. With an ominous smile, the mad warrior extends her hand and boldly invites him to come with her, promising unbridled revelry until the end of time. With a predatory and dangerous smile, the elf, gripping her blade, openly admits aloud that she craves to get her hands on her longtime tormentor even more than before. Swallowing nervously from a sudden wave of fear, the hero frantically wonders whether the mad beast will recognize him after the royal anthem that has just been performed. Narrowing her eyes suspiciously, the guest asks directly if they've met before, since his aura seems all too familiar to her. Putting on the most impassive expression he can muster, the prince confidently lies, claiming that this is the very first time in his life he has seen a living elf. With an enigmatic smirk, the haughty elf carefully studies the prince standing before her. Raising an eyebrow skeptically, the distrustful beauty mentally catches him in a lie, recalling her insane power from 400 years ago, when he himself was still a sword. The hero fully understands what a dangerous monster she has now become. At the sight of the beautiful elves, ordinary people instantly lose their heads with love and freeze in place. Experienced martial artists, however, react quite differently. Thanks to their keen intuition, they immediately sense the hidden threat emanating from these creatures and panic. Slowly extending her slender hand forward, The sorceress gracefully closes the distance between them. Defiantly jabbing her finger straight into the young man's chest, the guest declares with a clear smirk that his current level of skill is still far from ideal for such harsh places. Gently taking her hand, the self-assured heir to the throne parries the attack by declaring that his unique tastes are the reason magic has no effect on him. Shocked by such a bold retort, the powerful elf is momentarily speechless and simply stares at the young man in disbelief. Pulling a purple hood over her head, the guest politely bids farewell to the perplexed heir to the throne and leaves, leaving behind a host of questions. Breathing a sigh of relief, the exhausted young man tries to wipe the cold sweat from his face and finally catches his breath after the overwhelming pressure. Glancing at the tiny girl standing next to the maid, the young man immediately rules her out as a candidate due to the prospective suitor's far too tender age. Hiding behind her mother's back, the next timid candidate trembles with nervousness and categorically refuses to even make eye contact with him. Watching the next lady's frenzied behavior, the hero is genuinely puzzled as to whether she came on a date or to pick a fight with him. Quickly flipping through the list of brides, the disappointed prince successively rejects either very young children or overly haughty women with strange hairstyles. Sighing heavily under the endless stream of royal duties, the queen wearily covers her face with her hand. Without pausing for a second, the woman begins to lecture earnestly on exactly what qualities the ideal future bride must possess. Suddenly interrupting her lecture on marriage, a breathless servant timidly reports the arrival of unexpected guests from mysterious forest lands. Walking slowly and majestically, the mysterious visitors approach the rulers, ready to finally reveal the true purpose of their visit. Bowing respectfully, the leader of the Omel clan offers words of welcome to Queen Margarita, who is clearly intrigued. Slightly taken aback by the sudden diplomatic visit after many years of isolation, the queen admits that the forest people's visit has come as a huge surprise. Deciding to get straight to the point as soon as she steps through the door, the guest confidently asks whether the palace is indeed actively searching for a suitable match for the prince. Smiling broadly in response to an affirmative nod, the radiant stranger declares for all to hear that she is a true high elf. Comparing her high status in the forest people's hierarchy to human titles, the guest tries to impress the skeptical prince. Beaming with unnatural friendliness, the forest beauty declares that purely by chance, her age coincides almost perfectly with that of the heir. To lend even more weight to her words, the cunning visitor calls the elves ideal wives and likens her bodyguards to a knightly order. Shifting her tone abruptly, the cunning seductress goes on to say that she felt an irresistible connection with the young man from the very first second they met. Realizing the full gravity of the absurd situation, the young man turns pale with shock when he hears the claim that their life paths are intertwined. Shuddering with mounting panic, the hero tries to come to terms with the idea that members of this ancient people, by their very nature, never lie. Struggling to contain her overwhelming emotions, the shocked ruler is genuinely astonished by such unprecedented audacity on the part of her forest guest, while the nobles whisper fervently in the wings about the mysterious fate of the elves. The conversation among those present suddenly turns to the possibility of a marriage alliance. Without waiting for the official speeches to conclude, the prince abruptly rises from his seat. Without further ado, he grabs the elf by the hand right in the middle of the packed hall. Resolutely ignoring the outrage of those around him, the prince drags her along, loudly declaring the urgent need to speak face to face. Shouts of unprecedented audacity follow the couple, but none of the aristocrats present dares to interfere with this strange escape. Slamming the heavy wooden door shut, they are finally alone in the silence of the corridor, where no outsider can eavesdrop on their secret conversation. Intrigued, the prince looks seriously at the elf and demands that she immediately reveal the true reason for such a sudden visit. Giggling merrily at his excessive seriousness, the cunning beauty merely coquettishly assures him that she wants nothing more than friendship between their peoples. Shedding his usual mask of friendliness, the young man once again addresses the insolent guest by her true title, causing her eyes to widen in fear. Staring sternly straight ahead, the young heir openly calls her a ruthless executioner, who has been doing the clan's dirty work for centuries. Without the slightest hesitation in his voice, he issues a harsh ultimatum, trying to determine whether she has come for a routine investigation or for an execution. Replacing a momentary look of confusion with a maniacal grin, The elf smirks menacingly and asks with obvious excitement how he knows all this. Falling into a tense silence in response, the stunned prince merely stares intently at the face of the eerie guest, whose dark aura begins to grow rapidly. Mentally aware of the colossal difference in power, the frightened young man frantically tries to understand the reason for such a sudden interest in him. Suddenly realizing her ability to see the threads of fate, the young man understands that the treacherous woman has managed to peer into the hidden past of his soul. Towering haughtily over the elf, the prince makes her shudder with his ominous words about the folly of her silence. Smiling slightly in response to the obvious threat, the defiant young man isn't the least bit afraid and fully understands the danger of the situation. Sharply parrying the attack, the hero sarcastically remarks to his frightened rival that it would be even more foolish to blab in front of the executioner. Firmly ordering her to stop these silly games, the self-assured heir demands that Sigrun never interfere with his fate again. Coolly calculating every move, the young man is well aware of the fleeting nature of a woman's curiosity and has no intention of blindly trusting this lady to provoke her interest for the sake of his own salvation. The cunning blonde decides to ignite a real flame of intrigue in the wild elf girl. Genuinely baffled by such drastic changes in the young man's behavior, a shocked Sigrun frantically tries to figure out his true identity. Skillfully dodging a direct answer, he merely pretends to be a pitiful wretch and hides his true face. Narrowing his eyes slyly, the prince suggests she simply wait and see everything with her own eyes. Staring intently at the young man's back, the pale-faced maiden suddenly realizes just how strange and unpredictable the situation has become. Secretly analyzing her recent past, the guest tries to understand the true reason she was sent on this silly and trivial mission. Smiling wildly at the sudden realization that has washed over her, the cunning beauty finally understands that she was sent here solely for the sake of this young man. Grimacing at such a frightening smile, the shocked young man mentally labels the crazy elf girl a completely insane individual. Striding solemnly down the luxurious carpeted aisle of the vast hall, this odd couple draws the astonished stares of the entire aristocracy. Clasping their fingers tightly together amid the gasps and sighs of the shocked courtiers, the daring conspirators put on quite a show for the local audience. Striding resolutely along the luxurious carpeted aisle, the young prince, arm in arm with his elven companion, drew the astonished gazes of the nobility gathered in the palace. Suddenly stopping right in front of the majestic royal throne, the young man declared to everyone present that he had come to announce something of the utmost importance. Smiling dazzlingly to make the right impression, the cunning young man unexpectedly announced his official engagement to the beautiful Sigrun. Mentally shuddering at the wave of revulsion washing over him, the hero was genuinely astonished at how he had even managed to say the name of that insufferable girl out loud. The shocked queen instantly frowned, fully aware that the prince had devised this fictitious alliance with the elves solely to buy precious time. Gently wrapping an arm around his companion, the young man added that such an important decision could not be made in haste, so he intended to observe everyone closely. Breathing a sigh of relief, the queen silently agreed with his reasoning, deciding to use this pause to carefully calculate the benefits of the alliance. Anticipating her imminent triumph, the cunning elf mentally promised herself to use the allotted days to finally tame the foolish prince. Maintaining a mask of outward calm and unshakable confidence, the young man calculated his own hidden benefits in his head. Turning his back on the throne, Adrian firmly resolved to gather enough strength during this time to escape from the mad elf girl. Overcome by the rage welling up inside him, the exasperated young man slammed his fist down on the table with all his might and cursed loudly at the collapse of his plans. Jumping up from his seat in the empty office, the enraged rival began to scream desperately that this upstart was superior to him solely by right of birth. Breathing heavily and unevenly from the suffocating resentment, the nobleman, flushed with anger, frantically tried to come to terms with the fact that he had been so brazenly outmaneuvered. First, his influential uncle, to everyone's surprise, publicly backed this upstart, and then the cunning prince managed to win over the Iron Lion's castle to his side. Previously, the young man had naively believed that female beauty had its own very clear limits, but the appearance of the elf girl completely shattered his former convictions. With a sly grin, the prince looks forward to his imminent revenge against his brother, for an official duel with him has long been planned. Grinning maniacally and covering his face with his hand, the arrogant man is literally reveling in his malice, vowing to completely trample and destroy his enemy. With a stern frown, the commander of the Royal Knights, whose armor bears the crest of a golden lion, prepares to announce the start of the confrontation. Addressing the gathered crowd, Sturmhilde Stuttgart officially confirms the duel so that none of those present would dare to contest the outcome. Yawning openly out of boredom, the hero lazily ponders just how much unnecessary chatter the organizers have stirred up for the sake of a single short fight. Boasting self-importantly, the arrogant younger brother points at the gathered spectators and hopes that his opponent won't at least make a fool of himself in front of such an audience. Reacting with absolute calm to these pathetic provocations, the blond man abruptly shuts the braggart up by telling him he's talking too much. Instantly enraged by the insolence, the angry opponent is enveloped in furious bolts of magical energy and is eager to shut the upstart's mouth as soon as possible. Frantically shouting threats of revenge even after the duel has ended, the third prince, sword in hand, rushes headlong at his opponent. Listening indifferently to this pompous nonsense, Adrian merely remarks lazily that he had originally intended to just play around with him a little. Countering with a swift and incredibly powerful attack, the true master of the sword delivers a crushing blow, shrouded in a bright flash of combat energy. Gasping pitifully and spitting blood from the excruciating pain, the arrogant braggart crashes to the ground with a thud after a single lunge. Frozen in shock at the spectacle before them, bystanders and noble ladies in the crowd simply cannot believe such a swift conclusion. Sincerely amazed by the young man's incredible strength, the knight, completely bewildered, wonders if this is really the prince himself. Looking down on his defeated enemy with utter detachment, the hero clearly demonstrates his complete superiority to everyone around him. Defeated in a fair duel before the eyes of the astonished crowd, the arrogant opponent lies sprawled on the stony ground. The formidable judge officially announces to the entire arena that the battered third prince is no longer able to continue the duel. Adrian takes his triumphant victory in stride, while the shocked noble ladies in the background can barely contain their cries of astonishment. And with his entire demeanor, he shows complete indifference to his haughty brother's defeat. Glancing with slight disdain at the crowd bustling around him, the young man clearly sees no need to linger among these foolish aristocrats. The young nobles whisper among themselves in bewilderment and obvious fear, completely unable to understand how the strongest knight could have lost so disgracefully. Suddenly snapping out of his state of shock, the poor fellow glared furiously at the ceiling as deeply troubling thoughts about his recent humiliation whizzed through his head. Cursing loudly for the whole room to hear and burning with intense shame, the humiliated young man dreams only of immediate and most brutal revenge. After hysterically ordering his servants to gather his battle gear, the hot-tempered eccentric announced his imminent return for a final rematch. Seriously fearing for his master's sanity, the knight timidly tried to interject, hoping to at least somewhat curb this mad rush for revenge. Stunned by the unexpected news, the bewildered guard reported that the prince and the count had already managed to leave the capital safely. Heading straight for the harsh, snow-covered lands of the far north, the royal procession carried the victor to his new home. After ironically praising his young companion for his progress in horseback riding, the mentor clearly did not expect to hear so much boasting in response. Mentally regretting the compliment he had given, and advising him to show at least a modicum of modesty, the warrior inquired about the true reason for such haste. With a heavy sigh, the young man admitted that there was simply no safe place left for him in the capital. Refusing outright to grovel before pathetic sycophants, the proud blonde would never beg for support from those who bow to a foreign empire. Reasonably doubting the outcome, the knight hastened to point out that winning the trust of the conservative soldiers would be far more difficult than reaching an agreement with the lords. With a defiant smile, the young strategist declared his readiness to fight alongside them in brutal battles in order to earn their sincere loyalty. Sincerely worried about the outcome of the dangerous campaign, the mentor could only shake his head at his protégé's excessive and unjustified recklessness. Terrified of falling victim to a dreadful marriage, the fugitive understood perfectly well that any delay would lead him straight into the clutches of the mad elf woman. Fully focused on the road ahead, the rider set himself the strict goal of amassing colossal military might before the fateful encounter. Realizing that his cherished dreams would remain unattainable fantasies in the capital, the prince set out on a journey to develop his hidden powers. Reflecting on the harsh trials ahead, the hero fully understands that to perfectly hone his trusty blade, he must find a completely different place. Moving confidently through the icy storm, the traveler sets course for merciless lands where ordinary people face the most brutal tests of endurance every day. Gazing at the harsh, snow-covered landscape, the young man mentally prepares to enter the legendary territory that has been the birthplace of battle hymns for centuries. Having finally chosen the true path, the brave traveler arrives where he belongs, on the boundless and harsh field of the coming battle. Pointing to the snow-capped peaks, the mentor quietly explains to his young companion that it is precisely these dangerous mountain ranges that have protected his clan throughout their history. Shivering from the biting wind and freezing to the bone, the young man stubbornly refuses his elder companion's offer to take shelter inside the warm wagon. Gritting his teeth and fighting off the terrible shivers running through his entire body, the young man firmly declares that, in any case, he needs to get used to the local cold as soon as possible. Genuinely puzzled by the guest's presence, the prince asks the smiling old man, with irritation, why on earth he took up an entire carriage and followed them. Laughing in response to the young man's grumbling, the old man enthusiastically declares that his upcoming new book about the harsh north will certainly be of great benefit to the royal heir. Noticing a sudden change in the behavior of his companion riding ahead, the prince is distracted from the argument and gazes intently at her tense silhouette. Braving the icy gusts of wind at the front of the line, the beautiful warrior does her utmost to hide her violent shivering and not reveal her weakness. Riding up alongside Arwen with concern, the hero gently pats her on the shoulder and politely asks if she is too cold. Blushing shyly at the unexpected question, the proud companion firmly declares that a true knight does not seek easy comfort. Smiling contentedly, the young man is secretly glad that there is at least one person in their dangerous squad who is so full of drive. Awaying her gaze sheepishly, the warrior blushes slightly at the prince's attention. Glancing back with obvious disappointment, Adrian mentally contrasts her spirit with that of the rest of the gloomy crowd trudging behind them on this campaign. Marching sullenly beneath banners bearing golden lions, the royal knights display their utter dissatisfaction at being forced to march north. Frowning at the flood of memories, the young man mentally returns to the throne room, where the formidable ruler had harshly reminded him of the guard's true status. Snapping back irritably, the ambitious heir mentally calls the king a narrow-minded old man for doubting the loyalty of his personal warriors. Sighing heavily, the young man reproaches himself for the past sins of this body's former owner, which prevented the loyal Carl from accompanying him. Moving slowly through the raging blizzard, the group pushes forward tenaciously, while the hero is completely consumed by thoughts of others' hidden secrets. Rapidly catching up to the column ahead, the warrior urges his companions to move faster and not spread out along the dangerous, snow-covered trail. Due to the rapidly deteriorating weather, they have to shout at the top of their lungs, for the slightest delay threatens to trap the entire squad in an icy trap. As they begin their grueling march in pitch-black darkness, the warriors find that the storm completely drowns out the voices of people standing literally right next to them. Spinning abruptly at the growing roar of the elements, the man gazes anxiously into the raging blizzard and realizes the inevitability of taking drastic measures. Issuing the unavoidable order to abandon the heavy carriages right in the middle of the snow-covered wasteland, the commander forces everyone to switch to horses or proceed on foot. Struggling to be heard above the deafening roar of the wind, he manages to use his battle mana to ensure that his vital command reaches everyone. Shouting the girl's name loudly through the ceaseless howling blizzard, the prince flings open the carriage door to personally pull his companion out. Frozen in fear by the surprise, the startled girl looks bewildered at the outstretched hand, urging her to leave the carriage immediately. Blushing with embarrassment at her own awkwardness, the young warrior timidly began to thank her rescuer, who merely snorted haughtily in response. Running anxiously closer to the commander, his loyal comrades began to ask him with concern how he was feeling. Almost knocking each other over due to the sudden storm, the frightened recruits began to panic and shout loudly at the threat of a violent collision. After irritably ordering his chief aide to take care of Adelia immediately, the prince hurried to help the others. After loudly reprimanding the slow-witted fighters for their stupidity, the stern leader sharply ordered them to discard the heavy equipment that was hindering their ability to move properly against the wind. Seizing the initiative in a flash, the experienced swordsman ordered them to shed the excess weight to save their own lives. Confidently taking charge of the exhausted squad, the knight led the frightened men without a word deeper into the raging blizzard. Slowly making their way through the bone-chilling blizzard toward a distant, ominous castle. The weary troops stubbornly pressed forward, overcoming nature's resistance. Breathing heavily and literally staggering, the soldiers, exhausted by the long march, mustered their last ounce of strength to push through the icy storm in the wake of their commander. Suddenly, one of the soldiers bringing up the rear loses his balance on the slippery snow and falls face first into a snowdrift with a thud. Noticing this incident, a comrade who had rushed over immediately reports to the prince in alarm that one of the squad soldiers has completely exhausted his strength. Shouting a sharp command for everyone to step aside, the noble leader personally rushes to the aid of the fallen soldier. Despite the bitter cold and his own fatigue, the poor man who has lost consciousness from the cold finds himself in the prince's capable hands. Hoisting the exhausted warrior onto his shoulders right in the middle of the raging blizzard, the heir to the throne stands still before the army which has been stunned by the sight. Loudly rebuking the soldiers frozen in place for their indecision, the commander forces his men to immediately resume their interrupted march. Striding confidently toward the icy spires of a distant castle, the army stubbornly pressed forward through the endless flurries of white snow. Exhausted by the grueling march through deep snow, the prince could barely catch his breath. Barely able to move their legs, encased in heavy armor, the exhausted detachment slowly made its way through the snow-covered, icy wasteland toward its destination. Cursing irritably at the relentless, wild blizzard, the exhausted young man tried to catch his breath, even if just a little, during a brief respite. At last, the freezing storm subsided, and the massive gates of the impregnable castle loomed majestically before the weary travelers. As they approached the majestic citadel, the small detachment of warriors caught the attention of the sentries standing at their snow-covered post. The stern mentor froze right in front of the enormous wooden gates. Sighing heavily as dark memories flooded his mind, the warrior sank into his gloomy and rather troubling thoughts. Flying proudly in the biting wind, the dark banner menacingly asserted the rights of Balarhard's legitimate and rightful ruler. The formidable lord of the fortress pressed his hand to his heart and loudly announced the visit of the important first prince. Smiling with relief after an arduous and perilous journey, the young man, his eyes shining, finally felt like a victor. Pressing his armored hand to his chest, the lord of the citadel wholeheartedly welcomed the weary guests to his winter castle. Surrounded by eerie icy cliffs, the impregnable northern citadel served as a mighty shield, holding back the onslaught of terrifying monsters from the Fanged Mountains. Vigorously discussing the nightmares they had endured, the knights, exhausted by the constant bitter cold, sincerely swore never to return to this doomed place. Gossiping in the warm salons of the capital over a cup of tea, the arrogant nobles dismissively referred to this distant, snow-covered land as a dreary backwater. In defiance of the endless political intrigues of the haughty nobles, the massive gates of the fortress slowly creaked open before the long-awaited guests. Peering intently at the pale face of the surprised young man, the swordsman mentally assessed the true strength of spirit of the young royal heir. A stately warrior in dark armor strides proudly before a huge formation of soldiers. Raising his hand sharply to his chest, the duty-bound soldier announces to all present that he is stepping down from his position as acting supreme commander. With sincere joy, the now matured young man greets his father, who has returned from a dangerous campaign, and his father, with a warm smile, praises him for his hard work. Seriously taken aback by such unexpected news, the prince exclaims in surprise, for he had no idea his uncle even had a son. Hiding a slight smirk, the experienced man points out the obvious physical resemblance between the relatives, particularly highlighting their stubborn expressions. Turning to the young heir, the father formally introduces him to the guest of honor, who turns out to be none other than the majestic Crown Prince Adrian himself. Instantly kneeling as a sign of deep respect, the valiant Ranger Commander Vincent Balarhard greets the distinguished guest. With a broad, brazen smile, the high-ranking heir to the throne offers the young man the most informal greeting possible in return. Sincerely indignant at the presence of the uninvited guest, the stern, dark-haired man mentally declares his native fortress a place reserved only for true and noble defenders. Hiding a smug smirk, the prince, surrounded by his entourage, continues to stand brazenly in the middle of the courtyard, where he was clearly not invited after being exiled from the capital. While a polite guard meekly leads the imposing guest inside the citadel, an irritated Vincent cannot fathom the reasons behind his father's strange decision. Insisting on a clear explanation, the agitated young man sharply confronts his father, eager to quickly clarify the suddenly confusing situation involving the prince. Looking calmly and firmly at his indignant heir, the battle-hardened warrior declares his decision to become Adrian's personal guardian. Desperately arguing against his father's unyielding decision, the young ranger furiously points out the complete lack of talent in this nobody abandoned by the king. Sighing wearily in response to his hot-headed son's impassioned tirade, the head of House Ballarhard silently turns away, with no intention of changing his plans. Watching the majestic figure of the first prince recede into the distance, his companions whisper quietly among themselves that people really are capable of changing over time. With a gentle yet serious smile on his wise face, the experienced man voices to Vincent his one, but extremely important for their shared future, request. After listening carefully to the instructions, the young warrior, visibly tense, prepares to observe the prince's every move impartially and honestly. Gathered around a massive tactical table with a map, the military council begins a heated discussion of the ongoing mop-up operation against dangerous monster camps. Staring intently at the figures placed on the map, the commanders declare their full readiness to launch a decisive offensive on all fronts. Silently poking at his food with a fork, the young man listens attentively to the report on the deployment of the remaining forces, among which the Ranger Battalion is specifically mentioned. Pointing sharply with his finger at one of the key points on the map of the area, one of the strategists states outright that the orcs remain their main and most serious problem. Having established themselves right at the entrance to the mountain range, a gang of 24 monsters armed to the teeth poses a huge threat. Listening calmly to the report, the knight shares his plans to carefully select the best fighters from among those currently in the castle. Abruptly cutting off others' arguments and confidently asserting his right to lead, the heir to the throne suddenly points to a specific figure right on the map. Boldly taking full responsibility for this extremely difficult mission, the brave young man promises aloud that he will personally deal with this threat. Sincerely worried about the outcome of the expedition, the experienced officers all rush to warn the young man that these mountain orcs are many times more dangerous and ferocious than ordinary forest monsters. Turning intently toward his relative, the young man addresses him politely and seriously in order to clarify some important details. Demanding that Vincent specify the exact number of enemies, the commander forces the young man, with a grim expression, to recount the latest intelligence. Hidden in the dense forest thickets, a dangerous squad of 24 ferocious and enormous creatures has not yet revealed the presence of their elite shamans or powerful warriors. Peering at the map, the commander suddenly interrupts the discussion of plans and confronts the prince with a blunt question about his confidence in success. Startled by such a reckless venture, the young man emotionally shouts out to his father, clearly trying to stop this dangerous and utterly reckless move. Gesturing frantically, the young man goes on and on about the terrible consequences of failure on the orc trails, while the guest of honor merely smirks slyly. Coolly cutting off his son's panicked outburst, the Lord urges him to stop the pointless panic and calmly asks the instigator what exactly he needs. Folding his fingers in a businesslike manner, the self-assured blonde first requests 3 experienced guides and asks that his personal guard be issued powerful crossbows. Nodding impassively in response to the stated demands, the Lord readily agrees to help, leaving his local advisors to exchange resigned, silent glances. Stunned into stillness by such unexpected paternal approval, the young man turns pale with horror, realizing the full horror of the impending sortie. After loudly ordering the advance, the leader takes the knights standing at the ready by surprise. They can only ask again whether they've understood everything correctly. Furrowing his brow in confusion, the knight tries to make sense of the young prince's sudden order to set out and wipe out 24 ferocious orcs. Unnerved by such a dubious prospect, the commander stammers confusedly about the 3rd Legion, unable to understand why it is precisely their modest escort that is being sent into battle. Smiling slyly against the backdrop of a light-filled corridor, the prince tells the frightened warrior that since they are duty-bound to protect him, they will go on the hunt together. Striding confidently away, the blond man calls over his shoulder for them to quickly retrieve their gear from the 3rd Legion and report when they're ready. Narrowing his eyes mysteriously, the hero muses to himself that since he's been assigned these poor souls, he'll have to train them thoroughly. Skeptically assessing the abilities of his subordinates, the young man brings up a glowing display showing the combat stats of a mustachioed soldier named Hansdeck. Noticing a very suspicious young man named Joseph among the soldiers, one with camouflage skills, The prince realizes that a secret spy has clearly infiltrated his unit. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the black-haired knight of the Third Legion freezes right at the castle gates. Frowning sternly, the warrior immediately asks the blond man point-blank whether he will indeed serve as their guide. Irritated by the arrogance of the high and mighty royal scion, the guide sternly warns the young man of the catastrophic consequences of failure. Sparking with mutual animosity, the two heroes exchange fierce glances against the backdrop of the lined-up troops. Trying to scan the hidden stats of the insolent commander, the prince realizes he is facing a formidable fighter. Carefully studying the warrior's profiles, he instantly uncovers a cunning ruse. Knights are hiding in disguise as ordinary rangers. With a mysterious smirk, the hero figures out the other's plan to back him up in case of danger, but decides for now to magnanimously turn a blind eye to this covert maneuver. After issuing an epic command to begin the operation, the leader strides confidently toward the massive gates, past the frozen ranks of soldiers with crossbows, ready to clear the way. Reassuring the female knight, who is trembling with fear, the prince confidently declares his decision to keep her safe, causing the poor girl to apologize guiltily. Slowly making their way through deep winter snowdrifts, a small armed detachment does its utmost to conserve energy for the upcoming battle. Constantly muttering under his breath about the dangers of the icy cliffs, the companion annoys the commander so much that his tedious lectures even surpass those of his own father. Suddenly noticing movement ahead, the prince, who is leading the squad, freezes in his tracks as a rabbit darts out right at his feet. Peering intently into the snow-covered thicket through his spyglass, the warrior is genuinely surprised by the appearance of an ordinary forest creature. Focusing the lens on a distant clearing, he manages to make out the gruesome scene of a bloody feast, where a group of bloodthirsty monsters is tearing apart a defenseless victim. Growling menacingly at full volume and with red eyes gleaming in the darkness, a huge green-skinned orc with a bloodied maw prepares to tear the newcomers apart. Lowering his binoculars, the scout freezes in terror, shocked by the truly horrifying scene unfolding right in the middle of the snow-covered forest. Urgently reporting to the commander about the dangerous band of bloodthirsty orcs spotted ahead, the young man excitedly concludes his report by asking what the next course of action should be. Resolutely raising his hand to signal an immediate halt for the entire squad, the leader instantly switches into the strategic mindset of a commander. Frozen in complete silence amid the snow-covered trees, the grim warriors, crossbows at the ready, wait tensely for the final order. Growling furiously at the sudden loud noise, the hideous monster whips around toward the people lurking in the thicket. Peering intently into the depths of the forest clearing, the brave prince surveys the positions of the raging beasts with an appraising gaze and prepares to deliver a crushing blow. With an eerie smirk, the prince greets his enemies with a taunting remark about their all-too-long separation. After ordering a barrage of fire on the positions of the stunned monsters, the squad leader gives the signal to the crossbowmen, and hundreds of arrows soar into the air. Fierce green-skinned orcs snarl furiously and choke on their own blood as the blade whistles through the air, shattering their dense ranks. Charging headlong into the thick of the battle, the fair-haired prince in gleaming armor makes the giants shudder at the mere sight of him. Coolly gripping the hilt of his trusty sword, the young warrior casts a piercing gaze that promises his enemies nothing but swift and inevitable doom. A huge monster swings its massive battle axe, but the brave hero is already charging headlong toward the beast, completely oblivious to the bone-chilling winter cold. Leaping high above the frost-covered ground, the warrior raises his gleaming blade for a decisive, crushing blow from above. With an ominous grin, the young man's eyes gleam with madness, for the battle clearly stirs an incredible thrill and a thirst for total victory in his heart. With a powerful and precise downward thrust, the prince literally tears the monster in half, staining the pristine white snow with crimson drops. Breathing heavily amid the icy void, the blonde warrior, stained with the blood of his enemies, grins madly, overcome by the wild exhilaration and long-awaited ecstasy of battle. Surrounded on all sides by fresh waves of ferocious enemies, the warrior stands in the midst of a battlefield littered with corpses, reveling in the unique atmosphere of war. Screaming in horror at the brutality she witnesses, the warrior pleads with the madman to stop and not come any closer to this carnage. Frozen in confusion, the shocked girl stares with genuine horror at the young man, who has clearly lost control of his own rage. Coldly ignoring the warnings, the prince only grips the hilt of his trusty blade more tightly, and prepares to continue his bloody feast. With a mysterious smile, the madman quietly warns his ally that she too could easily be swept into this maelstrom. Transporting us 400 years back, an ancient legend tells of a time when mighty orcs were not merely monsters, but the proud masters of the continent. Gripping the hilt of a legendary sword, the warrior begins his tragic hymn of hatred toward the green-skinned creatures, having vanished forever from official history. Gazing ahead with a determined look, the blond man recalls his father, whose strength was completely drained in endless, fierce battles against monsters. Consumed by a flame of rage, the Avenger stands alone in the midst of a gloomy battlefield beneath a sky shrouded in heavy clouds, embodying the beginning of a brutal reckoning. Smiling menacingly right in the face of death, a young knight grips his sword tightly amid the bloody chaos. Fidgeting nervously, a red-haired young man fearfully asks about the eerie rumors of constant deaths in the mysterious Winter Castle. With a sly smirk, the nobleman arrogantly muses on the worthlessness of the young prince, who will surely try to sit this one out in safety. Leaning back comfortably in a deep armchair across from his frightened guest, the influential count orders the young man to spy and report on any suspicious activity. Feverishly clutching a heavy pouch of the promised gold, the bribed young man hesitates before making his final decision. Swallowing the lump in his throat with difficulty, he promises to do his utmost to carry out this important and secret mission. With an ominous gleam in his eyes, the satisfied count accepts the oath of loyalty from his new informant. Finding himself in the midst of a real-life nightmare in the middle of a snow-covered field, the terrified young man realizes that all the assurances about an easy walk turned out to be a brazen lie. Trembling with unbearable terror, the young warrior mentally curses the aristocrat who sent him here, whose words were completely at odds with the gruesome reality. Issuing a furious order to hold formation and move forward, the commander tries to hide his trembling in the face of the looming horror. The blow from a massive green-skinned creature completely crushes the defensive line, causing the front ranks to gasp in terror at the enemy's indescribable power. Gulping convulsively to swallow the sticky fear rising in his throat, the red-haired youth frantically tries to figure out what to do in this hopeless situation. Desperately urging the second rank to launch an immediate, furious attack, the leader himself charges forward, spear raised. Suddenly freezing in the midst of the battle's roar, the stunned warrior stares fearfully into the veil of smoke, catching a strange movement right in front of him. Exhaling clouds of thick steam, the enraged giant orc effortlessly intercepts the blade and growls directly into the face of the terrified young man. Helplessly dropping his weapon from his armored hand, the bewildered fighter mentally bids farewell to life before the monster's final blow. Flashing rapidly before the eyes of the doomed fighter, a hand intercepts the monster's deadly swing right above his head. Enveloped in sparks of furious azure lightning, Arwen spins sharply to deliver a crushing counterattack. With a single lightning-fast and incredibly precise swing of her gleaming blade, the swordswoman severs the monster's enormous head, causing a fountain of dark blood to gush onto the snow. Crashing heavily to the ground in the middle of the snow-covered battlefield, the giant's decapitated carcass kicks up a cloud of white dust and spray around itself. Panicked and bracing for the worst, the bewildered young man cowers in fear at the thunderous crash of his defeated enemy falling right at his polished boots. Coolly reminding the trembling recruit of the harsh laws of war, the warrior orders him never to drop his weapon again. Swallowing the lump in his throat with relief and stammering from the shock he has just experienced, the rescued young man barely finds the strength to agree to the order. Standing proudly above the defeated enemies in the very center of the battle, Arwen restores the fighting spirit of the shield-bearers squad by her example. Glaring menacingly, a crowd of green-skinned orcs, clubs raised high and led by their commander, prepared to smash the human army to smithereens. Assessing the situation with alarm, the warrior gripped her weapon more tightly, realizing that there were too many enemies for their small squad. Suddenly, a crimson flash streaked right before her eyes, causing the girl to freeze in shock. With a deafening crash, a fountain of dark blood spurted in all directions as someone's powerful weapon pierced right through the chest of a massive monster in the middle of the battlefield. Exchanging bewildered glances, the frightened soldiers froze in shock, completely at a loss as to where this life-saving attack had come from. Widening her violet eyes in amazement, the bewildered warrior spun around sharply at the noise, trying to make out an ally amid the bloody chaos. Bursting dramatically into the thick of the battle, the prince, his cloak billowing, decapitated the orc chieftain in a single stroke, unleashing a brutal slaughter. Landing right on top of the fallen chieftain, the defiant blonde made the ground tremble beneath the feet of the stunned giants surrounding him. Breathing heavily and raggedly from the frenzied strain, the young man, covered in the blood of others, glared furiously at the ground while a dangerous dark aura swirled around him. Staring in astonishment at his silhouette, the leader and her surviving guards timidly whispered among themselves, failing to recognize their prince in his rage. Slowly raising his gaze, now ablaze with crimson flames, the mad heir to the throne, his face covered in blood, no longer bore any resemblance to an ordinary man. Leaping from his spot at breakneck speed, the merciless warrior swept through the ranks of monsters, leaving behind only mountains of corpses. Shrouded in an ominous crimson glow, the prince swung his flaming blade and prepared for another round of frenzied slaughter right in the middle of the winter forest. With lightning-fast speed, one after another, the enormous monsters were blown to pieces, not even having time to figure out where these deadly sword swings were coming from. Fiercely mowing down enemies left and right, the unstoppable warrior turned the battlefield into a veritable nightmare. Consumed by an insatiable thirst for revenge, the swordsman, his eyes burning crimson, stubbornly pressed forward, for past victories had always seemed insufficient to him. Seeking the spilled blood of his sworn enemies, the warrior single-handedly and fearlessly stood his ground against enormous, ferocious orcs armed to the teeth. He wandered for a long time through barren, sun-scorched foreign lands, where monsters reigned supreme, until he attacked his next target. With a lightning-fast, crushing blow of his blade, the young man pierced right through the massive neck of the green giant, leaving the monster no chance of escape. Leaving behind only the lifeless bodies of his defeated enemies on the cold snow, the warrior pressed on swiftly, without even thinking to celebrate his triumph. Although the magical mana in his exhausted heart had long since completely dried up, a frenzied rush of adrenaline forced his body to move against the laws of nature. Forced to survive in the wild, the warrior, driven mad by hunger, drank the warm blood of orcs and devoured their raw flesh. With every battle, the wounded warrior grew weaker, losing his strength, while a crimson glow mercilessly burned away the remnants of his fading human life from within. The warrior's arm was firmly bound by the cursed demonic blade, which fed his fading mind with dark magic to sustain the endless, blood-soaked slaughter. Consumed by a furious flame of vengeance, the old man literally transformed what remained of his own soul into pure destructive energy to deliver the final blow. At the threshold of the devastated hideout, a sinister silhouette suddenly appeared, frozen in the middle of a room flooded with fresh blood. The shocked young man froze in horror as it rose in his throat, unable to believe the nightmare that was unfolding right before his eyes. On the family portrait, now splattered with dark droplets, the once happy faces of his loved ones now seemed like nothing more than a ghostly reminder of an irreplaceable loss. This entire frenzied and violent assault had effectively become a funeral mass for his beloved wife and very young daughter, who had tragically perished. Finally, a fierce spark of primal rage flared in the madman's bloodshot eye, marking his final crossing of the point of no return. A crimson flag bearing an ancient runic symbol broke through the gloomy clouds, silently reminding all of the approaching, inevitable end of the world. Coming face to face with a colossal foe, the brave warrior gripped the hilt of his sword more tightly, preparing for the greatest battle of his life. Covered in the blood of others, the exhausted fighter, his gaze vacant, could barely stand, silently mourning the irreplaceable loss that had shattered his heart forever. A terrifying and mad grin suddenly appeared on the old man's blood-stained face, clearly portending nothing good for his enemies. Shrouded in a crimson glow, the demon raced through the darkness, smashing everything in its path to splinters and leaving only ashes in its wake. With a terrifying screech and crash, the monster's gigantic carcass collapsed onto the blood-stained ground, finally vanquished by a precise and deadly blow. A powerful burst of fire illuminated the battlefield as the surviving hero gathered all his willpower into a single fist. Suddenly succumbing to primal rage, the warrior, consumed by madness, makes a reckless charge forward, heedless of mortal danger. With a thunderous crash, the desperate fighter breaks through the enemy's defenses and delivers a crushing upward blow with his colossal blade, striking the giant monster squarely in the jaw. With a furious crash and roar, the enormous creature is torn to pieces, as shards of its armor and sprays of dark blood fill the entire visible space around it. Brutally and mercilessly knocked to the ground, the daredevil chokes on his own blood, realizing the complete shattering of his hopes as he hears the words announcing the end of miracles. Towering menacingly over the lifeless human body, a colossal horned demon with burning eyes celebrates its victory amid the snow-covered wasteland. Standing alone and frozen in the middle of a blood-stained battlefield, the wounded swordsman clutches his broken blade, sincerely and until his very last breath defying defeat. The scarred old man stubbornly refused to surrender, earning the eternal respect of future generations. Slowly fading into the mists of bygone eras, this incredibly tragic and grim legend of a forgotten hero remains forever a mystery to the rest of the world. Exhaling his final breath helplessly, the noble warrior closes his eyes forever, while his tragic story is finally erased from people's memories. Stuck alone in the cold, blood-stained earth, the golden sword remains a silent monument to the great battle. Suddenly realizing the full weight of his unique situation, the prince is horrified to realize that he alone in the entire world remembers this past. Standing alone in the middle of a snow-covered field littered with corpses, the survivor surveys the horrific aftermath of the recent, merciless slaughter. Staring gloomily into the distance, the young man, splattered with the blood of others, tries to come to terms with the strange memories flooding his mind. Throwing themselves fiercely and fearlessly into the thick of a new brutal battle, the brave knights try to hold back the onslaught of ferocious orc warriors. Gripping the hilt of his trusty sword tightly, the hero finally accepts his fate amid the quiet whisper of his returning memory. Peering into the very essence of the approaching darkness, the young prince's eyes suddenly caught sight of the ominous silhouette of the enemy's flag. Surrounded on all sides by a raging ocean of primal fury, the fearless warrior froze right before the face of a gigantic blazing specter of vengeance. Pushing off decisively from the blood-stained ground with a powerful thrust of his armored boot, the brave hero charged forward for the final showdown. Like an unstoppable whirlwind, the young man fearlessly burst into the thick of the enemy ranks, where, in a furious dance of blades, he began methodically hacking down the orcs. Surrounded by a ring of merciless monsters, the young man performed wild somersaults as dark blood flowed like a river all around him. Crossing blades in a deadly clinch with the enormous leader of the monsters, Adrian did not yield to the monster for even a second in terms of bestial power and ferocity. Soaring high into the heavens, the young man launched a devastating aerial attack and with a single powerful downward slash, cut the giant orc in half. Breathing heavily amid a mountain of defeated enemies, the exhausted swordsman froze in astonishment when a system message announcing the opening of a new verse popped up right in front of him. Leaving mountains of corpses in its wake, the frenzied slaughter transformed the battlefield into a vast, eerie lake, filled to the brim with the enemy's crimson blood. Lowering his head in exhaustion, the heavily breathing young man froze in the midst of the deathly silence. Standing atop a mountain of fallen monsters' bodies, the brave prince sincerely and nobly honored the souls of the fallen warriors. As if acknowledging the hero's triumph, the magical system instantly announced that his furious hymn of vengeance had officially been reborn as a funeral requiem. Glancing briefly to the side with his icy azure gaze, the weary swordsman suddenly noticed some strange movement at the very edge of the battlefield. From the clouds of crimson dust, a group of surviving knights unexpectedly emerged onto the plain littered with corpses. With a showy and particularly dramatic gesture, one of the arriving allies drove a fragment of the flagpole straight into the ground, destroying the enemy flag. Holding the blood-stained red banner high above the battlefield, the young commander announces at the top of his voice to the warriors that the hated orcs have been completely destroyed. Surrounded by his loyal comrades amid the defeated enemies, the young man triumphantly celebrates the long-awaited victory amid the deafening cheers of the jubilant army. Gazing thoughtfully at the leader's face, the golden-haired knight suddenly realizes that the young man seems strangely familiar to him. Surprised as he recalls the name of a legendary avenger from the past, the warrior tries to match the old legends with the young man's image. Through the lens of ancient legends, the tragic fate of a hero who sacrificed himself for the total extermination of ruthless monsters flashes before his eyes. Dying on the battlefield in the distant past, that desperate warrior sincerely hoped to get another chance at revenge in his next life. Leaving behind only a shining sword driven into the ground, the great warrior was reborn in a new body to finally complete his sacred mission and fulfill his oath. Fluttering in the wind after a brutal and bloody battle, the torn enemy banner symbolizes the final defeat of the orc army. Hiding his true thoughts behind a mask of complete indifference, Vincent silently holds the precious trophy in his hands and thinks intently about something. Shocked by his sudden and abrupt silence, the prince freezes in confusion, trying to understand the reason for the pause. Persistently holding out the torn red flag to his surprised comrade, the young man unexpectedly asks him to take the trophy for himself. Recalling the unbreakable ancient traditions of the glorious Third Legion, Vincent explains the importance of passing the enemy's banner to the most valiant warrior. Considering this banner a priceless reward for his displayed courage, he emphasizes that such a great relic simply cannot be exchanged for anything. Coughing lightly into his fist out of a certain awkwardness, the young man suddenly pauses and prepares to announce his final and most important decision. Solemnly informing the astonished prince of his new exalted status, he recognizes Adrian as the rightful owner of this honorable trophy. In the middle of the scorched battlefield, a dark-haired warrior suddenly approaches him, bowing her head respectfully and addressing him with obvious enthusiasm. Pressing her hand confidently to her chest, the brave young woman loudly expresses her deepest respect for his simply incredible bravery in battle. At that very moment, all the soldiers present around her take up her words in unison and together shout out fervent praise for the brave heir to the throne. Hearing such a storm of applause and cheers directed at him, the blonde-haired handsome man merely smiles slyly. Tilting his head slightly to the side, the ambitious young man boldly urges the crowd to shout even louder to show his enemies just how cool he is. Standing right before the eyes of his loyal warriors, he demands a real roar, so that absolutely everyone around can hear the triumphant cry of victory. Pleased with such a strong reaction from his devoted army, the future king looks ahead, fully savoring this long-awaited moment of glory. Raising his hand high, holding the banner of the defeated enemy, he proclaims the final victory at the top of his lungs to his jubilant army. Surrounding their idol in a tight circle, the inspired soldiers joyfully raise their fists in the air and frantically shout words of loyalty to their beloved prince. The thunderous echo of the weary warrior's shouts carries throughout the area as the young man proudly displays the trophy to everyone. Relishing this deafening glory and universal recognition, the ambitious hero smirks smugly, for now the whole world literally lies at his feet. Waving the captured flag with all his might, he begins to brag to his heart's content, while his serious comrade standing nearby merely glances at him silently. Suddenly hearing a murmur behind him, the guy freezes in his tracks and asks in surprise, instantly losing all his pompous swagger. Smiling slightly, Vincent decides to completely dash his triumph and calmly declares that he has amassed as many as 16 such trophies. Finding himself in the most awkward position imaginable, the humiliated braggart simply falls silent, dejected, as the soldiers whisper quietly about his childish behavior. Squinting slyly against the crimson sky, the golden-haired prince is clearly plotting his next daring adventure. Holding the captured banner high above his head, this insolent fellow loudly claims ownership of the trophy, while the shocked onlookers around him are simply left speechless. Frowning in disgust at such brazen behavior, the warrior mentally reaffirms his original desire to stay as far away from him as possible. Blazing with a bright, powerful flame, a fierce fire instantly begins to devour the enemy's fortifications and corpses. Silently watching the furious destruction of the enemy camp, the squad of fighters assesses the crushing scale of their victory. Leaning over the fire, the warrior reflects on the cost of this hard-won victory. Amid a battlefield shrouded in thick smoke, the brave prince and his stern companions stride proudly, surveying the extent of the devastation. Turning slightly toward Adrian, Vincent remarks in a calm voice that for such a brutal battle against elite orcs, the losses were minimal. Furrowing her brows in tension at what she's heard, Arwen breaks out in a cold sweat and quietly adds that what happened is still a horrific tragedy. With a sly smile playing at the corner of his lips, the young man abruptly cuts off her whining and confidently declares that the victory they've won is in itself the best tribute to the fallen warriors. Proudly lifting his chin against a backdrop of bright sparks, the ruthless young man grandly proclaims that washing the memory of the fallen with the blood of their enemies is the only path for Balagard. Staring in astonishment at such an unreal resemblance, the prince is inwardly horrified, for his former acquaintance spoke exactly the same way. Looking at Vincent's stern profile, the shocked blonde suddenly asks himself the wild question of whether this guy might be the reincarnation of that very hero, Abruptly shifting the conversation to more pressing matters, the weary warriors are ready to hear their commander's plan of action. Surprised by the arrival of reinforcements, the knight asks his comrades if this entire huge group of soldiers from the 3rd Legion had been traveling with them all along. Smiling slyly in response, the young man casually explains that a squad of rangers had just happened to be passing by and decided purely by chance to join them. Narrowing his eyes skeptically at such a dubious story, the prince grumbles to himself that the young man had clearly prepared a secret trump card in advance and kept it hidden from everyone. Suddenly turning serious, the young man decides to shift his attention to the far stranger and more frightening oddities of this nighttime sortie. Looking at the monsters' corpses, the fighters genuinely don't understand why an elite squad of orcs had ventured so far, or how the rangers managed to miss their movements. Furrowing his brow with concern at a bad premonition, the leader issues a stern order to pack up immediately and hurry back. Greeting the victorious detachment at the castle's massive gates, the Count smiles warmly and sincerely praises the returning warriors for their hard work. As they approach the fortress, the weary but proud warriors listen to the official and joyful congratulations on their safe return. Slightly flustered by such a boisterous and solemn welcome, the prince smiles modestly but contentedly in response to the crowd's greetings. Suddenly raising his arm high in the air with the trophy, the young man proclaims at the top of his lungs that he is the rightful owner of the captured banner. Boasting to his comrades, the restless prince is celebrating his incredible success to the fullest after all. Securing such a trophy in his very first battle is quite an achievement. Sighing resignedly, the warrior hears talk that this is the 11th time the young man has pulled this stunt. Completely ignoring the irony in others' remarks and continuing to wave the scrap of red cloth triumphantly, the inspired hero enthusiastically reaffirms his victory. Listening with a puzzled expression to the scout's alarming reports, the knight informs the commander of the sudden and premature appearance of an orc detachment in the mountains. Instantly turning serious, Adrian ponders intently the bad omens and hidden reasons behind such enemy activity. Despite the soldiers' obvious exhaustion after a grueling battle, the stern man urges them to follow him immediately due to an extremely urgent matter. As they head deeper into the massive castle, the entire squad leaves the festive bustle behind and shifts its focus to solving a new, sudden problem. Turning around, Vincent glares at the prince, who is trying to figure out the reason for his comrade's sudden change in mood. Slightly flustered by the awkwardness, the young man nevertheless swallows his pride and quietly thanks the leader for his service. Genuinely puzzled, the hero freezes in place as the warrior standing nearby lets out a quiet chuckle. Clearly amused by the whole scene, Arwen explains that this grumpy fellow is usually too proud, which is why he's now terribly embarrassed by his own words. Through the rays of the setting sun, a high-pitched girl's scream suddenly rang out, causing the prince to turn toward this cry of desperate joy. Stomping loudly on the stone slabs, the young warrior rushed toward him at full speed, making no attempt to hide her overwhelming delight at his safe return. Gasping for breath after her frantic run, Adelia confessed that she had nearly gone mad from the terrifying thoughts of the mortal danger threatening her master. Observing her genuine emotions, the young heir merely smiled warmly, hoping to quell, if only slightly, this outpouring of sincere panic. Blinking in confusion and folding her hands prayerfully across her chest, the surprised girl froze, waiting to hear what her master would say. With a dramatic gesture, the prince unfurled a tattered red banner before her face, and with obvious excitement in his voice, asked if she recognized this incredibly valuable trophy. As the dead of night fell, an order rang out in the silence of the castle to immediately assemble a detachment of experienced rangers for a dangerous reconnaissance mission in the mountains. Frowning, the knight reported on the complete unpredictability of the situation in the mountains and the plans to send only elite and proven fighters there. Leaning back relaxed in his chair, the prince interrupted him with a slight smirk, adding that he himself wasn't eager to go on this expedition either. Genuinely puzzled, the weary young man asked directly why the prince had even bothered to show up in his chambers in the middle of the night just to recount the results of the meeting. Awaying his gaze awkwardly, the loyal officer honestly admitted that the commander-in-chief had insistently ordered them to become friends and get along at all costs, insistently ushering the guest out the door. The exhausted heir dryly remarked that he understood everything and ordered him to get out of there as quickly as possible so he could finally get some rest. With a soft click as the door closed, silence reigned in the room, and the young man was finally able to drop his mask of indifference. Narrowing his eyes mysteriously, the young prince sank into his gloomy thoughts, for behind all these strange orders, there was clearly some cunning political game at play. The tattered scarlet banner, lying alone on the table, caught the room's owner's eye, silently reminding him of the approach of new, harsh trials. Completely immersed in the raging maelstrom of battle magic, the hero suddenly realized that, for the first time, he had managed to flawlessly reproduce the ancient war hymn. Reflecting on his recent triumph, the prince suddenly came to the conclusion that such mystical upheavals would surely recur in his life. Striving for absolute power, Adrian was determined to subjugate all foreign artifacts and skills that did not yet belong entirely to him. Smirking brazenly at his own thoughts, the young man recalled how skillfully he had transformed a gloomy song of brutal vengeance into a majestic requiem. Resting in an armchair amid the dim light of the spacious room, the weary aristocrat suddenly shuddered at a completely unexpected sound. Instantly on guard, the young man spun around toward the curtained window and stared with obvious bewilderment at the source of the nocturnal noise. Peering into the darkness of the night, the puzzled hero was surprised to discover a white bird on the windowsill. Realizing instantly that this was no ordinary creature, the frightened young man recoiled in shock. Staring in horror at the monster, the hero froze before the hideous creature with its piercingly glowing purple eyes and wide-open beak. As he examined the strange visitor with curiosity, the puzzled young man thought of the snow-white bird. Instantly piecing together all the strange clues, the shocked prince immediately guessed who exactly might have sent him this eerie message in the dead of night. Grinning madly from the darkness, the cunning elf mentally asked the young man if he liked this sudden and very ominous gift. Paling drastically at this sudden realization, the frightened young man stared into space in utter shock, trying to grasp the full horror of the message he had received. Overcome by a sense of foreboding, the shaken young man realized with alarm that the appearance of a combat squad of orcs at the foot of the mountain was connected precisely to her. Gazing through the shimmering magical sphere, the elf girl tries to justify the trap she has set by feigning a desire to find worthy rivals for the prince. Smiling slyly, the long-eared girl, with feigned submission, begs His Highness to accept her false sincerity. Furrowing his brows furiously at such brazen words, the prince inwardly seethes over the deaths of dozens of loyal rangers who fell victim to this shameless lie. Brashly recalling the recent bloody massacre in the snow-covered forest, the enraged young man sarcastically points out the elven race's hidden penchant for cruel voyeurism. The cunning visitor cynically dismisses the bloody carnage as a mere display of goodwill. Demanding an immediate end to this absurd nonsense, the stern young man tries to force the annoying visitor to get to the heart of the matter as quickly as possible. Radiating feigned sadness, the cunning lady dramatically laments her unrequited love and promises to wait patiently for it to be reciprocated. Having finally lost his patience, the weary prince can only cast a resigned glance at the brazen-feathered spy perched right on his shoulder. Having brazenly settled on the royal's shoulder, the guest conspiratorially reveals the existence of a certain powerful artifact hidden deep within the rugged mountains. After intriguingly recounting the tale of an ancient monster slumbering among these snow-capped peaks, the cunning elf promises the young man a grand triumph should he emerge victorious. Thoughtfully propping his chin with his hand, the stunned young man tries to unravel the true motives behind her sudden mention of a beautiful hymn. Flapping its wings dramatically for added effect, the fake bird announces, with feigned sadness, the imminent and inevitable demise of its fragile feathered avatar. Immediately after her farewell words, the unfortunate messenger suddenly explodes right in front of the stunned prince's face, splattering everything around with dark blood. Wiping his blood-stained cheek with disgust and clenching his fists furiously, the shocked young man tries to compose himself. Having finally realized the sinister plot of the treacherous Sigrun, the ambitious heir to the throne decides to accept the challenge in order to create a new great battle hymn for the empire. Viewing the elves merely as passive listeners and faceless reciters, an ancient legend reminds us that they are never destined to become the true voice of the sacred song. Weaving others' mystical hymns into their own unique melodies, these proud creatures express them through deadly sword dances, attempting to extract information. Smiling through the drops of his own blood on his neck, the defiant blonde decides to accept these rules of the game for a short while and agrees to play along just this one time. Pointing to the castle's majestic stone gates, the conversation turns to the snow-capped peaks and their depths. Guarding only the outer borders of the danger zone, the local rangers feel right at home there, yet not a single one of the daredevils has ever returned alive. Genuinely surprised, the prince tries to double-check the rumors with his companion and asks again, "Is there really absolutely no one left there at all?" Clearly bewildered, the young man suddenly realizes the true nature of their defensive mission. After all, their job is merely to hold back the monsters, not to explore these peaks. Mercilessly slaughtering everything in their path in pursuit of true greatness, the knights of the past scoured the entire world, leaving behind only slain monsters. Having completely exhausted all the ancient wonders and great mysteries of a once enigmatic world, the relentless passage of time has turned the glorious era of heroes into mere history. Gazing at the snow-capped peaks, the young man agrees with his companion's arguments, for it is precisely here that the terrifying and utterly unexplored forbidden zone stretches out. Smiling confidently to himself, Adrian mentally praises himself for his excellent decision to come to Balohard, which opens up a host of exciting prospects for him. Narrowing his eyes slightly in surprise, the young man listens intently to the sudden and very serious warning. Frowning intently and clearly nervous, the stern warrior urgently implores the prince not to even think about venturing deep into these cursed mountains. Carefree and brushing aside the other's fears, the hero hastily reassures his comrade and firmly promises that he certainly won't risk his life. Secretly looking forward to future adventures, the young man mentally adds that he has no intention of venturing into the monster's lair right now, but only for the time being. A majestic stone fortress rises impregnably amid the harsh winter landscape guarding its borders. Stretching from the unbearable boredom of his post, a lone sentry at the massive gates yawns widely, completely unaware of the great events to come. Gripping the hilt of his trusty blade, the prince in shining armor eagerly wonders what kind of dangerous bastard is hiding in these wild mountains. Admiring the perfect edge of the cold blade, the brave warrior can barely contain his wild desire to rush into battle immediately. Eager for new brutal battles and glorious victories in the name of greatness, the young man strides confidently toward the exit, for this dangerous little place is certainly famous for its constant battles. Like a thunderclap in a clear sky, a deafening, alarming sound suddenly echoes over the tall spires of the ancient castle, instantly shattering the relative calm. Shocked by the enemy's sudden attack, the frightened defenders of the citadel begin desperately calling on everyone to take up positions on the walls immediately. Rushing up the stone steps, the commanders issue orders on the fly to recall the troops from outside the castle and to bring as many arrows as possible as quickly as they can. Breathing heavily from the frantic run and drenched in cold sweat, the prince comes to an abrupt halt at the massive wall, trying to make sense of this whole nightmare. After sternly ordering the archers on the front lines to immediately take up their battle positions, the commander calmly prepares to repel the powerful assault. Quickly running up close to his stern relative, the alarmed young man calls out loudly to his uncle, hoping to quickly make sense of this sudden, chaotic turmoil. Pointing grimly toward the distant snow-covered slopes, the seasoned warrior forces his nephew to look at that terrifying spot in the rugged mountains. Shrouded in a frosty haze and buried under a thick layer of fluffy snow, the distant mountain peaks harbor some kind of deadly threat, having completely lost their former courage and their heels flashing across the snowdrifts. The scouts rush away at full speed toward the gate, gasping for breath from overwhelming terror. Puzzled, the prince sincerely tries to understand what on earth could have frightened them so much. Desperately urging on the straggling fighters, the hooded commander furiously shouts at them to run faster as they struggle with all their might to climb the snow-covered wall. Closing in rapidly on the fugitives, bloodthirsty orcs riding enormous wolves race through the deep snow, leaving a trail of terror in their wake. The snow-covered fortress that holds their salvation is already visible ahead, just one final sprint away. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, the warriors on the verge of collapse curse the relentless onslaught of the tireless monsters that are literally hot on their heels. Noticing something clearly odd about their pursuers' behavior, the men realize that the treacherous riders are simply toying with them and deliberately not closing the gap. Out of breath, the soldiers run with their last ounce of strength across the open, snow-covered field, stubbornly striving to take cover behind the castle's massive gates. Realizing the squad's inevitable doom, one of the soldiers panics, realizing that at such a frenzied pace, their pursuers will simply wipe them all out right now. Resolutely turning to face the danger, The brave young warrior summons his strength and declares to his comrades that he is ready to sacrifice himself to save the rest. Proudly shouting his name, the fearless ranger single-handedly blocks the narrow path and raises his blade against the enormous beast charging toward him. Suddenly slowing their frantic run, the soldiers in a panic beg their desperate commander not to do anything foolish and to retreat immediately to the gates. The deadly fang of a huge wolf sinks into the brave warrior's body with a crunch as he lets out a scream of agony. The soldiers remaining at the fortress gates watch the bloody massacre in horror, powerless to help their commander as he perishes before their eyes. With a powerful swipe of its paw, the enraged monster knocks the unfortunate young man off his feet, causing spatters of crimson blood to stain the snow-white blanket of the barren land. The giant's brutal axe mercilessly ends this unequal battle, finally cutting short the brave man's life beneath the castle's massive walls. Sighing heavily with helpless rage, the citadel's defenders standing on the sturdy wall bitterly realize that the orc's treacherous trap has finally snapped shut. Sighing heavily in despair, the commander orders the rank-and-file soldiers to immediately descend from the wall to spare them from a senseless death. Trembling with fear, the young guards genuinely do not understand why their leadership has decided to abandon their dying comrades without any help. Calmly explaining the situation to the prince, the commander states bluntly that the enemy has set a cunning trap and that sending reinforcements would only increase the casualties. Gazing thoughtfully into the snow-covered distance, the young man begins to realize the harsh truth that conventional military logic does not work against monsters. Interrupting the conversation indignantly, the officer adds that the treacherous monsters don't count their own losses at all and are eager to wage a bloody war of attrition. Frowning intently at the mounting problems, the warrior decides to exercise the utmost caution, for the harsh winter has only just begun and he cannot risk people's lives. Suddenly interrupting an important meeting, a terrified sentry screams at the top of his lungs across the citadel that the ferocious wolf riders are once again launching an assault. Racing menacingly across the snowdrifts, the orcs drag the mangled bodies in their jaws to exert psychological pressure on the defenders. Crashing down with a thunderous thud right in front of the locked gates of the enormous fortress, the bloodied, unconscious warrior throws all the defenders into a state of utter confusion. Staring intently at the unfolding nightmare, the terrified sentry on the wall, in a state of complete shock, tries to make sense of the savage scene before him. Barely moving on the cold snow in the middle of the enemy camp, the unfortunate soldier suddenly shows signs of life, shocking those watching him. Chatting joyfully with one another at their defensive position, the surprised soldiers heatedly discuss the incredible miracle. Surrounding the surviving wretch in a deadly circle, the bloodthirsty orcs deliberately refrain from finishing him off, setting an obvious trap for the rescuers. Exchanging grim glances, the seasoned commanders realize that the ferocious monsters have begun to employ a cunning strategy completely out of character for them. Deeply pondering the hidden reasons behind the enemy's strange behavior, the prince suddenly begins to suspect that a cunning and dangerous elf is behind it all. Treading heavily through the fresh, crunching snow, a massive enemy warrior confidently advances toward the defenders' positions. Right in front of the frozen human army, a huge orc chieftain with a blood-stained banner stands menacingly, surrounded by his loyal, fanged guard. With bloodshot eyes flashing furiously, the green monster bares its fangs in anticipation of the impending battle. Feeling a sudden, powerful wave of blood-chilling alien energy, the prince freezes in fear under this incredible pressure. Filling the entire area with a wild, primal roar, the enraged orcs raise their weapons sharply, definitively confirming their intent to fight. Watching the monster's actions with grim faces, the seasoned warriors quickly conclude that the bloodthirsty beasts are about to carry out an execution right before everyone's eyes. Cutting short the panicked chatter of his subordinates, the hero orders everyone to remain calm and not do anything foolish. Calmly scanning the enemy ranks, he confidently tells his frightened comrades that, in fact, they are simply being challenged to a duel. Furiously waving a huge red flag against the backdrop of distant, snow-capped mountains, the monster leader loudly confirms the prince's conjecture. Smiling mysteriously at such a tense moment, the young man finally realizes exactly what ancient creature lurks in these snow-capped mountains. Looking at the tattered red banner fluttering in the wind, the prince instantly realizes the orc chieftain's desire to engage in a fair duel. Baring its enormous, sharp fangs and rolling its eyes furiously, the mighty green monster vows loudly to fight to the bitter end for the honor of its legion. Surveying the endless snow-covered expanses, the massive green-skinned chieftain of the ferocious tribe raised his tattered banner of war high above his head. Delivering extremely bad news from the front lines, his uncle excitedly recounted the enemy's audacious ultimatum, demanding a duel to save the hostages. Observing the young man's audacious behavior, the grim-faced high-ranking commanders merely exchanged skeptical glances. Stepping resolutely forward in the face of widespread skepticism, the brave prince loudly promised to personally prove to the doubters that he was right. Sighing deeply, the fearless warrior prepared to do something insane right before the eyes of the astonished crowd. Suddenly shouting at the top of his lungs in an incomprehensible dialect, the young man loudly announced that he accepted the challenge. Shocked to hear the sounds of his native tongue coming from the mouth of an ordinary man, the fearsome orc was taken aback by the surprise and even suspected that the insolent stranger might be a blood relative. Furiously dismissing the monster's absurd speculations, the enraged hero merely demanded an immediate answer regarding the duel. Fiercely baring his hideous maw with enormous fangs, the green-skinned chieftain unexpectedly agreed to fulfill all the demands with ease. After issuing a menacing warning of brutal retribution should there be even the slightest deception, the chieftain forced the prince to turn toward his stunned allies. Having completely lost the power of speech, the shocked military commanders began to exchange bewildered glances and quietly question one another. With eyes wide open in genuine horror, one of the experienced knights broke out in a cold sweat, completely baffled by the madness unfolding before him. Surrounding the self-assured young man on the fortress wall, the bewildered commanders froze in utter stupor at such an unthinkable turn of events. Obediently turning their huge, ferocious wolves around, several enemy horsemen began hastily carrying out the order they had been given to regroup. Staring in stunned disbelief at the organized retreat of the fearsome army of monsters, the fortress defenders could not quite believe that they were actually leaving of their own accord. Confidently, and even a bit defiantly, the prince advises them to save their shock for later, leaving his comrades frozen in utter amazement. Voicing the enemy's rather simple, yet extremely harsh demand, the commander announces the need to field exactly 5 of their strongest fighters for the upcoming duel. Gloomily recalling the recent brutal clash at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, the old warrior tries to fathom the devious scheme behind this unexpected challenge. Instantly dropping to one knee before his lord, Vincent expresses his readiness to unquestioningly carry out any order, even the most insane one. One of the warriors cries out desperately and furiously, burning with the desire to personally avenge his comrades' deaths at the hands of the cruel orcs in that bloody massacre. The young prince calmly declares that 2 spots in this dangerous group of 5 duelists are already guaranteed, brooking no further objections. After ironically asking the terrified soldiers if there are any other brave souls capable of speaking with the orcs, the leader skillfully silences all doubters. Smiling slyly in response to his subordinates' desperate pleas to grant them at least one more spot, the prince categorically cuts off all debate. Sincerely wishing to please the loyal Arvin, the young man decides to give her this amazing opportunity since she has waited so desperately and for so long for a chance to prove herself. Respectfully bowing her head before her young master as a sign of complete trust, the girl confirms her readiness for battle without a moment's hesitation. The seasoned military commander glances at his commander with astonishment and obvious skepticism, genuinely unable to understand how the latter managed to learn the complex language of the wild orcs. With a mysterious and slightly arrogant smirk in response to his comrade's questions, the blond man offers a brief remark that it simply took a lot of studying. The gray-haired tactician warns against foolish illusions, reminding them that this instance of diplomacy with monsters is merely a rare exception. The green monster roars furiously and deafeningly throughout the area, urging its opponents to prepare for an inevitable and utterly brutal slaughter. Confident in his victory, the leader commands his squad with cool-headedness and absolute calm, urging them to finally descend into the arena to begin this epic duel. Gazing gloomily at the snow-covered surroundings, the warrior prepares for a fierce skirmish alongside his grim squad. Standing proudly erect in the cold wind, the warrior woman fully understands that coincidences are rare in their brutal world. Treading heavily across the frozen ground, the hero resolutely strides toward an unknown and dangerous fate. By a strange coincidence, just as the elven ambassador arrived in the kingdom, the fearsome king of the orcs suddenly appeared in the far north for the first time in 4 long centuries. With a deafening screech of massive chains, The fortress's enormous gates slowly lower before the detachment, opening the way to unknown dangers. Gathering together at the castle gates, the warriors resolve to set aside all distracting thoughts for the sake of the great battle ahead. Straight toward the few defenders, a ferocious vanguard of green-skinned orcs, thirsting to spill the blood of others, advances confidently out of the frosty mist. Smiling predatorily at the looming danger, the fearless prince grips his trusty blade more tightly, for the perfect time for a good fight has arrived. Wielding a giant axe menacingly and snarling furiously across the battlefield, the terrifying monster leader with burning eyes is ready to tear anyone in his path to pieces. Smirking defiantly in response to the enormous monster's haughty question about finding a worthy opponent, the fearless prince is clearly relishing such a powerful challenge. Baring his sharp fangs wide in a terrifying grimace, the ferocious giant roars furiously that he is not in the least bit intimidated by the frail little human standing before him. Instead of making trite threats, this terrifying chieftain unexpectedly praises the prince's strong spirit, but immediately promises to devour his noble flesh as a rare delicacy. Laughing defiantly right in the monster's face, Adrian considers his enemy's bloodthirsty ravings nothing more than an amusing joke. Ironically, it was this very ferocious orc who became the first enemy to recognize, without any prejudice, that the young prince was a truly equal warrior. Shouting anxiously from behind and trying to rush in to intercept the attack, the loyal comrade begs his master to retreat and let him take the blow. Finding himself at the very epicenter of the approaching chaos, the prince watches as his comrades are the first to bear the brunt of the enormous orc's attack. Deafening everything around them with a wild, ferocious roar, the green-skinned monsters, along with their terrifying wolves, charge forward, intent on tearing apart anyone in their path. Shielding herself with a gleaming round shield, the warrior resolutely steps forward to hold back the onslaught of this frenzied horde. Enveloped in a powerful azure aura, the prince declares that these beasts won't play by the rules, which means there will be no mercy. Suddenly leaping forward toward the leader, the fearless young man charges into close combat at full speed, shouting a stern warning to his comrades to fend for themselves. Crossing his weapon with the enemy's massive blade, the knight takes the brunt of a powerful lunge, sending sparks flying in all directions. Soaring high into the air directly above the monster's heads, Arwen delivers a lightning-fast, slicing strike from above. Fiercely blocking the bruiser's heavy axe, the brave swordsman holds back the crushing pressure with his last ounce of strength, ready to counterattack at any moment. Soaring high above the snow-covered battlefield, the brave hero swings his blade for a decisive, crushing blow against the giant monster. Bringing his gleaming sword down with all his might onto the massive orc's heavy weapon, the young man causes his enemy to stagger from the powerful shockwave. Fiercely baring his enormous sharp fangs and with bloodshot eyes gleaming, the terrifying leader of the green-skinned creatures lets out a wild, deafening battle cry. With a sharp swing of his massive spear, the enraged chieftain knocks down the opponent charging at him, sending him flying far backward at tremendous speed. Landing heavily on one knee after a hard fall, the warrior instantly regains his balance and prepares to continue this deadly battle. Looking down mockingly at his battered opponent, the orc chieftain declares contemptuously that the young man's strength is far too pitiful compared to his boastful words. Slowly rising to his full height, the defiant prince confidently issues a challenge to the monster. Smiling confidently right in the face of the impending danger, the hero merely defiantly throws a terse promise to his enemies that he will definitely sort out this whole situation. Instantly unleashing his magical abilities to the fullest, the young man finds himself at the very epicenter of a massive explosion of blue energy raging all around him. Carefully watching for every rustle from the high fortress walls, the squad of warriors froze in anticipation, furiously shouting bloodthirsty orders to spare absolutely no one around them. The soldiers are ready to mercilessly smash their vile enemies to smithereens. Loudly urging his loyal comrades to immediately slit the throats of absolutely all their enemies, the warrior finally succumbs to all-consuming hatred. Raising his gleaming blade high toward the heavens, the brave warrior suddenly realizes the striking similarity between his fate and the ancient legends of the Avenger. Grinning fiercely, the prince, his heart ablaze, ominously vows that nothing can stop him now, no matter what happens. Fluttering brightly in the wind, The black banner bearing a monstrous crest boldly declares that their unexpected arrival here is simply a brilliant and awesome idea. Smiling boldly and confidently with a clear gaze straight from the field of a grand battle, the warrior politely thanks everyone for their long wait. Roaring loudly with all his beastly might, the ferocious orc immediately challenges all these arrogant, green-skinned aristocrats to a fight to the death. Standing motionless with a gleaming sword in his hands, the mighty hero prepares to sacrifice all these evil monsters to his great requiem. With a furious, deafening roar, the orc, with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes, charged into battle, ready to crush everything in his path. Deftly dodging the first crushing blow, the warrior instantly counterattacked the monster, forcing it to retreat in the face of the unexpected onslaught. Swung with great force, the furious monster's massive sword attempted to strike the young man, but he simply blocked the attack, never losing control for a second. Bright sparks flew in all directions from the violent clash of blades, and the swordsman himself barely withstood this powerful onslaught, letting out an involuntary cry of intense strain. Enveloping his blade in flashing lightning, the brave hero prepared to deliver the decisive blow that would finally turn the tide of the battle. Shouting a vicious curse at the emboldened monsters, the young man charged forward furiously, for the battle was becoming increasingly unpredictable and dangerous. Realizing with surprise just how coordinated these ferocious creatures were, the fortress defenders exchanged glances, for they had never before observed such tactics from them. Peering anxiously into the depths of the enemy ranks, the warriors suddenly sensed something was amiss and frowned, noticing yet another very strange and frightening detail. Towering over the battlefield, like an indestructible rock, the terrifying orc chieftain radiated a savage power that no shamanic spell could ever match. Focusing all his inner energy, the prince confidently prepared for a new attack, his eyes flashing resolutely in the bright glow of his aura. Charging headlong into the thick of the battle, the brave heir to the throne forced the giant monster to retreat under a barrage of powerful blows. Surrounded by a mystical glow and wisps of frosty steam, the warrior's silhouette looked incredibly epic against the backdrop of the snow-capped, rugged mountain peaks. With a smug grin directed straight at his fearsome opponent, the blond man openly declared that the king's vaunted servant posed no real threat. Bursting into an ominous, booming laugh, the enormous monster grew even more enraged by such brazen provocation and prepared for a brutal onslaught. Swung his gigantic weapon furiously, the mad chieftain charged at the prince with a wild roar, vowing to tear him to pieces before the heat of battle subsided. From the height of his colossal stature, the enormous orc brings down a furious blow from above, causing the ground beneath the knight's feet to literally shatter into pieces. Swiftly blocking the massive enemy axe with his trusty shield, the warrior freezes at the epicenter of a bright magical flash raging all around him. Finding himself face to face with the terrifying monster, the fearless prince instantly draws his sharp sword and prepares to accept a deadly challenge. Genuinely shocked by such a daring counterattack, the ferocious monster stares in surprise at his opponent with a vicious snarl, clearly not expecting such a response. With a powerful lunge, the warrior closes the distance and swings his gleaming blade for a decisive strike while his opponent tries to regain his bearings. Deftly ducking under the brute's devastating weapon, the hero delivers a lightning-fast low thrust, catching the enormous opponent off guard with his maneuver. Choking on his own dark blood, the wounded giant screams in agony, his cries echoing throughout the area. Crashing heavily onto the cold ground after a crushing blow, the defeated monster falls silent, helpless, while the victor stands proudly in the background. Surveying the snow-covered battlefield strewn with bodies, the surviving enemy warriors recoil in fear at the sight of their fallen leader. Indifferently turning his back on the defeated monster, the weary prince heads toward a distant castle beneath gloomy storm clouds. Freezing for a moment in the middle of an icy desert, the focused swordsman glances sharply to the side, noticing a suspicious movement behind him. Raising his gleaming blade high above the head of his dying enemy, the noble warrior utters his final farewell before delivering the decisive blow. With a single powerful thrust, driving the sharp blade straight into the chest of the vanquished monster, the brutal hero finally brings the protracted duel to an end. From beneath the warrior's half-lowered bangs, a chilling, frighteningly cold-blooded gaze suddenly flashes, fixed somewhere deep into the void. Suddenly sensing a strange change in the surrounding atmosphere, the young man freezes in place and stares in surprise at the crimson mist. Suddenly, a blood-red flash tears through the sky, forcing the prince to realize with horror that the legendary ancient evil from beyond the distant mountains has indeed awakened. Desperately trying to protect his comrades rushing to his aid, the young man shouts with all his might for them to stay as far away from this cursed place as possible. Freezing abruptly mid-sentence, the brave warrior stares in terror at the madness unfolding before her and braces herself inwardly for the worst possible outcome. An unknown, crushing force has mercilessly scattered the bodies of fallen soldiers across the battlefield. Bent over in pain from a sudden blow, the stubborn defender struggles to hold back the enemy's onslaught until she is engulfed by a powerful shockwave of blinding dark energy. Gritting his teeth against the unbearable pain, Vincent barely manages to take cover from another furious attack. Frozen in shock, the fighters watch with bated breath as the balance of power shifts in a terrifying way. Pulsing ominously right above the mountain range, a bright light flares up, drawing the hero's stunned gaze. Staring ahead in disbelief, the prince suddenly realizes the full scale of the looming threat, and his expression instantly hardens with rising anger. Shrouded in a crimson glow, the snow-covered forest shudders from the powerful roar of an invisible shockwave. A massive spear hurtles high into the clouds at breakneck speed, setting the entire surrounding area ablaze with a terrifying blood-red fire. Spinning frantically through the air, this colossal whirlwind races furiously toward the lone figure. Gripping his trusty blade firmly, the prince assumes a fighting stance directly in front of the looming giant shadow and prepares to accept this mad challenge. With a fierce, determined glint in his eyes, the hero concentrates his last remaining strength for a single, decisive strike. With a deafening crash, two mighty streams of magic collide in an epic duel, producing a blinding flash of light. Gritting his teeth against the unbearable tension, the prince suddenly realizes that he has overestimated his current level of power during this fierce clash. A deafening explosion of colossal power instantly shatters the snow-covered battlefield, shrouding everything around it in thick smoke. Turning at the roar, a frightened Arwen calls out to her master in panic, for her heart tells her the worst is about to happen. With a deafening roar, a massive burst of energy erupts in the middle of the snow-covered forest, instantly blinding everyone around. Suddenly finding themselves in the very center of the storm, the stunned warriors look around in panic, desperately trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. Noticing something unbelievable, one of the knights freezes in horror, cold sweat rolling down his face as he senses impending disaster. With a wild whistle, a giant spear flies down from the clouds, plunging deep into the ground with a crushing blow and shattering the defensive stone wall. Breathing heavily and unevenly from the shock of what he has just witnessed, Vincent stares into the rising dust, worried about the fate of his commander. Treading heavily across the snow-covered ground, Arwen calls out to the prince in panic, growing increasingly anxious. Standing upright in the middle of a gloomy, snow-covered gorge, the warrior looks around, searching for Adrian. Spinning abruptly on her heels toward a muffled sound, the agitated girl peers into the distance through the blizzard. After tumbling headfirst into a snowdrift, the warrior crawls across the frozen ground toward the prince. Suddenly spotting a familiar silhouette ahead, Arwen, breathing heavily, freezes in utter horror. Lying motionless, in a cloud of frosty mist, the bloodied young man in shattered armor shows no reaction to the girl's heart-wrenching cries. Falling to her knees before her wounded companion and touching his neck with trembling hands, Arwen realizes in utter despair that his heart has stopped beating. Gently cupping the young man's pale face in her palms, the frightened heroine tearfully begs her beloved prince to open his eyes as soon as possible. Instantly casting aside her panic and pulling herself together, the determined defender realizes that her first priority is to restore the young man's breathing at any cost. Leaning over the motionless body of her beloved, the brave warrior begins frantically performing CPR. Putting all her strength into this desperate rescue, the devoted girl blows air into the victim's lungs again and again. Suddenly seized by a loud, painful cough, the bloodied prince abruptly regains consciousness and begins to gasp greedily for the frosty air. Exhaling with relief and barely holding back the tears welling up in her eyes, the warrior wearily wipes her blood-stained lips after the nightmare she has just endured. Rejoicing at the realization that the mortal danger has passed, the exhausted rescuer stands motionless over her comrade, who has regained consciousness. Peering intently at his face, the emotional heroine watches with undisguised tenderness as the rescued young man regains his strength. Looking at the wounded prince, it's hard not to notice how fragile and still very much a young boy he seems. Rushing into the snow-covered camp, the alarmed knight shouts a question on the fly about the condition of his wounded lord. Barely hearing her own name amid the moans, the warrior instantly bends over the young man, trying to make out his words. Leaning almost right up against the prince's pale face, Arwen catches his furious, halting whisper, full of seething hatred for his enemies. Suddenly opening his eyes, which blazed with a mad fire, the stubborn heir to the throne snarled curses at the vile, death-deserving orcs. Overcoming the hellish, unbearable pain from his wounds, the maimed young man, with his last ounce of strength, ordered his loyal comrade to finish off the beasts immediately. Standing grimly upright before the soldier who has rushed up, Arwen prepares to deliver the leader's stern and uncompromising final order. Rushing into the fierce battle, the warrior swings her sword to end the dangerous duel as quickly as possible. Surrounded by allies right in the middle of the snow-covered battlefield, the loyal knights instantly recognize the absolute righteousness of their commander. Loudly urging their allies to hurry, the warriors furiously rush into the thick of a massive battle against a whole horde of enormous and bloodthirsty monsters. Suddenly waking up in a completely unfamiliar place, the wounded prince furiously hurls curses at those damn orcs. Leaning thoughtfully over the injured man's bed, the concerned knight gently asks how he is feeling. Sighing heavily from unbearable weakness, the exhausted young man quietly complains of a wild ache throughout his body and severe pain in the arm he was maimed in during the battle. Clutching the cloth pressed to his chest tightly, the young man, with tears of anger in his eyes, admits that what torments him more than his physical wounds right now is a wild sense of frustration. Recalling the fateful moment of his humiliating defeat, the wounded warrior clearly realizes that they weren't even close to clashing in battle, for he was struck down merely by a spear from a distance. Letting his head fall helplessly onto the hospital bed, the wounded warrior bitterly laments his current, utterly pitiful condition. After listening attentively to his comrade's sincere words of gratitude, the surprised prince merely fixes his stern gaze on him in silence. Bowing his head as a sign of the deepest respect, the commander thanks his savior for rescuing his allies who were doomed to perish. Slightly embarrassed by such a pompous speech, the young man mentally begs him to shut up already and stop spouting this cringeworthy nonsense. As he begins to bring the injured man up to speed on recent events, the knight hurries to report on what happened while His Highness was unconscious. Having set up a massive camp just 1 kilometer from the walls of Winter Castle, an entire army of orcs is preparing for an assault, one that the fortress is quite capable of repelling. Deep in thought about the recent fierce skirmish, Vincent tries to unravel the mystery of that giant spear and the eerie roar in the snow-capped mountains. Suddenly, the prince announces the appearance of an incredibly powerful chieftain who has managed to unite absolutely all the wild orcs in the area under his iron rule. Genuinely baffled by what he has heard, the warrior is shocked by this turn of events, for by their very nature, these monsters are constantly fighting among themselves for power. With a mysterious smirk in response to everyone's confusion, the blond man suddenly strikes up an intriguing conversation about a special and extremely terrifying title held by the orcs. Mercilessly crushing everything in its path, this terrifying monster breaks through any defense and sows utter chaos around it, proving the right of might in endless battles, cruelly trampling the weak and sweeping any rival from its path. This ferocious giant strikes fear into even the most vicious of its kind. Tearing flesh with its terrifying sharp fangs and devouring its enemies, this bloodthirsty monster vividly demonstrates its incredible ferocity. Obsessed with a single mad idea of total domination, the monster leads a countless army of fanatics. This invincible monster is officially proclaimed the great and merciless war chief. Sprawled on the soft pillows of a luxurious bed, the wounded blond man listlessly listens to the stern reports from his comrades. Lazily rubbing his tired eyes, the young man gloomily ponders the looming danger beyond the gates and suggests not taking any risks, but instead immediately switching to a strong defense of the castle. Gathered tensely around the strategy table, the knights argue heatedly about immediately calling for reinforcements and quickly bringing the cavalry back from the mountains. Suddenly, the prince loudly protests that this important military council has been held in an ordinary bedroom, ignoring the meeting hall. Respectfully handing the perplexed commander a stack of important papers, his agitated comrades insistently ask His Majesty to personally look into the matter. Nodding meaningfully in response to his subordinate's alarming reports, the seasoned man grimly confirms the gravity of the situation. Frozen in shock under an avalanche of bureaucracy that has suddenly descended upon him, the young man stares in horror at the pile of reports while his subjects demand an immediate decision. As night fell over the castle on a cool evening, the dark sky brought long-awaited silence, and the commander finally ordered everyone to wrap up their business. After politely bowing and wishing their master a good night's sleep, the loyal comrades filed out of the spacious chambers in a crowd. Flopping down onto the soft pillows, the exhausted blonde groaned, admitting that he'd been worked to the point of near exhaustion. Glancing sideways with a look of displeasure, the young man pulled a sour face and braced himself for yet another lecture. Frowning sternly and folding his arms across his chest, the experienced man asked sternly if the young man really had nothing to say in his defense. Sitting down beside the bed of his wounded protege, the stern mentor decided to ask directly about the incredible power of the mysterious battle hymn demonstrated earlier. Flaring up with a furious blue flame, the mysterious magic demonstrated to those around him a devastating power that far exceeded all his mana reserves. Sighing heavily and resting his bandaged arm on his knee, the exhausted hero reluctantly confirmed the suspicion. Casting a stern glance at the people in the room, the sullen man sternly asked for their opinion on what they had witnessed. Silently folding his arms across his chest and lost in his own thoughts, the mentor was clearly in no hurry to give the prince even the slightest leeway. As he reflected sadly on times past, the hero fully understood the irony of the situation, for this man had spent his entire life zealously denying the power of the mana heart. Suddenly looking up and staring intently at the weary blonde, the mentor decided to ask another question that was extremely important and deeply troubling to him. Leaning forward slightly, the warrior asked directly whether such incredible power was granted to absolutely everyone who managed to master the mana chain. His mouth slightly agape in surprise, the young man, stunned by such a sudden onslaught, froze for a moment and frantically tried to find the right words. Watching intently from the sidelines, the warrior present in the room simply shifted her gaze silently from one to the other. Smiling, the prince teasingly taunts his uncle, calling him greedy for wanting to find an easier way to accumulate mana. Unleashing powerful streams of azure flame directly from his palm, the young man enthusiastically explains the essence of transcendence to those who store magic in their hearts. Demonstrating his own blazing aura in response, the man sternly retorts that such tricks involving sacred hymns are forbidden to the Knights of the Ring. Squinting slightly, the battle-hardened warrior asks the young man directly why they've even brought up this dangerous conversation about hidden power. Continuing to stand opposite the prince, the knight listens intently to the reply as the young man tries to explain the motives behind his actions. Smiling to himself, the cunning blonde is genuinely amazed by such a sudden change in the man's behavior, from complete disregard to immense trust. Leaning forward slightly, the young man is clearly about to reveal some extremely intriguing secret. Maintaining the most unflappable demeanor possible, the young prince slyly declares that the beautiful elves literally lose their heads and go mad over battle hymns. Vividly describing the elves' habits, the young man explains that they are unable to compose their own hymns and therefore use others, performing a battle sword dance to them. With a sly smile, the young man confidently suggests that his uncle try simply reciting these sacred lines instead of singing them in full. Gently touching the puzzled man's chest with his finger, the nephew reminds him that although he lacks a mana heart, he possesses something else that he has been training all his life. With a mysterious smirk, the prince leaves the seasoned warrior alone with his deep thoughts. Frowning deeply, the man sinks into contemplation about what specific realizations and hidden truths this conversation might lead him to. Watching the scene unfold from the sidelines, the warrior woman looks noticeably agitated and clearly misses the point of the conversation. Striding confidently away, the blond man tosses off a parting remark that the search for a new path is the personal task of the Knights of the Ring, not his. Coming to an abrupt halt right in the middle of the corridor, the prince suddenly felt an unpleasant chill run down his spine, born of a bad premonition. Turning around, the young man was met with the grim stares of his guests. Shuddering inwardly, the poor fellow wondered in utter despair why such confrontations were once again taking place in his very chambers. Having fallen into a deep sleep after a hard day, the exhausted young man snored peacefully in his enormous bed. Struggling to open his eyes, the sleepy young man let out a hoarse groan, frantically trying to figure out what on earth was going on around him. Jumping up in shock from his bed in the middle of the night, the frightened young man stared at his loyal protector, who was standing guard at his bedside. Glancing around anxiously, the alarmed heir immediately asked his loyal subordinate where his uncle had so suddenly disappeared to. Trying to find out at least some details, the bewildered young man began questioning the guard, asking if she had noticed anything suspicious. Taking a sip of cool water, the pensive blonde began to wonder why his relative hadn't had any epiphany. Suddenly breaking the prolonged silence, the swordsman who had entered the bedroom dryly noted that the young prince had awakened. Smiling slightly in response to the uninvited guest's appearance, the weary young man tried to hide his genuine surprise behind a mask of feigned calm. Striding proudly toward countless enemies with his blade drawn, this legendary warrior never backed down in the face of adversity and inspired true terror. Enveloped in a mystical blue flame, the formidable silhouette of the great swordmaster embodied an incredible power capable of crushing absolutely any army. Leaning over the bed of the frightened young boy, the man thought with relief that his nephew had changed greatly. Narrowing his eyes shrewdly, the stern relative was genuinely delighted that the frail heir's body had finally found a truly strong and worthy soul. Bowing low as a sign of the deepest respect, the knight sincerely thanked Ian for literally opening his eyes to the truth. Furrowing his brow slightly at such a sudden change in the other man's behavior, the young man grumbles that sudden changes in people usually don't bode well. Sitting upright in bed and squinting skeptically, the surprised teenager asks directly whether the other man has perhaps decided to hold a grudge against him after everything that has happened. Sadly recalling the former glory of the great sword from 400 years ago, the ancient spirit laments that his rank has now fallen to that of an ordinary expert. Smiling weakly and condescendingly in response to the questions, the man tries to hide his embarrassment, assuring the young man that he feels no envy or resentment whatsoever. With a sly smirk and clearly amused by the situation, the blond man pretends to accept the excuses, though inwardly he finds such behavior wildly irritating. Crossing his arms over his chest, the curious young man demands that all the details finally be laid out and that he be told exactly what was obtained. Standing pensively in the middle of the room, the warrior honestly admits that so far he has only been able to sketch out vague guidelines in his mind. Narrowing his eyes mysteriously and grinning slyly, the experienced older man pauses meaningfully, clearly preparing to reveal his future plans to the young man. Confidently turning his back and fixing his gaze on the star shining outside the window, the man firmly declares his intention to press on toward the snow-capped mountains. Chuckling ironically to himself, the seasoned swordsman mentally notes that if he gives these young weaklings an inch, they'll immediately take a mile. Instantly turning serious and recalling the image of the terrifying monster, the prince resolutely declares that this mountain bastard belongs exclusively to him. Asserting his rights to the dangerous prey in an authoritative and possessive manner, the ambitious young man sternly orders no one to even think about drooling over it. Meekly closing his eyes and good-naturedly yielding to the assertive young man, the seasoned knight calmly agrees to accept the other's terms without further argument. Turning on his heels toward the bedroom exit, the departing guest decides at the last moment to keep his many questions to himself. Strolling along the fortress wall, the knight begins to question his companion about his suspiciously deep knowledge of orc anatomy and the secrets of the elves. The seasoned warrior decides not to press the young man for now and promises to wait for the truth, which leaves the surprised prince amazed at such a drastic change in his character. Their calm conversation is abruptly interrupted by a breathless sentry who, with a wild cry, reports the rapid approach of the orc army. Peering into the snow-covered distance, the citadel's defenders notice, with growing horror, the first ranks of green-skinned monsters wielding enormous axes. The countless horde of monsters with burning red eyes and heavy maces, advancing from the direction of the frozen gorge, looks terrifying. Reacting instantly to the deadly threat, the garrison commander orders the archers to take up combat positions on the walls and prepare to fire. Realizing the scale of the impending disaster, the man falls into a somber silence, while his young partner glances anxiously at their leader. Shrouded in an ominous crimson aura, the enemy army finally fills the entire horizon. The men standing on the wall feel an incredibly powerful mental pressure emanating from the enemy horde, which causes them to freeze in place in mild shock. Overwhelmed by such frenzied battle energy, The man begins frantically trying to figure out who exactly might be leading this dangerous monster assault. Looking at the silhouette shrouded in crimson flames, the commander horror-strickenly surmises that the legendary high chieftain of the orcs himself has arrived at their fortress. Abruptly cutting off his comrade's panicked thoughts, the blond man with an icy gaze declares that this terrifying monster is by no means the supreme ruler. After slightly calming the frightened guards, the young man calmly explains that this giant is merely the ruler's vanguard. With a deafening primal roar, this frenzied monster strikes terror into the hearts of elite knights and renowned swordsmen throughout the kingdom. With a malicious grin, the ferocious green-skinned giant has long earned the ominous and telling nickname Night Slayer among men. Like valiant warriors who skillfully harness the power of mana, the savage orcs are accustomed to drawing their strength directly from the battle spirit raging within them. To awaken the true might of this furious energy, the giants ceaselessly throw themselves into the inferno of bloody wars and unleash total carnage. Occasionally, among this frenzied horde of barbarians, unique mutants are born, endowed with an extraordinary level of fighting spirit from their very first breath. Possessing an innate gift, these monsters sense the slightest signs of an enemy's bloodlust and are able to perceive streams of invisible energy. Their tribesmen respectfully refer to this unique vision as the open eye, sincerely revering and elevating such formidable kin to the status of sacred beings. Seeing the approaching threat, the battle-hardened warriors on the wall immediately recognize the legendary Night Slayer as a true natural-born commander. Though the bloodthirsty giant may be completely devoid of talent for complex military tactics or strategy, he instinctively understands how to crush any opponent. Thanks to his mystical vision, the fearsome chieftain instantly scans the battlefield and clearly sees the vulnerable weakest points in Winter Castle's defenses. After carefully listening to his comrade's authoritative opinion, the warrior nevertheless makes his own decision and sees with his own eyes just how terrifyingly true those words are. Rapidly unleashing his hidden reserves, the swordsman, shrouded in bright flashes of blue mana, prepares to put the orc chieftain through a brutal test of strength. Determined to crush the dangerous monster's arrogance, the noble warrior is eager to find out whether this ferocious brute is truly worthy of the title Killer of Knights. With his eerie crimson eyes flashing, the mad, bloodthirsty, green-skinned monster swings his massive, deadly weapon for a crushing blow. Cutting through the air at breakneck speed, a powerful projectile launched from the wall hurtles straight into the thick of the advancing enemy squad, which is howling with rage. Plunging powerfully into the frozen ground right at the feet of the advancing giant, this treacherous attack causes the entire battlefield to freeze for a moment in surprise. Watching this confrontation, the fortress defenders, shaken to their very core, are stunned by how easily and effortlessly this charge was repelled. With a powerful jerk, the fierce orc's enormous greenish paw grips the shaft of the battle spear tightly. Through the thick haze of fierce combat, the monster lunges forward rapidly, causing the air around it to explode with the frenzied power of its attack. Bravely and calmly facing the monster's frenzied onslaught, the warrior confidently blocks the enemy's weapon with his sturdy armor. Surveying the battlefield, the man quietly notes to himself that the stubborn prince has an incredibly tough temperament and absolutely cannot stand to lose. Turning calmly toward his companion, who has grown noticeably quieter, the seasoned veteran asks the young man if he now truly knows the secret to defeating the Night Slayer. Narrowing his eyes slightly and smiling indulgently in response, the man's entire demeanor makes it clear that he is extremely hard to impress with any childish tall tales. Nodding sarcastically at the prince's sly expression, the uncle remarks that he now looks like a proud warrior who has just received a legendary sword. Clearing his throat awkwardly at such a blunt remark, the embarrassed young man admits that all his conclusions are based solely on the unique ability of his open eye. Frowning slightly at this sudden thought, the young man ponders intently how many things, upon closer inspection, turn out to be completely different from what they seem. The mentor's skeptical gaze eloquently confirms the fact that even the most patient orc remains, deep down, a wild beast. With a sly grin, the young man confidently declares that if you dangle juicy prey right under this monster's nose, the hungry beast simply won't be able to resist. Suddenly bursting out in a cry of protest, the knight tries to reason with his lord, vehemently arguing that such a reckless and risky plan is deadly dangerous. Resolutely cutting off any objections, the prince firmly reminds those around him that trite and clumsy tactics will certainly not work against such an enemy. Arrogantly pointing his finger right in the face of the stern commander, the ambitious tactician excludes the elite rangers and knights of Winter Castle from participating in the mission. Casually brushing aside the bewildered soldiers, the strategist explains that the enemy will wipe out inexperienced rookies in an instant before they even have a chance to react. Boasting to his perfect team, the prince nevertheless admits that they sorely lack real combat experience, not just training. Persistently trying to talk the commander out of this crazy scheme, his loyal knights beg him not to take the risk and not to become live bait for the assassin. Jabbing his finger sharply right into the bandaged shoulder, a comrade makes the prince wince at the sudden and very painful touch. Stubbornly waving his injured limb right in front of his friend's nose, the optimistic Adrian tries to prove that this scratch won't stop him at all. Hiding a painful spasm in his fist behind a smile, the cocky prince mentally admits that his shoulder is still aching like hell, but it'll still move. Forced to think frantically under the pressure of his friend's ironclad arguments, a troubled Vincent finally tries to think rationally. He is surprised by the incredible determination that suddenly flared up in the prince's eyes when he realized who their true enemy really is. Gazing into the distance, the hero finally realizes that their true enemy is not the Night Slayer at all. While the men argue passionately in the room, something sinister is gradually, step by step, creeping closer to the castle, creating a terrifying atmosphere. A huge and ferocious monster in heavy armor is already charging full speed toward Winter Castle, threatening to destroy everything in its path if it isn't stopped. As a grim reminder of the impending catastrophe, the brave leader declares that the citadel will fall during the very next assault if they drag out this battle. After listening sternly and silently to the young commander's bold speech, the seasoned knight merely narrows his eyes, pondering the words he has heard. Having set a strict deadline of exactly 1 week, the surprised, dark-haired man listens with puzzlement to the terms of this sudden and extremely risky wager. Smiling slyly and exuding complete confidence in success, Adrian agrees to withdraw his troops to their positions if the enemy fails to advance. Thoughtfully biting her finger and lost in her thoughts, Adelia decides that the perfect moment has come to deploy their secret weapon. Smiling slightly, the man gives a clear order to the troops to lure out the enemy, commander-in-chief, rather than to wipe out his entire vanguard. Fully focused on the upcoming defense of the central wall, the spearmen prepare to buy as much precious time as possible. Standing calmly and confidently on the strategically important eastern wall, the warrior carefully surveys the battle positions of his defenders. Lined up in perfectly even rows on the snow-covered western wall, the fearless archers stand motionless, awaiting the decisive signal to launch a fierce attack. Raising his weapon sharply at the officer's loud command, one of the archers pulls the taut bowstring and aims straight into the thick of the approaching enemy army. Cutting swiftly through the frosty air above the tall towers of the majestic castle, a volley of hundreds of sharp arrows rains down like a heavy downpour upon the heads of the attackers. Roaring in shock at the surprise, the orcs with shields try to take cover from the sudden barrage as deadly iron rains down on them straight from the gray sky. Piercing through sturdy armor and thick green hide, sharp arrows mow down the frenzied monsters, causing them to scream wildly in excruciating pain. Easily blocking the flying arrows with his massive steel shield, the ferocious orc confidently charges headlong through the furious barrage of humanity's defenders. Suddenly spotting the familiar heraldry of his fallen comrades on the enemy shields, one of the defending warriors is stunned by the monster's audacity. Loudly cursing the treacherous creatures for desecrating the memory of his fallen comrades, the young warrior calls for the insolent monsters to be punished immediately. Furiously raising his hand and straining his vocal cords with rage, the commander orders his archers not to cease fire for even a second. Quickly reloading their massive bows right in the midst of the ensuing chaos, the frightened archers realize with panic that the wave of creatures is only growing. With a terrifying creak and crash, the enemy vanguard's enormous wooden ladder suddenly crashes down onto the stone wall. In horror, a defender of the citadel looks up and throws his arms wide, screaming desperately to his comrades that the orcs are already storming the upper tier in full force. An enraged, green-skinned orc stubbornly scrambles up the wooden siege ladder, clinging tightly to the rungs with his powerful claws. Suddenly, a bright flash of lightning erupts right at the base of the fortress wall, concentrating pure magical energy with a crackling roar directly at the defender's feet. Diving down from above, the warrior decapitates an enemy with a precise and merciless circular swing of his sword, crushing the onslaught of the attackers. Arvin gazes sternly and coldly at the bloody chaos unfolding below, his eyes glowing with the determination to destroy every monster. Shouting orders at the top of his lungs, the leader of the defense commands that any intruder be thrown down, while the bodies of slain orcs cascade like an avalanche from the heights of the siege platforms. Closing ranks in unison, the brave knights furiously thrust their lances at the creatures charging headlong at them, while stones from the catapults rain down on the enemies' heads from above. Desperately demanding that the holding ropes be cut, the Citadel's defenders hold back the ferocious onslaught with their last ounce of strength while shells explode all around them. Howling wildly and frantically, an endless green horde of monsters storms the impregnable stone walls of the castle wave after wave under heavy fire from all the cannons. Dyeing the distant snow-capped mountain peaks crimson, the fading sunset lazily sinks over the field of a protracted and bloody battle. Stepping heavily and confidently across the debris-strewn ground, the monster's enormous foot descends amid the fog of war, right next to a broken spear shaft. Roaring menacingly and furiously to the entire surrounding area, the gigantic orc chieftain, his eyes blazing red, towers over a mountain of the lifeless bodies of his kin. Breathing heavily and hoarsely from inhuman exhaustion, the exhausted knights realize with horror that the number of attacking beasts shows no sign of decreasing. A warrior stares grimly and intently into the thick of the furious battle, while dangerous flashes of lightning keep streaking around her. The prince grins cunningly and ominously, having clearly guessed the secret plans of his treacherous enemy. Like a massive, unstoppable dark cloud, a colossal army of monsters continues to storm the breach in the wall of Winter Castle, completely altering the course of history. With a deafening roar, huge, ferocious wolves suddenly burst forth from a cloud of dust that had crept up, with green-skinned orcs sitting menacingly on their backs. Racing forward along a steep wooden ramp, the frenzied cavalry bursts onto the battlefield, causing the defenders to scream in panic. Calmly and confidently ordering Arwen to deal with the vicious beasts, the prince sends the brave warrior, shield raised, into the thick of the dangerous battle. Grinning defiantly in the face of danger, the hero slowly draws his trusty weapon, declaring that the time is perfect to dangle a tempting bait before his enemies. Surrounded by a powerful avalanche of bright sparks and blazing flashes of magical energy, the young man swings his gleaming sword with determination. Shouting a powerful spell, the young man stands tall, drawing the frightened stares of the enemy soldiers. With a fierce and furious flash of its eye, the terrifying monster instantly realizes the deadly danger emanating from this devastating attack. A blinding azure beam from the very heart of the prince's magical sword powerfully pierces the dense crimson cloud, forever dividing the battlefield into before and after. Feeling a sudden powerful surge of magic unlike anything she had ever seen before, Arwen freezes in place and whispers to herself in genuine shock about the incredible power. Staring intently at the blazing glow of the massive explosion, Vincent confirms with fear that all the rumors turned out to be absolutely true. Smiling with relief and a touch of cunning, the seasoned old commander quietly notes that the cunning plan is working perfectly so far. Grinning defiantly right in the face of the looming danger, the fearless prince joyfully exclaims that his chief adversary has finally deigned to appear. With a deafening and furious roar from the midst of an ominous crimson mist, the bloodthirsty giant orc chieftain announces his entry into the battle. Fierce, green-skinned monsters burst through the frenzied chaos of battle, crushing everything in their path with their massive fists and heavy blades. Suddenly, a giant chieftain appears on the battlefield, his mad, crimson eyes blazing with a primal thirst for the total annihilation of all living things. Archers in defensive positions instantly receive the order to open a barrage of fire against the approaching menacing threat. Mercilessly and brutally, the giant orc leader grabs one of his own subordinates by the head, preparing to vividly demonstrate his savage strength to the rest. With a deafening, furious roar, the bloodthirsty monster literally tears the unfortunate fellow orc to pieces amid a spray of blood. Towering over the battlefield like a living mountain in indestructible armor, the terrifying orc chieftain holds the severed head of his victim in his mighty hand. Gaining frenzied speed, The enormous green hulk charges headlong through a hail of arrows straight toward the defenseless western wall of the human fortress. Defying his allies' panicked warnings, the prince dramatically activates his magical blade, blazing with azure flames for the final blow. Grinning slyly in anticipation of the imminent brutal battle, the self-assured young man with a defiant gaze is about to show the monster the full power of his magic. From below comes the defiant roar of a massive green-skinned boss who furiously demands that the frightened little humans finally come down to him. Clutching a wooden beam of the defensive barrier tightly between his fingers, the ferocious monster effortlessly crushes the human structure to push forward. Brazenly scaling the castle's sheer wall, the enraged giant stubbornly surges upward to carry out a bloody massacre against his enemies. Surrounded by a powerful azure aura, the warrior coolly issues a clear order to his loyal comrades to act strictly according to the prearranged plan, loudly urging everyone to immediately move as far away as possible from the edge of the dangerous wall. The brave leader concentrates colossal energy for a powerful strike. The massive orc's heavy clawed paw suddenly clings to a stone ledge of the fortress, signaling the monster's imminent arrival at the defenders' positions. With furious crimson eyes gleaming, the enormous monster grins menacingly from the darkness and fixes its gaze intently on its primary target. Raising his blade, which glows with azure flame, high into the air, the fearless prince in a fur cloak prepares to accept the monster's challenge. Stomping heavily across the stone slabs in his massive boots reinforced with sturdy steel, the ferocious giant proclaims the king's brutal decree. Smirking arrogantly in response to the deadly threat, the brave swordsman merely taunts his enemy defiantly with his striking confidence. Surging forward with a monstrous thud, the enormous monster swings its colossal axe overhead at the young man bracing for defense. Clashing weapons in a furious clinch, the opponents make the air shudder with a powerful shockwave and sparks of crackling magic all around them. Deftly leaping backward to avoid the crushing circular swing of the giant blade, the young warrior closes the distance to launch a counterattack. Gripping his two-handed sword firmly with both hands, the determined young man freezes in a fighting stance, ready for his next lunge. Dropping to one knee in the middle of the half-ruined arena, the fighter coolly calculates the trajectory for his decisive maneuver. Surging forward from a standstill at breakneck speed, the swift young man charges head-on toward the waiting danger. With a sweeping backhand strike, the fearless swordsman delivers a lightning-fast gliding blow with his massive blade, attempting to pierce the heavy monster's impenetrable defense. Scornfully examining a fresh, shallow scratch on his forearm, the arrogant orc challenges his opponent to fight fairly and without silly tricks. Surrounding himself with a powerful whirlwind of sparkling blue energy, the furious prince unleashes his hidden magical power to deliver the final thrust. Suddenly noticing a drastic change in his surroundings, the massive green-skinned giant, in complete shock, widens his scarlet eyes, blazing with rage. Bursting into deafening laughter fueled by his overwhelming battle fervor, the ferocious chieftain marvels at the incredible fortitude of this daring young man. Narrowing his eyes slyly, the prince breaks into a self-assured smile, clearly plotting some cunning trick against his massive opponent. Suddenly, the green-skinned orc shudders in confusion at the surprise when, right in the middle of the fierce battle, sturdy, thick ropes shoot up from the ground. Enveloping the giant from head to toe, the massive ropes tightly bind the fearsome monster's movements. Thanks to the efforts of several royal guards clad in armor, who are pulling with all their might on the other end of the rope, the trap tightens. Snapping taut under the weight of the heavy body, the thick, weathered ropes slam into the stone pavement with a dull thud, sending small fragments and dust flying all around. Enraged by such audacity, the bound giant furiously demands a fair fight. But the prince attacks his enraged foe, ignoring all rules, delivering a crushing blow directly to his bound opponent. The brave hero causes the enormous orc to gasp for breath in agony as the ground cracks all around them. Crashing heavily to his knees under the weight of his own armor and sturdy bonds, the defeated monster finally drops his weapon and falls helplessly onto the shattered arena. Summoning all their strength at their commander's command, the guardsmen, lined up in a straight row, pull the ropes in unison to immobilize the enemy once and for all. Shocked by such a cunning maneuver from his opponent, the enormous orc struggles to resist the suffocating bonds, suddenly realizing the hopelessness of his situation. Driven to a frenzy by his helplessness, the furious giant loudly curses his treacherous enemy, trying in vain to tear apart the ropes binding him. Crashing down with a thunderous roar onto the stone arena amid exploding earth and flying debris, the defeated giant raises a cloud of thick gray dust. Coolly wiping his sword after a grueling duel, the prince arrogantly praises his subordinate for the flawlessly executed tactical trap. Suddenly appearing right behind the exhausted hero, the stern warrior sharply orders the young man to retreat and hand over command. Deftly leaping back to safety, the blond man dramatically jumps onto the castle's high wall to catch his breath and watch the ensuing melee. Struggling with all their might to restrain the enraged monster, bound by thick ropes, the terrified warriors frantically beg for an immediate retreat. Smirking haughtily on the sidelines of the general commotion, the prince coolly and grandly assesses the situation on the battlefield. Slowly approaching his defeated opponent, the defiant blonde tauntingly declares to the enormous monster sprawled on the ground that this disgrace suits him well. Baring his terrifying fangs, the young man grins wildly and adds that only now does the defeated enemy begin to resemble a true ferocious orc. Roaring furiously with unbearable humiliation, the giant orc, bound hand and foot, tries to tear apart his bonds and lunges toward his tormentor. With a powerful, crushing blow right in the midst of battle, the monster manages to scatter the soldiers blocking his path and literally smashes the stone pavement to pieces. Suddenly seizing the initiative, the warrior resolutely shields the prince with his own body and fearlessly confronts the enraged foe. Menacingly attacking the giant with his long sword drawn, the brave swordsman shouts in the enemy's face with obvious disgust that up close, the creature looks even more hideous. Taking a decisive step forward and enveloping himself in a powerful, shimmering aura, the defender confidently declares to his ally that he is now taking full control of the situation. Brazenly turning his back on the danger, the man merely throws back a brief remark telling his partner not to linger there too long. Rushing headlong to intercept the monster with a furious battle cry, the brave swordsman admits that he cannot guarantee his partner's survival until the very end. With a monstrous clang, their weapons clash right in the middle of the half-ruined arena, and the ferocious giant and the fearless swordsman freeze in a brutal, deadly clinch. Watching his partner's incredible strength with amazement, the young man mentally confirms the truth of the ancient rumors about the legendary Knights of the Four Chains. Having completely merged with his blade and harnessed the flows of destructive mana, the sword master focuses all his mental energy on the strike. Instantly dodging the crushing lunge, the cunning monster somehow manages to miraculously anticipate the exact direction of the enemy's attack. Staring at the blood-stained cloth in his hand, the prince suddenly realizes how critically short on time he is and makes the firm decision to immediately pick up the pace. Slamming the massive door shut, the young man mentally selects the ideal candidate capable of crushing the Night Slayer once and for all. Bursting into the vast, intimidating hall, the warrior confidently searches for an unpredictable fighter whose body treacherously acts far faster than his own mind. Gazing straight ahead with a cold, piercing stare, the swordsman calls out to his opponent hiding in the shadows, whose true intentions are nearly impossible to fathom. Hearing her name, Adelia, terrified to the point of madness, curls up convulsively in a dark corner, trying in vain to control the uncontrollable tremors that have overtaken her. Pointing to the blood-stained bandages, the prince tells the weeping girl that the ruthless monster who spilled this crimson blood will be her next opponent. Realizing the full horror of what is happening, the unfortunate heroine freezes in shock, her wide-open eyes filling with bitter tears of despair and wild fear. Struggling to move her steel-bound feet, the warrior frantically tries to maintain her balance on the smooth stone slabs. Slowly bending forward, the girl can barely muster the strength to keep from collapsing to her knees. Smirking, the prince mentally celebrates his triumph as the exhausted Adelia struggles to her feet. Suddenly bursting into a furious magical flame, she rises to her full height with a terrifying wheeze. At that very moment, her insane combat skills activate ominously, completely changing the rules of the game. Laughing maniacally and consumed by a thirst for blood, Adelia transforms into a true monster as she launches a merciless attack. Fiercely clashing weapons in the middle of the battlefield, the mighty monster and the brave swordsman begin a brutal duel under the watchful eyes of the warriors. Coolly blocking yet another lunge, the fighter suddenly realizes the enemy's strength and mentally acknowledges that his recent suspicions have turned out to be a terrifying reality. Darting swiftly to dodge the heavy blows of the enormous orc, The agile swordsman attempts to counterattack from below, while sparks fly in all directions from the clashes around them. With his bloodshot eyes spinning menacingly, the enraged monster effortlessly anticipates the trajectory of his opponent's every next move. Sighing heavily, the experienced warrior begins to genuinely marvel at the incredible power of the mysterious skill known as Open Eye. Suddenly dodging a powerful blow from his opponent, the swordsman's eyes widen in fear and pain as stone debris crashes to the ground behind him. Turning around in surprise after the collision, the shocked fighter tries to make sense of what has happened and stares in bewilderment at the monster's silhouette. Emerging abruptly from a thick cloud of gray dust, a warrior clad in steel armor grips her long blade firmly and prepares to launch a lightning-fast lunge. Her eyes flashing wildly, the bloodthirsty girl charges forward at tremendous speed and delivers a devastating sweeping strike. Bursting into the brutal battle, Adelia confidently and powerfully parries a massive sweeping blow from a huge orc with her sword. Watching this frenzied battle in shock, the stunned commander suddenly recognizes this incredible warrior as the prince's usual gentle maid. Smiling wildly and menacingly, with an eerie fire in her multicolored eyes, the girl completely loses her self-control and becomes a completely different person from who she used to be. Unexpectedly, and with lightning speed, she attacks her massive opponent right in the forehead, causing the gigantic monster to roar in outrage at this violation of the rules of fair combat. Screaming loudly and furiously from the sudden, intense pain, the fearsome giant barely manages to block the next lightning-fast lunge from this enraged and unstoppable maiden. Soaring rapidly into the air, the brave warrior brings her heavy blade down upon the giant monster, which is snarling furiously at the unexpected attack. With a powerful thrust, the girl's legs, encased in sturdy steel, push off the stone surface with great force, leaving deep cracks and a cloud of dust in their wake. Watching this madness from the sidelines, a stern, battle-hardened warrior explains to the prince with obvious surprise that this girl is fighting like a berserker. Radiating a bright, fiery aura of incredible power, the sword-wielding warrior confidently stands her ground against the terrifying monster thanks to her unique combat skills. Frenzied and without a shred of fear, she literally slices through the air with her lightning-fast swings, turning an ordinary attack into a veritable bloody meat grinder for the enemy. A huge, enraged orc with burning red eyes charges straight toward the deadly blade, ready to tear anyone in his path to shreds. Deftly dodging the enemy's heavy swings, the desperate heroine dashes beneath the monster's massive fists and lands a series of quick, underhanded blows. Having completely lost control due to his wounds, the stunned giant suddenly realizes that the true madman in this battle isn't thinking about safety at all. As his weapon clashes with the mad girl's blade, the ferocious monster suddenly realizes that all his vaunted brute strength is absolutely useless against her. Panting heavily and bleeding from a deep wound on his shoulder, the enormous orc begins to panic at her reckless and ferocious head-on attacks. Genuinely shocked by such savage behavior on the battlefield, the wounded giant looks fearfully at the grinning maiden, enveloped in a furious blaze of power. Smiling brazenly and sarcastically from the sidelines, Adrian tells his companion that being called a wild beast by the orc himself is a real achievement. Drawing his long, gleaming sword, the companion urges the prince to finally put an end to this idle chatter and charge together into the thick of the battle. Leaping abruptly from their positions amid powerful rolls of thunder, brave warriors from all sides close in on the terrified colossal enemy, forming a tight ring around it. Finally enraged by such a brazen assault from a handful of humans, the giant orc furiously grips his massive broadsword and prepares to unleash a final massacre. Fiercely smashing everything around him, the mighty enemy brings down a furious blow from above, forcing the defenders to desperately hold back this mad onslaught with their last ounce of strength. Suddenly grabbing the warrior who was losing her balance by the shoulder, the prince lunged forward sharply as she let out a furious and pained cry. Stunned and frozen in the midst of the looming chaos, the seasoned veteran stared at the unfolding events with obvious bewilderment, completely unable to fathom the young man's motives. Breathing heavily from exhaustion alongside her loyal allies, the brave young woman suddenly sensed a monstrous battle aura piercing the space around them. Blazing fiercely with the crimson flame of primal rage, the mighty orc chieftain of colossal stature appeared in all his terrifying grandeur. Instantly realizing the true nature of the madness unfolding before him, the stunned prince realized that the monster was not gathering the fighting spirit of his fallen warriors at all. Concentrating colossal power around himself, this terrifying giant mercilessly reclaimed the mental strength he had once so generously bestowed upon his subordinates. Roaring deafeningly with the dark energy surging through him, the frenzied ruler of the orcs swore to defend his king's greatness at any cost and crush the insolent intruders. Screaming in terror for all to hear, the prince rushed forward while his uncle and Adelia desperately held back the onslaught of the ferocious enemy. Determined, the blonde warrior instantly concentrated the raging aura around himself, preparing to unleash his full power in this duel. Attacking mercilessly from all sides, the massive opponent forced the defending warriors to fight for their lives with everything they had. Smirking arrogantly in the face of mortal danger, the fearless prince loudly vowed to honor the souls of the fallen with his crushing power. Suddenly noticing an eerie crimson glow directly above the fortress wall, the hero froze for a second, overcome by a premonition of impending disaster. A massive crimson explosion of unimaginable destructive power instantly engulfed the battlefield, causing everyone present to scream in agony. Feeling the colossal pressure of an alien will, the mighty monster hiding in the mountains flew into a rage at such brazen interference in the battle. Collapsing heavily to his knees from exhaustion, the weary warrior cursed furiously through clenched teeth under the watchful and disappointed gaze of his mentor. Gripping the polished hilt of his trusty sword tightly, the experienced warrior prepared to deliver a decisive and crushing blow to the insolent enemy. Suddenly recalling the terrifying words about mountains of green orc corpses, the frightened young man looked around in confusion, searching for his uncle. Surrounded by powerful electrical discharges, the noble knight spoke with resignation of the pool of blood that was about to form beneath his feet. Unleashing an incredible surge of dark energy right in the middle of the battlefield, the swordsman made everyone present shudder with horror. Glancing in surprise at his palms, the prince suddenly felt the purest mana from his uncle's rings rapidly filling his entire body. Resonating powerfully with his own magical heart, this suddenly acquired immense power made the young man believe in inevitable victory. Standing in the middle of the ruined fortress, the blond man clutched his chest in shock, desperately trying to make sense of this strange and terrifying sensation. Charging furiously into the thick of the bloody battle, the swordsman promises to turn his enemies' bodies into a massive mountain with a frenzied swing of his blade. Racing through the enemy ranks, the brave warrior performs a sweeping circular strike, leaving a crimson pool at her feet. Surrounded by flashes of magic, the loyal vanguard soldiers raise their weapons to the sky in unison and prepare to face the looming danger head-on. Drawing the bowstrings of their mighty bows right in the midst of the chaos, the fearless archers and infantrymen silently pay tribute to the souls of those they are now destined to fight. Feeling a sudden surge of incredible power, the prince freezes in shock at the divine aura emanating from above, which has paralyzed his entire body. Holding a tight, impenetrable defense at the tall stone tower, the guards fight with such discipline that their battle bears no resemblance to wild chaos. Shielding one another with heavy full-body shields, the grim knights hold back the onslaught of monsters as rivers of enemy blood flow beneath their boots. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly against the backdrop of the flame-engulfed citadel, the warrior activates the hidden power of his armor, transforming himself into an invincible weapon. Focusing all his fury into his fist, the swordsman unleashes a powerful surge of pure, sparkling magic directly in front of him. Through a rift in the heavens, a colossal explosion of azure energy can be seen, which wipes hordes of enemies off the face of the earth in literally a second. Raising his hand in its glowing gauntlet with determination, Adrian glares menacingly at his opponents and announces the start of the final and most brutal round. Bravely defending the approaches to the impregnable fortress, the fearless knights grip their sharp lances tightly as they await the soul-chilling winter wind of change. Noticing a mysterious glow with surprise, the warrior spins abruptly toward the source of this incredible energy. Frozen in surprise right in the middle of the battlefield, Arwen stares in shock at the blinding flash of new magic. Finding himself at the very epicenter of a raging azure hurricane, the great hero creates a unique winter battle hymn capable of forever changing the course of this story. Like an avalanche, a huge, furious orc crashes down from above onto the brave prince, who stands frozen below in a ring of raging azure flames. Spinning sharply halfway around, the young man fixes an incredibly cold and confident gaze directly on the frenzied monster. The monster's massive broadsword clashes with a thunderous crash against the hero's glowing blade, generating a powerful shockwave and splitting the air in two. Gasping heavily with rage, the giant green-skinned warrior suddenly coughs up thick, dark blood right in the midst of this frenzied, sweat-drenched brawl. Surrounded by streams of mystical blue energy, the wounded monster hoarsely whispers his final words of devotion to the glory of a distant majesty. Slowly dissolving into the bright sparks of the defeated enemy, the blonde-haired leader and his loyal comrades can finally catch their breath after the battle. Lowering his blood-stained sword, the invincible Adrian strikes a dramatic pose against the backdrop of the blazing sky to the sounds of Winter Castle's brand-new anthem. In the middle of a courtyard bathed in sunset light, a massive, defeated orc falls to his knees directly before the victor, who stands frozen in a dramatic pose. With obvious relief on his face, the stern knight gently supports an exhausted blonde woman who sighs quietly and heavily. Shocked by the sudden outcome of this epic battle, the armored guards exchange bewildered glances against the backdrop of the tower. Watching the blue energy of the fallen leader dissipate, the entire army erupts in enthusiastic cheers, celebrating the prince's great victory. Lifting his head slightly, this self-assured blonde young man merely smirks mysteriously and arrogantly in full view of all the soldiers. With a startled cry of surprise, the sentry notices deep and dangerous cracks in the massive steel gates. With a deafening roar, another ferocious green-skinned monster smashes the massive barrier to splinters and furiously bursts into the castle. Deafening everything around it with a savage roar, a huge and bloodthirsty horde of enraged green-skinned orcs rushes toward the hero like an unstoppable avalanche. Gripping the hilt of his battle blade tightly, the prince merely grins defiantly in the face of mortal danger. Calmly, and even with a touch of irony, the stern commander asked his comrades, checking their readiness for another fierce skirmish. The fearless warrior, whose body was already shrouded in the bright flames of her battle aura, bared her teeth predatorily and wildly in anticipation of a good fight. After a brief call to issue the fateful order that would instantly turn the tide of the current battle, the prince merely smiled enigmatically. Powerful streams of sparkling blue magic surged around the assembled warriors as the long-awaited command for a general assault rang out. The citadel's brave defenders surged forward, engaging in a furious and relentless battle with the attacking monsters right at the gates. Mercilessly crushing the enemy ranks in their path, the knights clad in sturdy steel confidently broke through the defenses of the giant green-skinned monsters. Without the slightest fear, the brave warriors threw themselves into the thick of the bloody chaos, ready to hold back the onslaught of the ferocious beasts until their last breath. Another enormous orc collapsed heavily onto the blood-soaked stone slabs after receiving a crushing and deadly blow from a blade straight into his powerful back. The fearless young woman dodged her opponent's sweeping attack with incredible skill and grace, simultaneously delivering a precise and lightning-fast counterattack. The surviving defenders of the fortress cold-bloodedly and mercilessly finish off the wounded monsters, clearing the passage littered with bodies of the remaining enemy forces. At last, relative silence fell upon the devastated battlefield, where among the fallen giants the fighters, exhausted by the long battle, stood frozen in weariness. Loudly and joyfully, the exhausted young men on the fortress wall announced their complete victory over the invaders, gasping for breath after the grueling battle. Resolutely and firmly cutting off any further discussion, Vincent silenced everyone gathered around the warriors. Feeling a strange tingling sensation, the young man suddenly pressed his hand to his chest, where a mysterious and bright blue glow was shining right through his armor. It was only thanks to this frantic rhythm in his chest that the young man managed to remain completely calm, even though the situation around him was growing more tense with every passing second. Having shocked his subordinates with his unexpected order, the commander ordered that only the bare minimum number of sentries be left on the defensive wall. Shouting the command to advance directly toward the danger, the brave leader raised his gleaming sword high and urged the soldiers to leave the gates immediately. With a fierce battle cry, a huge crowd of loyal fighters surged forward, causing the very ground to tremble under the pounding of dozens of feet rushing into the attack. Despite the menacing flames of magic raging all around him, the fearless fighter was still just a young boy, not yet even of legal age. Finding himself at the very epicenter of a merciless slaughter, The prince was facing only his third serious baptism of fire against terrifying monsters. Driven by some inexplicable inner instinct, absolutely all the warriors followed him into the attack without hesitation, the moment they caught sight of his back as he strode confidently ahead. Fiercely repelling the frenzied attacks of the creatures pressing in from all sides, the loyal knights he had personally handpicked crushed the enemies on the front lines with incredible brutality. Covering the flanks with their faithful blades in a bloody mess, the high-ranking commander, famous throughout the kingdom, personally led the breakthrough of the enemy's defenses. Charging headlong into the enemy's dense ranks on the flanks, the captain of the Rangers, hardened by many brutal skirmishes, mercilessly mowed down hordes of foes, fearlessly throwing themselves into the thick of the deadly battle with a fearsome war cry. Even the incredibly fierce and unyielding knights of the north fought to their last breath. Completely swept up in a frenzied and mad rush of adrenaline, the brave warriors fought in unison with a single heartbeat, which now led them to a great victory. With an incredible crash, a foot encased in heavy armor furiously tramples a bloodied enemy blade straight into the earth, churned up by clods of dirt. Adrian charges swiftly through the dense ranks of green-skinned orcs, mercilessly cleaving them in half. With a menacing battle cry, the swordsman, his face bloodied and his gaze ablaze with icy fury, fearlessly throws himself into the thick of the brutal battle. On the snow-covered plain, amid a heap of defeated enemies, a lone figure stands proudly, while his loyal comrades watch him in awe. Sighing heavily from sheer exhaustion after the grueling battle, the young prince bows his head under the first rays of the sun. Surveying the gorge strewn with defeated monsters, the brave band of warriors finally greets the long-awaited dawn and celebrates their hard-won victory. A steel-clad hand reaches confidently toward the enemy standard stuck in the cold snow, ready to claim its well-deserved and rightful trophy. Clutching the blood-stained pole of the torn orc banner tightly in his fist, the young man finally claims his well-deserved battle flag. With piercing blue eyes gleaming, the fearless prince grins triumphantly, vividly demonstrating his superiority over the defeated enemy. With unconcealed delight, the surviving knights gaze spellbound at the enemy standard raised high, signaling the end of the brutal slaughter. Holding the captured red flag high above his head, the majestic leader loudly proclaims a crushing victory. Joyfully raising his hand toward the cloud-covered sky, an ecstatic guard sincerely and loudly praises the might of his beloved first prince. Beaming with overwhelming joy, a comrade in arms celebrates the victory with great enthusiasm, still unable to believe in the complete annihilation of the vast monster army. Unexpectedly, amid the general jubilation, one of the warriors, exhausted from the fierce battle, suddenly loses consciousness and collapses with a dull thud right onto the cold snow. Noticing strange smirks on the pale faces of the fallen fighters, the puzzled soldiers suddenly realize that these poor souls have simply fallen into a deep sleep. Looking around the snow-covered battlefield in confusion, the surviving warriors frantically call out to the others for help so they can quickly drag their comrade to safety. Breathing a sigh of relief at the sight of his sleeping subordinates, the commander sincerely marvels at the incredible, almost magical power of the battle hymns that had just been played. Interrupting his commander grimly, the prince abruptly declares that this soporific melody was not an ordinary march at all, but something greater, quietly closing his eyes from overwhelming exhaustion. The young man whispers with his last ounce of strength that this music is, in fact, a truly destructive war anthem. Completely out of the blue and with no strength left, he collapses right onto the cold ground from extreme exhaustion. The exhausted hero finally passes out under the anxious gazes of those around him. Rushing fearfully toward the fallen young man, his shocked mentor shouts loudly, trying to check whether his loyal protege is even still alive. Snoring peacefully right there on the dirty snow, the exhausted Adrian finally sinks into a deep and peaceful sleep. Sternly ordering that the sleeping prince be carried immediately to the barracks, the commander simultaneously commands that the bodies of the fallen enemies be burned with all due honors. Watching intently from afar as the human army marches away against the backdrop of the half-ruined fortress, the elf is plotting something clearly sinister. Smirking slyly to herself and recalling the words she had heard about the war anthem, the cunning woman is clearly amused by the audacity and unexpected strength of the human warriors. Playfully pressing her slender finger to her lips amid the snow-covered trees, she quietly admits that this guy truly knows how to surprise her with his abilities. A bloodthirsty elf decides to prepare her own, extremely dangerous surprise for the prince. Soaring rapidly into the air amid raging currents of dark and ominous energy, the mad sorceress prepares to unleash her devastating magic. Commanding his hordes to slow their advance, the Lord with demonic horns cunningly bides his time, waiting for his chief rival to regain his strength. Snoring peacefully in his sleep, while still clad in armor, the prince has no idea that his enemies are deliberately granting him precious moments to catch his breath. Having mercilessly annihilated the invading beasts with the forces of the Third Legion, the border fortress of Balarhard fell silent in anxious anticipation of the impending assault. Gathered in the lavish throne room, the frightened commanders acknowledge a catastrophic shortage of soldiers and the utter impossibility of holding the castle on their own. With a slight smirk, the cunning Marquis of Bielefeld remarks with surprise that the proud Balarhard has never before stooped to making official requests for help. Furious, spitting and waving his arms, the nobleman begins to accuse the arriving envoys of deliberately fanning the flames of panic for personal gain. Fully aware of the arrogant noble's widespread distrust, the knight calmly points to the chained chest they brought with them, containing irrefutable evidence. Politely urging the arrogant lords to first see for themselves, he slowly lifts the massive lid of the mysterious chest. Suddenly crying out in horror, the shocked courtiers, their faces aghast, stared at the contents, unable to believe the reality of such proportions. Glinting menacingly, the enormous and terrifying skull of the defeated commander of the enemy legion sent a chill of fear through everyone present. Displaying the gruesome trophy, the messenger calmly adds that this monster was twice the size of an ordinary orc, and yet a creature 3 times larger awaits them ahead. Swallowing hard, the haughty nobles exchange bewildered glances after hearing the terrifying news of the existence of the true king of the orcs. Having instantly lost all his former arrogance, the grim, portly man sullenly listens to the report that at least 16,000 elite enemy fighters are approaching. Listening intently to every word the messenger speaks, the stern king finally realizes the deadly seriousness of the threat looming over them. Examining the enormous head of the slain monster in the chest, one of the courtiers begins to doubt that the inexperienced crown prince is even capable of such a feat. Grinning brazenly, the arrogant nobleman declares at the top of his voice that the noble house of Balarhard is simply lying shamelessly to bolster its influence. Furiously interrupting his deceitful speech, the gray-haired Marquis of Bielefeld sternly orders the insolent man to shut his mouth and not dare to insult the loyal defenders of the northern frontiers. With a powerful blow of his hand against the armrest of the throne, the enraged ruler cuts short the altercation, forcing the frightened troublemaker to fall silent mid-sentence. Seated majestically in the throne room, the king firmly declares that Count Balarhard would never lie if the situation at the border were truly critical. After calmly hearing the monarch's decree, the loyal subjects bow their heads in submission to the order to hire strong mercenary units and immediately send them to the perilous north. Narrowing his eyes slyly, the ruler unexpectedly decides to send the noble children previously captured by the prince to the front lines as mere cannon fodder. Watching the absurdity unfolding with a grim expression, the shocked knight realizes that the king stubbornly refuses to send his main elite troops into battle. Deeply outraged by the king's decision, the loyal vassals openly protest such a brazen display of disrespect toward the age-old defenders of the north. Suddenly, with a crash, the massive doors swing open, and right in the midst of the heated argument, a stately young man in gleaming armor strides resolutely into the throne room. Exchanging stunned glances, the surprised courtiers instantly fall silent and with their hearts clearly in their throats try to guess the guest's identity. Loudly urging everyone to exercise prudence, the noble count reminds the king of the crown's sacred debt to the self-sacrificing Balarhard clan. Striding confidently along the carpeted aisle, the brave young warrior comes to a majestic halt directly before the royal throne. Lifting his heavy gaze wearily, the seasoned monarch silently and intently studies the face of the newcomer. With his hand proudly pressed to his chest, the fearless second Prince Maximilian proclaims at the top of his voice his readiness to personally lead the knights into the perilous north. Issuing a secret order in the dead of night, the ruler commands them to set out covertly and make sure to visit the outskirts of Ellen County. To ensure no one suspects anything, the monarch decides to disguise the elite Iron Lions and a select unit of the Central Army as ordinary mercenaries. Realizing the full importance of the mission, the young warrior thinks of the great house of Balarhard, whose indomitable lands must under no circumstances fall to the enemy's onslaught. Bowing his knee as a sign of absolute respect, the brave blonde assures the ruler that he will certainly heed every single instruction given to him. Suddenly doubting the king's motives, the young man looks at the ruler with trepidation and decides to ask him directly about his very strange behavior at the recent council meeting. As he tries to unravel this complex political puzzle, the young man wonders why the king behaves so ostentatiously, indifferently, and coldly in front of the assembled nobility. With a grim smile, the wise king explains that hastily gathering troops to aid Balarhard would have led the enemy empire to suspect them of hidden motives. Fearing the treacherous schemes of his neighbors, the monarch adds that an open march would be seen as a conspiracy with the rebels, providing the perfect pretext for unleashing a full-scale war. Stating firmly that concessions to treacherous enemies are out of the question, the monarch emphasizes that the kingdom must no longer give them even the slightest pretext for blackmail. Placing his heavy fatherly hand on the young man's sturdy armor, the ruler abruptly breaks from the formal tone of the conversation to make an important personal confession. Gazing intently at his face with undisguised concern, the troubled king suddenly addresses him affectionately as if he were his own son. Humbly bowing his head under his father's loving gaze, the moved prince is ready to unquestioningly fulfill absolutely any of his wishes. Urging his heir to always choose the right path, the caring father embraces the young man to show his support for all the loyal defenders of the great house of Leonberg. Fully understanding the need to preserve the strength and grandeur of the northern frontiers, the brave young man confidently vows to defend his native lands at all costs. Warning the impetuous young man against acting too hastily, the ruler reminds him of the mission's difficulties, for the influential Count Balarhard has already become Adrian's guardian. Warning his son of the danger, the king speaks of the hostility of the northern lands, but the young man tries to stand up for his brother. Enraged by the insolent reply, the furious ruler cuts him off abruptly and orders Maximilian to remember one bitter truth forever. Recalling past grievances, the stern monarch demands that he never forget how much terrible harm and destruction this so-called relative has brought upon their state. Continuing his angry tirade, the exasperated ruler accuses the treacherous child of betrayal and of cynically selling the future of the entire country to an enemy empire, trying to somehow defend his loved one. The shocked young man timidly points out that at that fateful moment, his younger brother was only 13 years old. Rudely cutting the young man off mid-sentence, the unyielding ruler silences him and admits that those terrible events still haunt his mind. Recalling past humiliations, the monarch, shaken to the core, relives that shameful day when the knights brazenly broke their swords right before his throne. Continuing his grim tale, the enraged leader bitterly recalls how the rebels ostentatiously destroyed their own rings in full view of the guards. Plunging into painful memories, the exasperated monarch mentally returns to that fateful day when treacherous enemies celebrated their victory. Shuddering with inner rage, the wounded ruler can still clearly hear that mocking and vile laughter coming from the traitors. Trying to contradict his father, the stubborn young man argues that his wayward relative has long since repented and performed countless feats in the north. Rejecting any excuses outright, the enraged king grits his teeth and sternly declares that all these belated feats are now completely meaningless. Lamenting the irreparable damage, the enraged leader reminds them that the maimed knights will never again be able to restore their magic rings. Cutting off any path to reconciliation, the unyielding monarch firmly declares that even 1,000 such successors could never replace his loyal vassals. Concluding this difficult conversation, the ruler turns his back and issues a final order to immediately set out on the perilous journey north. Humbly accepting the order, Maximilian prepares for the next steps, for to him, nothing is more important than fulfilling the difficult task set before him. He races through the bitter cold as part of the support unit, desperately trying to buy time in this endless race against fate, where every second is now worth its weight in gold. He continues to push forward tenaciously, even though many of the exhausted soldiers are already collapsing from fatigue during this incredibly grueling forced march. Captain Antoine of the mercenary unit watches the prince's determination closely, genuinely amazed at how unlike an ordinary soldier this young man is. Accompanying his lord is Erhim Killinger, deputy commander of the Knights of the Iron Lion, who, riding alongside, tries to keep an eye on the prince's condition at this moment. Breathing heavily and barely managing to stay in the saddle, the prince tries to hide his physical weakness so that none of the surrounding warriors will notice his current condition. His loyal Erhim addresses him with concern, asking if everything is all right with his highness, for he can see how exhausted he is from this grueling journey. Calmly, the prince says he feels perfectly fine, reminding the knight of the need to hurry so they can accomplish their mission in time. Noticing the falling snow, one of the men realizes that they are already very close to the destination of their journey and will soon arrive at the right place, anticipating their imminent meeting. Suddenly, their eyes fall on a group of people with a cart, and puzzled by this unexpected encounter in such weather, they decide to check whether they are refugees. Ordering his companions to find out exactly what is happening, the leader of the group wants answers to the questions raised by this strange and hasty evacuation. As they ask the travelers if they're coming directly from Ballarhard, they anxiously try to understand what the people have encountered and how dangerous the situation is. It turns out that the local count has issued a strict evacuation order, urging everyone to prepare for the worst, and this news plunges the heroes into deep anxiety about the future. When asked about the situation at the front, the frightened refugees merely shrug their shoulders, since the soldiers ordered them simply to leave, leaving all questions unanswered. Realizing that the Count himself is already preparing for the possible fall of Winter Castle, they decide to hurry, knowing they have no more time to waste. Moving further through the blizzard, the party continues its journey across snow-covered lands, where traces of people fleeing terrified by the looming threat are visible everywhere. As they battle their way through the raging snowstorm, the companions complain about the harsh weather and grimly note that this castle's infamous reputation was clearly no mere exaggeration. Hearing strange voices in the distance, the young man grows wary and tries to figure out exactly what is happening in the white mist surrounding them on all sides. Suddenly, soldiers emerge from the snowy haze, shouting a battle cry loudly, causing the travelers to freeze in surprise. Continuing to shout their anthem, the warriors march through the blizzard, singing of endless winter nights in their desperate attempts to find even a little warmth in this cold. Stunned by the sudden appearance of the armed detachment, the prince exclaims something about spring in bewilderment. Issuing a loud order for the troops to immediately form a line, the commander takes firm control of the situation, demonstrating complete discipline. Proudly naming his unit and subunit, he greets the prince, officially acknowledging his high status and rendering the proper honors. Upon meeting a group of warriors from Ballarhard, the young man introduces himself to his allies, who are astonished by his unexpected arrival, with a detachment straight from the capital. Warmly suggesting that they leave the heavy supply wagons behind to move more quickly through the blizzard. The knight assures them that their journey will now be protected. A loud military hymn rings out, echoing across the snow-covered mountains, glorifying the endless winter nights and the desperate search for warmth. Hearing this unexpected boisterous chant, the prince wonders why the stern and silent northerners are shouting so loudly. Smiling proudly in response, the knight explains that this is the famous song performed by the soldiers of the 3rd Legion. It turns out that the rhythmic singing helps the warriors warm their bodies, which is why they sing it with great enthusiasm during long marches. As he recounts the details with great enthusiasm, the soldier mentions that the first prince himself composed this song, although the soldiers added their own verses at the end. Confirming this guess, the knight recalls how Hadrian displayed incredible strength by carrying an exhausted soldier on his shoulders for an entire day. Constantly recalling his older brother, the soldier leaves the young man to watch in bewilderment as such strange and unexpected adoration is displayed. Feeling a strange warmth that has accompanied him on his journey, the young man notices with surprise the changes around him, as if the sky itself had decided to replace its wrath with mercy, ceasing its onslaught. Seeing how the fierce blizzard had suddenly subsided, the heroes stopped to catch their breath, gazing at the path that had opened up toward their next destination, where a completely different fate awaited them. Recalling past hardships, the companion laments that the weather always seems to mock them, calming down only at the very gates, just as it did on the day the prince arrived. Trying to lighten the mood, one of the soldiers suggests putting negative thoughts aside and looking at the situation from a more optimistic perspective. Urging his companion to prepare for the encounter, he gestures toward the massive gates, proudly announcing that they have finally reached the northern fort. Struck by what they see, the travelers freeze in their tracks as they realize the harsh reality hidden behind the walls. Having finally reached their destination, they see before them the imposing winter castle, whose silhouette against the snowy backdrop inspires awe and foreshadows serious trials. Noticing signs of recent repairs, the men realized that the walls were reinforced in a hurry, as if anticipating the imminent start of a battle or preparing to withstand a powerful onslaught. The monster corpses strewn everywhere serve as a reminder of the recent carnage, which no one has had time to clean up yet. Looking back at the bloody traces of the fierce battle, the young man cannot hide his shock at how close and dangerous real death had come here. Hearing a familiar name, the young man turns around in complete bewilderment, trying to understand how such a person ended up in such a remote place, blocking their path. Meeting them right at the gate, the stern guards begin a biased interrogation, mockingly asking why they are loitering aimlessly near the fortress. Realizing that the interrogation is clearly dragging on, the warrior casually remarks that they were constantly being pestered along the way by annoying bastards who kept getting in their way. Hearing this response, the young man loses his temper and boils over with rage, loudly berating the insolent man for his arrogance and defiant tone in the presence of the guards. Trying to brush off the pointless questions, he merely glances irritably at the strange group of people, wondering to himself who they are and why they're here. The sudden arrival of reinforcements catches the fighters off guard, and they stare at the newcomers in surprise. Upon taking a closer look at the blond man who has arrived, one of those present realizes in shock that standing before him is the second prince, whose appearance came as a complete surprise to everyone. Then, shifting his gaze to the man standing next to him, he realizes that this man is the first prince, and the sight of such a gathering of high-born individuals in one place fills him with a slight sense of confusion. Watching their bewilderment with a mocking smile, he asks ironically whether they really don't recognize each other's faces well enough to be staring like that. Noting the obvious physical resemblance between them, he remarks sarcastically that now that they're standing side by side, it's clear just how much these two look alike. Realizing the sheer absurdity of the situation, Adrian can only sigh heavily, mentally acknowledging that what's happening right now looks rather strange and even slightly comical. Taking a close look at the princes, it becomes clear that the first prince is the spitting image of his brother, as if they were created from the same mold of nature. Loud footsteps echo across the stone floor, strewn with the bodies of defeated enemies. Looking around, the warriors gaze with undisguised astonishment at the grim aftermath of the recent clash, which has left behind mountains of corpses. Quietly remarking that a battle has clearly taken place here, the prince tries to comprehend the scale of the events that have unfolded as he surveys the devastation around him. Responding to his unspoken unease, he is told that the carnage ended 3 days ago and that over time, everyone around here gets used to such an oppressive atmosphere. Listening intently to these explanations, the young man is stunned by the realization of the hell these people had to go through just to survive amid constant skirmishes. Gloomily trudging further across the field of death, the group discusses the strange composure of those who have survived, despite the hundreds of corpses lying all around them right at their feet. Laughing cheerfully, one of the warriors remarks that after encounters with hordes of the living, even mountains of corpses begin to look quite acceptable to a soldier accustomed to war. Listening in silence, the listener merely freezes in bewilderment, realizing that his notions of normality differ greatly from the harsh reality. Noticing the unexpected guests, the hero decides to go out to meet them personally in order to properly greet the delegation that has arrived at the walls of his winter estate. Lined up in front of the massive gates, the stern warriors stand silently beneath their unfurled banners, awaiting the arrival of the prince and his loyal entourage on this day. Taking a resolute step forward, the respected representative of the Ballerhard clan presses his hand to his chest, expressing deep respect for the royal house of Leonberg. Returning the greeting, the young prince smiles and pays tribute to the mighty shield of the north, acknowledging the immense merits of the renowned and legendary Silver Lion. Breaking the silence, one of the warriors raises a battle horn to his lips. Its loud sound carries through the air, announcing to all the start of the official meeting between the high-ranking parties. Hearing the clear signal, the guards strike the stone floor in unison with their heavy spears, demonstrating their readiness to obey orders. Shouting words of loyalty, Ballerhard's envoy once again emphasizes the importance of the strong friendship that unites their great houses in the face of the trials of fate to come. After making this solemn declaration, the prince sincerely thanks his loyal allies for their courage, immense dedication, and heavy sacrifices made for the sake of the country. Accepting the words of gratitude with quiet dignity, the warriors remain steadfast and focused, listening intently to every word their leader speaks. After asking the guests to come inside, the count concludes the formal part of the welcome, and invites the delegation to share a meal with him within the castle walls. Seated at a lavish table, the prince looks healthy and content, calmly carving a succulent piece of meat while his thoughts are occupied with the current political maneuvering. Noticing a strange tension, the accompanying entourage exchanges glances, trying to decipher the ruler's true intentions. Frozen under his brother's piercing gaze, the hero feels the weight of his attention and tries to remain completely calm so as not to betray his unease. Feeling awkward in the oppressive atmosphere, the prince gently asks his brother if he has any hidden grievances or questions he'd like to discuss right now. Having finished with the formalities, the young man changes the subject and asks about life in the Winter Castle, wanting to know if the guest feels uncomfortable compared to the palace. Joyfully sharing his impressions of the local surroundings, Adrian carefree declares that the frequent battles in these harsh lands are something absolutely wonderful. Observing such strange enthusiasm, his brother, slightly bewildered, silently wonders whether Adrian truly considers constant battles to be something genuinely good. Urging those present to eat their fill, the blond man insistently advises them not to miss the opportunity and to eat as much as possible. Otherwise, they'll bitterly regret the missed chance. Trying to smooth over the awkwardness, the hero assures those around him that he's completely calm, even though his behavior at the table clearly makes others feel uncomfortable. Looking at him irritably, his companion notes that the young man's current behavior, so uncharacteristic of him, seems like an unusual concern for the comfort of those around him. Slightly flustered by the shift to a serious topic, Maximilian decides to set aside his lighthearted tone and moves on to discussing issues that are extremely important at this moment. After gathering his thoughts, he directly asks to be provided with accurate information about the current situation at the walls of Winter Castle in order to clarify the details. Seriously assessing the situation, the young man reports that, having only briefly surveyed the surroundings along the way, he counted about 1,000 corpses of slain orcs scattered everywhere. Explaining the terrifying details, the Count clarifies that monster attacks occur every 4 days, and their numbers never drop below 500. Pondering the logical question of casualties, the young man speculates that such prolonged and frequent bloody clashes must have significantly reduced the enemy's numbers. To everyone's astonishment, the mentor replies that the enemy's numbers are not decreasing at all, and the situation is becoming increasingly threatening for them. Adding to the dread, he notes that the enemy ranks are constantly growing, and even at this very moment, their overall strength is inexorably increasing with every passing hour. Continuing his report, the narrator mentions that daily checks reveal the presence of at least 9 enemy legionary standards within sight. Delivering his final verdict, he gives a grim tally and declares that the total strength of the enemy army now stands at no fewer than 18,000. Realizing the full gravity of the looming threat, those present understand that the actual situation around the castle is far more serious than they had anticipated. Continuing the conversation, the young man acknowledges the obvious truth, yet still sincerely doubts what is happening, trying to come to terms with reality. Casually discussing the news, the 2 young men examine a map, noting that the mood among the people in Balerhard is not gloomy at all, which surprises them greatly. Feeling a strange unease, the prince admits to himself that despite being brothers, they have almost never had the opportunity to talk properly or meet. Carefully studying an important document, the young man realizes that his brother's true character is radically different from the unpleasant rumors that constantly circulate about him. Recalling recent events, the man recounts how His Highness once visited Iron Lion Castle to personally resolve the problems there. During those days, the prince effortlessly defeated all the regular members of the organization in dozens of consecutive duels without losing a single match, which simply shocked everyone around him. Concluding his story, the young man wryly notes that today's prince looks even much stronger and more advanced than he was on that memorable day of their first meeting. Puzzled, he asks why there are no rumors about those events, and is told that His Highness himself strictly forbade the dissemination of any information. Thinking aloud, the prince remarks that the sudden emergence of such talent literally overnight makes no sense at all, since it's much easier to hide the truth than to create it. Trying to grasp the scale of the changes, the hero thoughtfully turns his gaze to his brother, asking himself the difficult question of what exactly his brother is trying so carefully to hide. Setting the papers aside, the young man decides to change the subject and, first and foremost, asks about what intrigues him most about the current situation right now. Asking a direct question about the existence of the King of the Orcs, he wonders if this creature might simply be a more ferocious and cunning representative of the race. Carefully observing his reaction, the knight asks if anyone has ever actually seen the true form of this powerful and mysterious foe in person. Walking over to the window, the young man notices a strange object in the distance that looks like a giant pillar, which clearly captures his full attention. Pointing toward the mountains, he explains that this massive structure flew in from there, which completely baffles the people in the room. Looking at the imposing spear, those present try to wrap their heads around the incredible fact that such a weapon was thrown with such precision from such a great distance. Doubting what they've heard, they begin to argue heatedly that such a throw would certainly have required a powerful siege ballista, not human hands. Describing this absurd situation, the narrator points out that an ordinary monster, having managed to use a siege weapon, accomplished a truly unimaginable feat. Testing the resolve of his comrades, the leader smirks and suggests that they choose for themselves which of these incredible versions of events they wish to believe. Concluding this tense conversation, he coolly advises anyone unable to believe such an incredible truth to immediately turn around and walk away. Emphasizing the urgent need for real help, the prince bluntly retorts that they need loyal allies, not endless questioning from some detachment. Feeling awkward, the subordinate hastily excuses himself, saying he only wanted to clarify the details of this truly strange story. Realizing his mistake, he humbly apologizes, bowing his head before Adrian, which helps ease the tense atmosphere in the room a little. With a decisive thump on the table, the weary leader announces a short break to allow everyone to catch their breath before continuing the discussion. Casting a careful glance around the room, he clarifies that the discussion of all current matters will resume exactly 1 hour later, once everyone has gathered their thoughts. Bowing his head and slightly changing his tone, the hero turns to his brother, trying to steer the conversation toward a more personal and confidential tone after all the commotion. With obvious interest in his voice, Maximilian confirms his long-held suspicions, noting that he was the first to notice the alarming changes in the orc's behavior. Without hiding his slight confusion, Adrian tries to find the right words to explain how he came to know about such dangerous events. Continuing, the prince casually mentions that for a long time, he had been genuinely fascinated by the study of ancient traditions and various mysterious legends. Lost in thought, the young man realizes that although his answer sounded rather rude, it still served as a very plausible excuse to prying eyes. Recalling the absurd rumors, the hero realizes just how foolish his recent antics, stealing the legendary king's sword and then publicly flogging himself, must have looked. Now he is forced to practice the outdated heart of mana method, which makes him, in the eyes of those around him, the epitome of an idiot obsessed with old legends of the past. Watching this young man from the sidelines, the observer understands why the king, his father, considers his eldest son a true thorn in his side and the source of all misfortune. Secretly assessing his brother, the observer cannot help but note that the latter truly possesses the makings of a genius capable of excelling in a wide variety of complex fields. However, comparing him to his friend Lionel, he acknowledges that while one possesses the traits of a harsh ruler, the other was clearly born with the true wisdom of a wise king. Still, with a deep sigh, the prince realizes the frightening truth that the coming new era will demand something more from its rulers. As he ponders the future intently, the hero realizes that times lie ahead when wisdom alone will be woefully insufficient to defeat the looming evil. Suddenly, the fearsome king of the green-skinned people appears on the horizon, his arrival signaling the start of a veritable bloodbath and serious trouble for all inhabitants of this world. At the same time, the treacherous dark elves emerge from the shadows, and their involvement in the conflict portends even more chaos, destruction, and danger for everyone. An era of utter chaos is inevitably approaching, where fire and blood will become an everyday reality, forcing the heroes to seek new ways to survive in this mad world. The future monarch must find the strength within himself to transform cowardly sheep into fearless lions, in order to somehow withstand this wave of total destruction. He alone is perfectly suited for this role, for it is in his hands that all the power necessary to change the course of history forever is concentrated. Realizing the full weight of his responsibility, the former observer of endless wars decides to become the very hero who will finally put an end to the era of eternal chaos. Issuing his orders, the prince assigns the Silver Fox mercenaries to the reserve, commanding that the remaining forces be divided to defend the fortress walls. Having received a clear order, the soldier merely nods silently, acknowledging the difficult task set before the unit. Observing the disgruntled soldiers, The prince acknowledges that such emotions are entirely natural, given the current situation and their forced redeployment. Fearing accusations of disregarding central authority due to the merger of scattered forces into Balarhar's army, the hero ponders the political consequences. Reassuring his comrade, the young leader states that entrusting the defense of the wall entirely to fighters inexperienced in battles against monsters would be an extremely reckless decision. Confidently declaring that the real battle is about to begin, he asserts that in the heat of dangerous combat, all political tensions will fade into the background. Noticing the prince's strange behavior, his companion decides to ask directly what is really going on in the mind of their resolute commander. Reacting irritably to the constant shifting of responsibilities, the prince emphasizes that such actions only underscore the great importance of their role here. Trying to sort out the other important matters, he notes with slight bewilderment that the entire pile of paperwork has recently fallen on Vincent's shoulders. Sighing deeply and preparing for an important confession, the warrior clenches his fist tensely, as if gathering his thoughts before the upcoming conversation. A sudden flash of insight strikes him like a bright light, for the realization of his own path finally clarifies a future that had previously seemed completely hopeless. A sudden surge of ambition compels him to make a final decision. Now he strives to prove himself not merely as an ordinary commander, but as a true knight. Unexpectedly announcing his firm intention to fight the commander himself, the young man catches the prince's surprised gaze. The prince clearly hadn't expected such a turn of events. Snorting skeptically, the prince reminds him that dealing with the recent killer of knights was an impossible task, so a fight with the commander seems like madness. Confidently parrying the jabs, he explains that his newfound ambitions have helped him find his true calling and realize exactly what he should do in his old age. Suddenly breaking the tense atmosphere, the prince notices with bewilderment that his loyal comrades are behaving extremely strangely and suspiciously. Glancing around, the hero tries to figure out what exactly has caused the warriors around him to act so uncharacteristically while dark clouds gather overhead. A heavy rumble, suddenly shaking the fortress walls, causes the guards to instantly tense up and take up combat positions, anticipating an imminent enemy attack. Expressing extreme alarm, the elite hooded fighters prepare to repel the inevitable attack, standing frozen in full readiness. Without wasting a second, shocked by the unexpected alarm, the hero exclaims that the sharp, trumpet-like sound portends something truly terrible today. Turning to Vincent, he urgently inquires about the state of the defensive wall, to which he receives a quick and confident report that it is fully prepared. Struggling to contain his mounting indignation, the prince realizes that something utterly unacceptable is happening and demands an immediate explanation. Completely stunned by the realization that he has been deceived, he freezes with his eyes wide open, trying to grasp the true extent of the betrayal. A fearsome horde of orcs flying a crimson banner suddenly appears on the horizon, launching a swift and terrifying assault on the defensive fortifications. With a powerful blow, the battering ram smashes through the gates, forcing the defenders to instantly engage in a bloody battle to hold their ground against the raging horde. Shards of stone fly in all directions as the enormous creatures persistently attempt to breach the wall, using heavy siege ladders to do so. Issuing clear orders, the prince demands that the enemy's advance be immediately halted and that all available forces be thrown into the fray to prevent a breach of the fortress's defenses. A fierce battle erupts, in which every warrior fights desperately, striving to sow chaos in the enemy's ranks and halt their advance at any cost. Drawing his bowstring taut, a skilled archer releases a flaming arrow, which flies with a terrifying whistle straight into the thick of the advancing enemy forces. A searing flame erupts, engulfing the ranks of orcs, who in their death throes fill the air with loud screams as they try to escape their inevitable demise in the fire. Stunned by the scale of the daily bloody battles, the prince surveys the battlefield in disbelief, realizing the full brutality of the reality in which he must survive. A sudden strike from the enemy catches the hero off guard, forcing him to react sharply and attempt to dodge the deadly attack at the very last moment. Shouting at his partner not to get distracted by the defensive wall, Adrian rushes headlong into the thick of the battle to shield his brother from the threat. Breathing heavily from the strain, the prince suddenly realizes that the enemies are deliberately targeting the one wearing the most provocatively bright clothing. Growling menacingly and displaying his bestial fury, the ferocious orc prepares for a new attack, clearly intending to break through the defenses and reach his hated enemies. After expressing his gratitude for the timely assistance, the prince realizes that his absurd death would now serve only as an excellent excuse to boost the enemy army's morale. Blushing with embarrassment at the realization of his own helplessness, the young man understands that his presence here has become a hindrance and a real burden to the warriors. Responding to the call for support, the loyal Sir Erhim instantly rushes to the rescue to repel yet another onslaught by the hordes and fulfill his duty to the end. Loudly warning his allies, the prince points out how narrow the wall is. For too large a crowd in such a place will only hinder effective combat. Issuing a clear order, he instructs the ordinary soldiers to remain in reserve so that only the trained knights of the unit engage in the dangerous battle. Looking in surprise at the reinforcements that have arrived, the hero hears an unexpected compliment about how much he has matured and how dignified he looks since their last meeting. Fiercely striking at the enemies, the arriving warriors dashingly break through to the prince, joyfully exclaiming about how long it has been since they last saw each other in this heated battle. Bursting spectacularly into the very heart of the battle, the elite knights of the Iron Lion instantly turn the tide of the fight, using their unique skills and the might of their blades. Encountering old acquaintances in the heat of battle, the fighters exchange brief remarks, recognizing one another amid the fury of the bloody melee with the raging orcs. Rushing forward to defend the front lines, the knights promise on the fly to discuss all the details a little later, once the threat has been definitively and irrevocably eliminated. Noticing quite a few knights disguised as mercenaries, the heroes realize that their true numbers far exceed all expectations, which causes concern. Suggesting that they leave this place in the care of their allies for a moment, the warriors try to assess the situation and reach a consensus on their next steps. Despite fierce resistance, the heroes continue to break through the enemy ranks, landing precise blows and facing new threats along the way. Faced with a relentless onslaught from their enemies, the fighters demonstrate their mastery of the sword as they try to hold their ground at the epicenter of the battle against the overwhelming forces of evil. After roughly assessing the situation, the characters realize with horror that they are facing a full 1,000 enemies, and there is no end in sight to this endless battle. Noticing a strange circumstance, one of the warriors wonders why the number of defenders on the wall has suspiciously not decreased, despite all their efforts. Suddenly realizing the shocking truth, the heroes notice with alarm that the loyal knights of Winter Castle have vanished without a trace from the battlefield, leaving them in an extremely dangerous situation. Feeling a chill run down his spine at this sudden realization, the prince's eyes widen in surprise as he gazes into the distance toward the horizon. Noticing a suspicious concentration of Winter Castle forces in front of the main gates, the heroes watch the situation intently, trying to grasp the scale of the impending threat. The knight's imposing presence strikes awe into those around him, for his confident gaze reveals him to be a true leader on the eve of a decisive battle. Stunned by the audacity of the plan, the heroes look at one another in bewilderment, for the risk of opening the gates and challenging a countless horde seems like a mad endeavor. A deafening cry rings out to throw open the heavy gates, and at that moment a torrent of ferocious monsters surges forward, ready to tear apart anyone in their path. With savage screams and a superhuman thirst for blood, the monsters charge ahead, sweeping away everything in their path and turning the battlefield into a veritable bloodbath for the defenders. Shrouded in an icy glow, the knight summons his hidden powers, and to the clang of steel, the snow-capped peaks fall silent, awaiting the denouement of this grim and silent scene. Startled by a sudden realization, he hears a mysterious incantation, realizing that something truly devastating is coming, something capable of changing the course of the war. Suddenly, the majestic anthem of the Third Legion rings out, signaling the beginning of an epic battle. Surrounded by his loyal comrades, Adrian unleashes a blinding aura, preparing to unleash all his fury upon the enemies who dared to stand in his way. Sensing the mana, his subordinates panic, wondering what is happening, while their leader concentrates intently on preparing for the impending deadly clash. Observing the dangerous situation, a comrade urgently urges His Highness to immediately begin circulating his inner energy to ensure his personal protection. Ignoring all threats, he enters close combat with the grace of a seasoned warrior, mercilessly dispatching hordes of monsters whose pitiful attempts to attack are to no avail. Easily dodging the massive blows of gigantic orcs, he uses their momentum against them, swiftly breaking through the enemy ranks. Malicious aristocrats continue to spread vile rumors, claiming that all his brilliant victories are merely the result of stealing his own uncle's credit. Despite the malicious gossip claiming he is incapable of defeating even a goblin, The young man proves them wrong by annihilating mighty orcs with frightening ease. Slandering his reputation, gossip mongers in the capital call the prince an incompetent tyrant and a scoundrel, completely unaware of what lies behind his stern facade. Looking into his eyes, one can see cold determination, for he is preparing to strike at the enemy, leaving the monster not the slightest chance of escape. Cutting through the air with his sharp blade, he pours all his strength into the attack, once and for all dispelling the myths about his worthlessness in the eyes of the capital's snobs who despise him. Realizing the whole truth, the prince tries to tune out the lies, but he understands perfectly well that in this difficult situation, the only thing that matters is what is happening right now. Frozen in astonishment, the witness to this incredible battle sees something utterly unimaginable unfolding right before his eyes, something that changes his perception of this warrior. When he suggests that his loyal knight join him in charging into the thick of the battle, he is met with refusal, as the knight considers such a risky move a suicidal endeavor. Seeing soldiers exhausted to the limit, the knight tries to dissuade his lord from a rash sortie onto the battlefield, where everyone is now at the end of their strength. Gazing puzzledly at the battlefield, the hero tries to understand the true cause of the chaos unfolding, sensing that something far more significant lies behind this battle. Perplexed opponents anxiously discuss how the gap in their strength levels shouldn't have been so fatal to their unit this time. Finding himself at the epicenter of the snowy skirmish, the young man assesses the situation and tries to figure out what exactly constitutes that mysterious difference between him and his enemies. Stepping forward resolutely, he demonstrates his overwhelming power, sweeping through the enemy ranks and preparing to deliver the final blow to the stunned warriors. Having completed his maneuver, the young man demonstrates his skill and readiness to dominate the battlefield until the very end. With a sly smirk in response to his enemy's futile rage, the hero shows that his true potential lies hidden deep within, and it was simply impossible to predict. Raising the banner of victory high above his head, he proclaims the triumphant verdict, cementing his status as the dominant force in this battle. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, the captain tries in bewilderment to understand exactly how the hero managed to gain such an overwhelming advantage. Watching the events unfold in amazement, the warriors struggle to find the words to express their admiration for the power demonstrated by a true knight with a heart of mana. Addressing the stunned Captain Antoine politely, one of the warriors apologizes for the disturbance before relaying an important message from the prince himself. Carrying out the order, he politely conveys the first prince's request to meet in private as soon as the entire battlefield has been completely cleared. Taking note of this order, Antoine, with an expression of utter surprise on his face, realizes that reality is radically different from all the rumors he had heard. Recalling the scathing gossip that the prince had supposedly always been weaker than his younger brother, the captain realizes just how cruelly and unjustly public opinion had been mistaken.